Chapter 13:01 Accidentally Entering a Land of Peril. As if he had suddenly plunged into the sun from the darkness, Zhou Wen's vision became clearer. However, the scene in front of him made his hair stand up, and he had goosebumps all over his body. Swoosh! Zhou Wen quickly jumped up and retreated like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. In front of him was a creature bigger than a Tyrannosaurus. It was a white-furred ape. Its fur was snow white, but its skin was as black as cast iron. It was probably more than 100 meters tall and unimaginably muscular. Its hands were raised high as if it were holding something, like a giant that could hold up the sky. Zhou Wen didn't know what level it was at, but he had most likely stopped from slamming into it. He had passed through so many places, but he couldn't make the wings of tomorrow stop. Yet, when he slammed into it, he almost blew up his head. However, it was completely fine. Just its physical strength alone proved how extraordinary it was. At this moment, the white ape was staring at Zhou Wen with a gaze like a demon king looking at a mortal. Alarmed, Zhou Wen retreated quickly. However, he didn't retreat far before he bumped into something and had to stop. As Wings of Tomorrow had been interrupted, Zhou Wen regained control of his body. With this collision, he felt something soft behind him, as if he had slammed into a soft animal. He was so frightened that he immediately retreated again. He turned around and saw a golden glow behind him. It was a leg covered in golden fur. Zhou Wen looked up and quickly saw the owner of the leg. It was also a giant ape with a body comparable to the white ape. However, it was covered in golden hair that resembled satin, and its skin was yellow. As Zhou Wen had bumped into it, its golden crystal-like eyes stared at Zhou Wen like the white ape. There was an extremely cold look in its eyes. "Sorry, I'll definitely watch where I'm going next time." Zhou Wen turned around and wanted to run to the side, but he realized that there was also a giant ape there. The hair on that giant ape was blackish gray, making it look even more terrifying. "No way!" Zhou Wen swept his gaze around. Just as he imagined, there was a giant ape in all four directions. In the other direction was a giant ape with red fur. Like the other three giant apes, they raised their hands as if they were holding something. They stood there motionless as they looked at him. Zhou Wen forced himself to calm down and carefully sized up the four apes and the situation. That glance left him even more confused and horrified. This was a huge underground cave. There was actually a lot of seawater around it, like an underground sea. The spot where Zhou Wen was standing wasn't a small island, but a gigantic turtle shell. The four giant apes stood on the turtle shell. Their hands were raised high as they collectively held up a stone-like object. Zhou Wen couldn't tell what it was. It was carved from gray stone and looked very crude. It looked a little like a tripod, but it was too large. The four giant apes were more than 100 meters tall. It was obvious how large the stone artifact was if lifting it required their combined strength. What was even stranger was that Zhou Wen realized that there was an iron collar around each ape's neck. The collar was connected to several chains, linking their bodies to the turtle shell and the stone artifact. What kind of place is this? Zhou Wen took a rejuvenation pill and felt his mind clear up. He was even more shocked and confused. The reason for that was because he discovered a stone cocoon in the stone artifact. Guardian. There's actually a guardian here. Zhou Wen used Truth Listener and scanned the stone cocoon in the stone artifact repeatedly. There was indeed no mistake. It was indeed a guardian cocoon. Although Zhou Wen was very curious, he knew very well that the four devil-like apes were definitely not benevolent creatures. Furthermore, he didn't make a habit of risking his life. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen used God Fiend Era's instant transmission to escape. However, he was clearly moving toward the underground sea, but he still appeared above the turtle shell. The results were the same after a few attempts. Be it instant transmission or Singularity Universe's interstellar teleportation abilities, Zhou Wen would appear on the turtle shell when he blinked out of existence. Apes are vegetarians, right? They shouldn't want to eat human flesh, right? Zhou Wen looked at the four apes and carefully walked through the gap between one of the ape's legs. He wanted to see if he could directly walk beyond the turtle shell. As Zhou Wen walked, he kept sizing up the golden-haired ape. The golden-haired ape looked the most amiable out of the four apes. Zhou Wen thought that it might not like eating meat. As Zhou Wen moved, the four giant apes didn't move, but their eyes kept following his movements. The golden-furred ape was no exception. Zhou Wen braced himself and prepared to walk between the golden-haired ape's legs. He gathered all his strength. If the golden-haired ape suddenly attacked, he could only risk it. Although Zhou Wen didn't like to participate in battles with such unknowns, he knew that it was best to take the initiative when facing an unknown opponent. Therefore, Zhou Wen had already made a plan. As long as the ape did not do anything abnormal, he would immediately attack with all his might and finish off one first. Rumble. Before Zhou Wen could reach the golden-furred ape's legs, he suddenly felt the turtle shell beneath his feet tremble. The seawater around him churned as if something had happened. Zhou quickly summoned his terror-level companion beasts and surrounded himself with them. There were golden battle gods around him, and Banana Fairy was sitting on a banana leaf above him. He also carried demonic Neonate in his arms, prepared to fight to the death at any moment. The surrounding seawater churned for a while, but it didn't affect the turtle shell. After a while, the turtle shell stopped trembling, and the seawater gradually calmed down. Just as Zhou was wondering what had happened, he suddenly saw the golden-furred ape lower one of its claws, and use only one claw to hold up the stone artifact. The lowered claw swiped at the sea. With a boom, the seawater thousands of meters away spewed out. A flood dragon broke out of the water, like a loach that had been caught. Its body twisted and struggled, but it couldn't escape. The flood dragon was pulled into the golden-furred ape's claw from thousands of meters away. The flood dragon's body spewed out dragon breath. Its strength was probably not inferior to the true blood demon dragon, but it was like a loach in front of the golden-furred ape. It grabbed the flood dragon by the mouth and bit down. The dragon's head, together with a small portion of its body, was bitten off. With a few bites, the dragon's blood gushed out, and the dragon bones broke. In just a moment, a flood dragon was swallowed alive and whole into the golden ape's stomach. Chapter 13024 Demetrius Monkeys. Zhou felt his scalp tingle. Although there were indeed many creatures that ate dragons in the ancient myths of the East District, hearing about them and seeing them with his own eyes were two different matters. Having seen a flood dragon being eaten alive, Zhou's hopes of a vegetarian ape were dashed. Furthermore, Zhou knew that he couldn't pull a living flood dragon out of the deep sea. The golden-haired ape was already so terrifying, but there were 4 of such monkeys here. Zhou felt that things were going south now, that he was being watched by 4 terrifying apes while he was under their noses. Thankfully, the 4 terrifying apes hadn't attacked him yet. I have to think of a way to leave this godforsaken place. Zhou looked at the golden-haired ape's legs, but he didn't have the courage to run through them. They still had no intention of taking action. Perhaps they planned on storing him as food. If their food were to escape, they might be displeased. Who wouldn't feel the pinch after losing more than 50 kilograms of meat? Anyway, Zhou didn't dare take the risk or rashly move about. Even with the 4 golden battle gods surrounding him, and Banana Fairy overseeing him, Zhou still didn't feel safe. With Zhou staying motionless, the 4 terrifying apes didn't move either. They just stared at him, as though they had no intention of attacking. Could it be that they really plan on storing me as food? That's not right. I'm only a tiny bit of meat to them. I'm probably not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. A flood dragon has been eaten up in one go. What's the point with storing a pittance like me? Zhou felt that something was amiss. If I had known, I would have brought Ice Maiden over. We would have been able to negotiate. Perhaps she knows what the 4 apes are. Zhou regretted leaving Ice Maiden, and Nether Lotus and Wuyang. In the myths and legends of the East District, there were many apes. The most famous one was naturally the handsome Monkey King that wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace. However, these 4 apes had looks which had nothing to do with beauty. The handsome Monkey King was an intelligent stone monkey, and among the 4 Demetrius monkeys, there were also the 6-eared macaque, long-armed ape monkey, and red-bottomed horse monkey. There were also 4 apes here, so Zhou couldn't help but think of the 4 Demetrius monkeys. Zhou carefully sized them up, hoping to see if he could find the characteristics of the 4 Demetrius monkeys on them. After some observation, he failed to discover any ape with especially long arms, nor did he discover any ape with 6 ears. These 4 apes don't seem to be the 4 Demetrius monkeys. Furthermore, I've never heard of monkeys standing on a turtle's back holding a stone artifact in myths. Zhou couldn't help but be curious when he thought of the stone artifact. These 4 apes were definitely at the Terra grade or even stronger. How powerful was the guardian cocoon they protected? Zhou had previously heard that there were still differences between guardians. Some guardians' potential might be at the Terra grade, making it difficult for them to advance any further. As for other guardians, they might reach the Calamity grade or even the Apocalypse grade. And according to Insheng, the strangest point was that guardians hatched from Earth all seemed to have considerable potential. In contrast, the guardians that were directly teleported over from the dimension were at the Terra grade. When they arrived, they didn't seem to have any room for growth. Their strength would basically stagnate. Advancing to a higher grade wasn't even the main problem. There were very few examples of them undergoing slight improvements. In fact, Zhou had always been unsure of the relationship between guardians and the dimensional creatures. Most of the guardian cocoons on Earth had a powerful dimensional creature guarding them. However, having seen so many guardian cocoons, Zhou felt that the dimensional creatures weren't just simply protecting it. Just like when he went to contract fairy burial with Jiang Yan, the dimensional creature suspected to be Bai Zhe didn't seem to care too much about the fairy burial he was protecting and easily gave up. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Bai Zhe was seriously obsessed with cleanliness, and had to leave because he was disgusted by the two of them. Without anyone else to discuss it with, Zhou Wen got demonic neonate to release Grim Demon. This fellow was rather knowledgeable, so he might be able to recognize the 4 monkeys. Even if he couldn't recognize the monkeys, as a guardian, he might be able to tell something from the guardian cocoon.
It's so boring. Can you let me come out more often in the future? After all, I was once...
After Grim Demon came out, he protested unhappily. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, he halted the words he was about to say. He wore a look of horror and quickly retreated, hoping to return to the demonic sword. However, without demonic neonate's orders, how could he return?
From the looks of it, you know these 4 monkeys?
Zhou Wen was delighted and shocked when he saw Grim Demon's reaction. He was delighted that Grim Demon seemed to know them. He was shocked because Grim Demon's reaction undoubtedly meant that the 4 monkeys were terrifying existences. It seemed even more difficult for him to escape alive. Grim Demon stood there with a nasty expression. Although his legs weren't trembling, it was obvious that his legs were a little limp.
Why did you come to such a godforsaken place? Can't you just lead a peaceful life?
Grim Demon had always been considered demonic neonate the boss, while he was second. He thought nothing of anything else. For him to speak in such a tone now made Zhou Wen feel even more uneasy. Zhou Wen thought to himself, do you think I'm willing to come to such a godforsaken place? No matter how free I am, wouldn't it be nice if I just stayed at home and gained? Who wants to come here to die? I didn't expect that darn Wings of Tomorrow to be so strange.
Cut the crap. What are these 4 monkeys?
Zhou Wen naturally wouldn't tell Grim Demon that he had used a skill to get himself into such a situation. It would be too embarrassing. Grim Demon said gloomily,
I don't know what they are, but I'm certain that they are calamity grade creatures or worse. What do you mean?
Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat.
The collars and chains on their bodies are clearly a form of imprisonment. Their strength must have been suppressed, but even so, the essence energy fluctuations they emit are still at the calamity grade. I really don't know if they will become stronger if they aren't suppressed.
As Grim Demon spoke, he sized up the 4 apes from time to time. He looked a little afraid.
Are you saying that they are at the apocalypse level?
Zhou Wen was alarmed.
I'm just saying that it's possible. It's not that easy to reach the apocalypse stage, but they are definitely top existences among calamity grade existences.
Grim Demon explained. Zhou Wen's expression became even more complicated. Top calamity creatures were chained here to guard a guardian cocoon. That meant that the guardian cocoon was definitely extraordinary. In any case, Zhou Wen had never seen a guardian cocoon with such a luxurious lineup of defenders. Chapter 1303 Strange Guardian Cocoon. For some reason, the ape that could swallow a flood dragon only stared at Zhou Wen without taking action. Although they didn't move, Zhou Wen still felt uneasy. He felt like an infant that had fallen into a tiger's den and was surrounded by a group of tigers. Grim Demon was also trembling in fear. Although he said that he was fearless, he was only at the terror grade. There was no way to compete with an existence at the level of the 4 monkeys. The ignorant were fearless. The more one knew about something, the more they would feel reverence. Grim Demon was clearly a knowledgeable person. He knew how terrifying the 4 ferocious monkeys were.
Do you recognize the guardian cocoon species?
Zhou Wen asked Grim Demon. Grim Demon was slightly taken aback. Under Zhou Wen's instructions, he realized that there was a guardian cocoon inside the stone artifact.
Strange.
Grim Demon didn't dare approach to take a look. He only peeked from below, but his expression became puzzled.
What's strange?
Zhou Wen asked. Grim Demon frowned and said,
That guardian cocoon is a little strange. Typically, a guardian cocoon that hasn't hatched will be sent to a dimensional zone that matches its stats after being teleported to Earth. The power of the dimensional zone will have a certain effect on the guardian cocoon, causing the guardian's growth to undergo a certain mutation. However, it won't change his fundamental stats. For example, if it's a guardian created from the genes of the angels, no matter how this guardian mutates, be it into a fire elemental angel or ice elemental angel, he will still be in an angel form. Grim Demon continued with an odd expression. But this companion beast is somewhat different. What's different? Do you know what species the guardian in the cocoon is?
Zhou Wen was spying on the guardian cocoon, but he couldn't see anything. Grim Demon shook his head slightly.
I can't see what's inside the cocoon either. However, the power from the cocoon is clearly incompatible with the power attributes of this dimensional zone. Didn't you notice?
Zhou Wen had previously felt that the guardian cocoon was somewhat strange, but he had been thinking of a way to escape without thinking too much about other things. Now that Grim Demon had mentioned it, he realized that the attributes of the guardian cocoon were indeed somewhat incompatible with the attributes of this dimensional zone. Although he couldn't tell what attributes the guardian cocoon had, it repelled the essence energy in the dimensional zone. Grim Demon looked at the 4 apes and continued.
Furthermore, Typically speaking, the dimensional creatures that stay beside the guardian cocoon do so voluntarily. As for these four fellows, they seem to be chained here, and have no choice but to guard this guardian cocoon. Such a situation definitely has a special reason. What could be the reason?
Zhou didn't know much about guardians, so he could only ask Grim Demon. Grim Demon shook his head.
There might be many reasons. Perhaps someone didn't want this guardian cocoon to hatch, so they sealed it in a place that doesn't match the guardian cocoon's attributes to prevent it from hatching. The four apes might be used to prevent someone from contracting the guardian cocoon or taking it away. It's also possible that there's something special about this guardian cocoon, such as it being only hatchable in such a place. There's also a possibility that someone found this guardian cocoon elsewhere and moved it here.
Grim Demon listed a few possibilities, but he couldn't determine which one it was.
Someone imprisoned four calamity-grade creatures and placed the guardian cocoon in such a place. With such strength, it's unlikely he's human, right?
Zhou said after some thought.
That might not be the case. During the war in ancient times, there were quite a number of humans who reached the calamity grade by combining with guardians. There was even...
Grim Demon suddenly seemed to realize something and shut up.
There was even an apocalypse grade?
Zhou sized up Grim Demon with interest. He had previously had the notion that Grim Demon might not be purely arrogant. Now, from the looks of it, he knew many things. It was very likely that he was a powerful guardian that had survived the ancient era.
I heard so.
Grim Demon was clearly being patronizing. Seeing that Grim Demon had no intention of continuing, Zhou didn't press further. Instead, he asked,
Then, do you think that this guardian cocoon might be a guardian that survived the ancient era? It doesn't seem like it. This should be a guardian cocoon that hasn't hatched.
After a pause, Grim Demon continued,
However, it's really possible that it was left behind from that era. Only an environment like this allows one to not hatch after such a long period of time. How long ago was the ancient era you mentioned?
Zhou asked.
To you humans, it's the prehistoric mythical era.
Grim Demon suddenly frowned and said,
Strange. What's wrong? Did you discover anything special?
Zhou didn't see anything amiss. The four ferocious apes were still staring at them without doing anything different.
It's just that it's strange that there's nothing special about it. Regardless of the possibility, these four fellows were chained here to guard this guardian cocoon. We've been here for so long, but they haven't reacted at all. This is too strange,
Grim Demon said. Zhou had previously found it odd that they were here to protect the guardian cocoon, but they ignored him, an intruder. This was clearly odd.
Could it be that they have been suppressed for too long and have lost the ability to attack?
Grim Demon pondered out loud.
I saw with my own eyes that the golden-haired ape grabbed the air with one hand and sucked a flood dragon out of the sea. Then, it chewed it alive.
Zhou rejected Grim Demon's theory.
That's strange. Then why don't they attack us? That doesn't make sense.
Grim Demon frowned.
Could it be that they are restricted by some taboo power and are unable to attack creatures on the turtle shell?
Zhou asked.
Impossible. No one is that foolish. Unless...
Grim Demon seemed to think of a possibility, but he was somewhat unsure.
Unless what?
Zhou asked.
Unless there's someone among us who can hatch the guardian cocoon and meet the requirements of the person who designed all of this. Only then will they not attack.
The person Grim Demon was referring to was naturally Zhou. He was the only human here.
No way.
Zhou found it unbelievable. How could it be so coincidental that he met the conditions for hatching the guardian cocoon?
Apart from that, I really can't think of any other possibility.
The more Grim Demon thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. He said to Zhou,
You don't have to belittle yourself. To be able to obtain Master's favor, you aren't too bad. Perhaps it's really possible.
No matter how Zhou tried to interpret Grim Demon's words, something seemed amiss. It sounded like he was praising him, but it also didn't feel right. Chapter 1304 Give it a try. Zhou thought about it, and felt that it was true. If he hadn't met the requirements, how could these ferocious beasts ignore him? Since their mission here was to protect the guardian cocoon, be it voluntary or not, the person who designed all of this definitely had a way to make them eliminate anyone who came here. Up to now, they had no intention of attacking him. Grim Demon's words seemed to make sense. However, Zhou didn't lose his rationality because of Grim Demon's speculation. He felt that it was only a possibility. If he guessed wrongly and randomly touched the guardian cocoon, the apes who had no intention of killing him might immediately turn hostile. However, being trapped here wasn't a solution. Zhou planned on probing the way. With a thought, Zhou summoned a poison bat and got it to fly towards the gap between the golden-haired ape and the black-gray ape. Zhou was extremely nervous and his nerves were taut. If the poison bat angered the four apes, he could only fight to the death. He might have to use the immortal culling sword again.
However, Zhou didn't know if it could kill the 4 apes. After all, he was too weak. He could only use the most basic ability of the immortal culling sword. Thankfully, what Zhou was worried about didn't happen. The poisoned bat flew out of the turtle shell's range without the 4 apes attacking it. Zhou was delighted when he saw this. He got the poisoned bat to scout the sea surface and made it fly a distance away. The 4 apes still didn't react. There's a chance. Zhou was still worried as he experimented with a few different companion beasts. The outcome was the same. They ignored him. Even Jade Rabbit was released by Zhou. The fellow ran and hopped across the sea, but the 4 apes didn't attack it. Zhou felt relieved as he attempted to walk out. God bless me. If I can return safely this time, I guarantee that I'll offer 3 incense sticks every day and do the ritual of bathing and eating vegetarian food for a month. Zhou felt uneasy. Although the 4 apes didn't attack him, their eyes followed his path. It's fine looking as long as you don't attack. We are all gentlemen here. A gentleman uses his tongue, not his fists. Pooey, don't use your tongue either. Zhou suddenly thought of the flood dragon's outcome and hurriedly changed his words. Slowly, he took 3 steps. Zhou carefully moved out as he observed the 4 apes' reactions. If they had any nasty reaction, Zhou would immediately stop and think of another solution. However, the 4 apes didn't react. They just watched him slowly move. Grim Demon, who was following Zhou, couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat. If it was different from what he had guessed, resulting in the angering of the 4 apes, their outcome would probably be tragic. Finally, Zhou walked to the golden-haired ape's side and walked past its legs. He finally left the island like turtle shell. Zhou flew to the surface of the sea, feeling delighted. He didn't care if he met the requirements. Since he could come out, he had to escape. Due to the earlier lesson, Zhou didn't dare use instant transmission. He was afraid that he would return to the turtle shell. He summoned his companion beasts and Jade Rabbit back before using the transcendent flying immortal movement technique to transform into a stream of light and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he flew thousands of meters away. Zhou was feeling excited that he had finally escaped. All he needed to do was leave this dimensional zone. However, just as he smiled, he suddenly felt the world spin. When he snapped to his senses, he realized that he was on a furry claw. The owner of the claw was the black gray-haired ape. Zhou was alarmed. He had clearly sensed spatial powers. Furthermore, it was a spatial power that was at a higher level than his Singularity Universe and Ga-Fiend era. To be able to teleport something from thousands of meters away was no mean feat. It was something Zhou couldn't do. Even if he used sky-stealing sun swapping, he had to leave a mark. Yet, the black gray ape had teleported him into its palm. This was much harder than sky-stealing sun swapping. Zhou was a living person with terror-grade strength, a person who was good at spatial powers. He wasn't that easily transported. Zhou already had plans to fight for his life. He quickly flew out of the ape claw and grabbed the hilt of immortal culling sword. However, the black gray ape had no intention of continuing. It retracted its claw and returned to the stance of raising the stone artifact with both claws. This left Zhou taken aback as he thought to himself, what's the meaning of this? He captured me and ignored me. Could it be that he feels too bored being trapped here and wants me to stay behind to chat? Brother Ape, do you need any help? Just say the word and I'll do my best. Zhou probed the 4 apes. No one answered him. The 4 apes didn't seem to hear him at all. They continued standing there expressionlessly, staring at him as before. What's the meaning of this? Don't you want to talk to me? Could it be that Grim Demon was right? I'm a person who meets the requirements. I have to contract the Guardian before I can leave? Zhou gritted his teeth and tried to leave the turtle shell again. The 4 apes still didn't stop him, but when he wanted to leave, he was caught by the black gray ape again. The black gray ape's spatial technique was much better than Zhou and Lu Yun's. It was clearly on a higher level. You aren't letting me leave, nor do you kill me, yet you allow me to leave the turtle shell. From the looks of it, it's very likely that they want me to contract the Guardian. Zhou felt somewhat depressed. He guessed that once the Guardian was contracted and hatched, the 4 apes would be liberated. It wasn't easy for them to encounter a human that met the requirements, so they had to keep him behind. My dear ape brothers, do you want me to contract the Guardian in the cocoon? Zhou asked again as he stared at them, hoping to figure out something. However, they remained silent without any expression. They looked like old monks in meditation. Apart from staring at Zhou, they didn't do anything else. Zhou could tell that the 4 of them thought nothing of him. They had no intention of communicating with him. Since they don't seem to want me dead, I'll give it a try. Zhou left the turtle shell again and flew out from the middle of the 4 apes. However, this time, he didn't escape. Instead, he flew towards the stone artifact. When he arrived above the stone artifact, he saw the guardian cocoon inside with his own eyes. The guardian cocoon was also a piece of rock, about the same color as the stone artifact. If one didn't look carefully, they would mistake the stone as part of the stone artifact. Chapter 1305 Forced Contract. Zhou Wen landed on the edge of the stone artifact and glanced at the four apes. They didn't move at all, as though they didn't mind in the least about Zhou Wen's actions. Do you really want me to contract the guardian? Zhou Wen looked at the stone cocoon in the stone artifact as his expression changed. Contracting a guardian wasn't difficult. As long as one reached the guardian's requirement for physique, one only needed a drop of blood to complete the contract. Even if he couldn't meet the guardian's requirements, as long as the guardian was willing, he could still contract it. However, Zhou Wen wasn't interested in contracting a guardian. He even felt averse to it. After all, guardians were tools used by the Dimension to colonize Earth. It was a little similar to cyborgs that humans had once imagined. Contracting such a creature might result in betrayal at any time. It wasn't a pleasant feeling. It was mainly because Zhou Wen had too many secrets. If the Guardian learned of such a secret and informed the Dimension, who knew what the Dimension would do to him? If there was another way, Zhou Wen wouldn't have contracted a Guardian. Even if he wanted to, it had to be a master-slave contract like Demonic Neonate and Grim Demon. However, now that Zhou Wen thought about it, there didn't seem to be any other way. This dimensional zone was very strange. It didn't seem like he could leave without making a contract. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and felt that if he could leave, he could just contract it. After all, the Guardian contract was an equal contract. He could escape first, and think of a way to terminate the contract later. This was the good thing about an equal contract. It wasn't particularly difficult to remove it. He could still come up with something. Staying alive comes first. With this in mind, Zhou Wen skillfully condensed a finger beam and stabbed a needle like wound on the finger of his other hand. He squeezed out a drop of blood and prepared to drip it onto the stone cocoon. Before he dripped his blood, Zhou Wen specially glanced at the four apes below. Seeing that they had no intention of stopping him, he steeled his heart and dripped the blood onto the stone cocoon. Sigh, I was forced. I didn't really want to contract a guardian. Ancestors, please don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame the genes you handed me for being too outstanding, Zhou Wen thought plaintively. Blood had already dripped onto the stone cocoon. It was too late for regrets. However, in the next second, Zhou Wen awkwardly realized that when his blood landed on the cocoon, it was as though water droplets had landed on a pot of oil. It slid down without touching the cocoon at all. Zhou Wen gaped in shock. What's going on? Didn't you want me to contract it? When Zhou Wen gradually calmed down, he was even more puzzled. If he wasn't the one to make the contract, why did they get him to come up here? The four apes had clearly agreed for him to be there. To have such a performance meant that they thought highly of Zhou Wen. However, his blood was completely unable to trigger a reaction from the Guardian Cocoon. This meant that he hadn't obtained the recognition of the Guardian Cocoon. Or rather, his bloodline and stats couldn't meet the Guardian's requirements. Could it be that the four apes were mistaken? Zhou Wen thought to himself, but when he looked at the four apes, he felt that something was amiss. If Zhou Wen were one of those apes, he would probably have swallowed him to prevent himself from being embarrassed. However, the apes didn't have such plans. They continued waiting for something. What's going on? Zhou Wen sized up the stone cocoon again. On careful look, he realized that the stone cocoon was indeed different. Previously, Zhou Wen had discovered that there were faint gray patterns on the stone cocoon surface. They didn't look eye-catching, and he couldn't see them without careful inspection. Zhou Wen had thought that the gray patterns were natural patterns of the stone cocoon. Now, after taking a closer look, he realized that it didn't seem to be the case. He realized that the gray patterns had been drawn by someone. Zhou Wen didn't know what kind of paint it was. It was gray like burnt paper ash. It was very closely connected to the stone cocoon, and the color was similar. That is why he had thought they were part of the stone cocoon. However, on careful observation, he realized that there were many spots where the gray patterns were drawn with a brush. It was the same kind of brush used in the East District's ancient times. The paintings also looked a little like ink paintings, but they were much lighter. It was as though they had been gone through the ravages of time, and were about to become indiscernible. Drawing on the Guardian Cocoon? Zhou Wen felt that this wasn't the doing of someone who had nothing better to do. The paintings on it likely had some use. He circled the edge of the stone artifact, and carefully studied the gray patterns on the Guardian Cocoon. Although they were very faint, he could roughly see them. However, Zhou Wen didn't understand it. He realized that the gray patterns were a strange symbol. It was like a series of encryption numbers that filled the entire Guardian Cocoon surface. The symbols were unfamiliar. In any case, they weren't words or symbols that Zhou Wen knew. However, Zhou Wen had a nagging feeling that the symbols were like chains that circled around the stone cocoon as though they were sealing it. Zhou Wen guessed inwardly,
Could it be that these gray patterns are sealing the stone cocoon, preventing my blood from being absorbed by it? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was. Zhou planned on giving it a try to see if he could wipe off the gray pattern before trying to contract it. Zhou was afraid that touching the stone cocoon would anger the apes, so he asked,
My dear ape brothers, is the plan to get me to wipe away the gray patterns before contracting the guardian cocoon?
However, they remained silent as though they hadn't heard Zhou. These four fellows are too detestable. They clearly want me to do something, but they don't say a word or express anything. Zhou wished he could kill them all. It was best if 4 companion eggs dropped. In the future, he would buy a car without wheels, and get the 4 of them to carry him every day. Despite his thoughts, Zhou felt that he could give it a try seeing that they didn't react. Therefore, he carefully flew into the stone artifact and slowly approached the stone cocoon. As he flew, he paid attention to their reactions. Seeing that they had no intention of stopping him, Zhou finally landed on the stone cocoon. This stone cocoon was about 4 to 5 meters in diameter. It wasn't small, and it was unknown what kind of guardian was inside. Since there were 4 apes guarding it, it was likely that there was a stone monkey inside. The legendary handsome Monkey King was said to have jumped out of a stone. Could this guardian be the handsome Monkey King? Zhou was somewhat expectant. As a person from the East District, there didn't seem to be anyone who didn't like the handsome Monkey King. Among the 4 Demetrius monkeys, it was much more famous than the others. Chapter 1306 Shattering the Stone Cocoon. Zhou put on the prison dragon armor and landed on the stone cocoon. He didn't sense any energy fluctuations, nor did the gray patterns react. This made Zhou doubt his judgment again. If the gray patterns really sealed the stone cocoon, there should be a protection mechanism. Now that there was no reaction, Zhou felt uneasy. He squatted down and bent down to stroke the stone cocoon. He had only wanted to wipe the dust so that he could observe the gray patterns more clearly, but when he stroked it, many of the gray patterns were wiped away. This gave Zhou a fright. Zhou was alarmed as he flew up again. He warily sized up the stone cocoon, the stone artifact, and the 4 apes. He remembered watching some movies in the past. Once a seal was destroyed, the big boss inside would be released. At the same time, there would be some cool lighting effects. There might also be earthquakes and mountain crumbling. However, after some observation from midair, nothing happened. The 4 apes didn't react, and the stone cocoon remained very stable, just like before. Are these gray patterns really seals? Why are they dropping the moment I wipe them? I didn't use any strength. Zhou wore an odd expression as he returned to the stone cocoon and attempted to wipe it. The gray patterns looked like they were really just dust. They fell off easily without any effect. After wiping a small area, the stone cocoon was already very clean. Zhou dripped another drop of blood on it and thought to himself, it should work this time. Swoosh! Zhou's blood slid down again without any intention of seeping in. The corners of Zhou's eyes twitched. This was completely different from what he had imagined. I don't believe it. There was no reaction at all. It made Zhou suspect that the gray patterns were really just dust. They weren't what Zhou had imagined. As the gray patterns were wiped away, neither the 4 apes nor the stone cocoon reacted. However, Zhou suddenly felt that the Truth Listener earring was gradually heating up. This heat was very strange. It was different from Truth Listener's previous effects of converting curses into essence energy. Zhou didn't sense any converted essence energy from Truth Listener. Instead, Truth Listener itself conveyed its thoughts. Zhou looked at the stone cocoon in a daze before sensing Truth Listener's thoughts. Could it be that the 4 apes aren't eyeing me, but Truth Listener? With this in mind, Zhou summoned Truth Listener. The petite Truth Listener that resembled a golden silk monkey landed on the stone cocoon. Without waiting for Zhou to give the order, Truth Listener grabbed at the stone cocoon. Its claws were extremely sharp. Even if it didn't shatter the earrings, it still had the strength of a peak mythical. However, when its claws touched the stone cocoon, there was a clang. Sparks flew between its nails and the stone cocoon, but it failed to leave any marks on it. Truth Listener seemed to be in a hurry, as it automatically shattered an earring without Zhou's order. As the earring shattered, Truth Listener's figure began to change. It became huge and ferocious, completely different from its adorable mini form. Bang! Truth Listener attacked the stone cocoon again, but the outcome was the same. It didn't leave any marks on the stone cocoon. Without any hesitation, he shattered the second earring. Truth Listener's figure became even more ferocious and ghostly. Zhou watched Truth Listener attack the stone cocoon. Although he didn't know what was going on, he could tell that Truth Listener seemed to be very interested in the guardian inside the cocoon. However, he didn't know if its interest was a blessing or a curse to the guardian inside. As Truth Listener attacked the stone cocoon, Zhou observed the 4 apes below. Although the 4 apes remained motionless, their eyes were clearly different from before. They seemed to be glowing. Furthermore, their gazes finally stopped staring at Zhou. Instead, they stared at Truth Listener. No, it should be said that they had been staring at Truth Listener from the beginning. I should have figured. Monkeys only know how to look at monkeys. How can they appreciate the beauty of humans? Zhou rubbed his lips in a self-deprecating manner, feeling that his lips were a little dry. In the past, Truth Listener would completely lose control only when it shattered more than 4 earrings. It would then refuse to listen to Zhou orders. However, this time, it shattered its earrings independently. This was unprecedented. After the earring shattered, Zhou felt his connection with Truth Listener weaken. He couldn't help but worry. If this continues, it will probably be difficult for me to unsummon Truth Listener if it completely loses control. Zhou was hesitant about whether he should take the opportunity to forcefully unsummon Truth Listener. Crack! The 4th earring shattered. Truth Listener was already as terrifying as an ancient demon god. Its strength instantly reached the peak of the Terror grade. It was just a sliver short of advancing to the Calamity grade. And this time, its claws finally penetrated the stone cocoon. Zhou saw a golden light emit from the crack in the stone cocoon. The golden light was crystalline and pure, making him tremble. Purity made one find something beautiful, but if it was too pure, it made one feel fear and evil. For example, a pure-hearted parishioner would make others feel that she was good and kind, but if she treated the teachings as the only principle in the world, it would make one shudder. The golden light in the cocoon gave Zhou such a feeling. It was so pure that it made him feel afraid. However, Truth Listener seemed to enjoy it. Its nostrils twitched as the golden light that seeped out of the stone cocoon's cracks condensed towards its nostrils, like smoke, and was sucked in. When the golden light entered Truth Listener's body, the golden fur on its body seemed to come alive, as it was covered in a layer of pure glass like golden light. Zhou was surprised to discover that his connection with Truth Listener seemed to have recovered somewhat. Truth Listener seems to be able to control its violent consciousness. Is it due to the golden light? Zhou frowned as he looked at the golden light inside the cocoon. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. As Truth Listener twitched its nose and sucked in the golden light that seeped out, it used its claws to crazily attack the stone cocoon. It widened the crack in the stone cocoon, and the golden light that seeped out increased. Zhou stared at the crack, hoping to see what was inside. However, other than the pure golden light, he couldn't see anything. It was clearly a small space, but it was shockingly deep. Crack! Truth Listener tore open a huge hole as its strong body burrowed into the cracked stone cocoon. Chapter 1307 Breaking Out. The light inside came from the deep depths, but after Truth Listener entered, the light inside rapidly weakened. Soon, the golden light inside the cocoon dimmed. Instead, the golden light over Truth Listener's body intensified. Under Great Brahma's enhancement, Zhou vision could already penetrate the golden light and see what was happening inside. Zhou saw something in the golden light, but he didn't see the guardian he had imagined. All he saw was an eyeball, a golden crystal-like eyeball. The golden light in the cocoon came from the golden eyeball. The eyeball itself was so pure that it chilled one's heart, as though it was the purest, most sanctified object in the world. When Zhou stared at the eyeball, it moved as though it had sensed Zhou gaze. The golden iris in it spun and looked at Zhou. With just a glance, Zhou felt as though all his clothes had been stripped off. He stood there like a nude model, allowing others to observe and paint. He subconsciously raised his hand to cover his vital spots. Roar! Truth Listener roared like thunder, as golden light bloomed from its body. It extended its claws and grabbed at the golden eyeball. However, the light outside the golden eyeball had almost solidified. The closer Truth Listener's claws were to the eyeball, the slower its progress. When it was nearly a foot away from the golden eyeball, its claws couldn't advance any further. Crack! The 5th earring on Truth Listener's ear shattered as its claws continued forward. However, it only advanced about 10 centimeters before its speed slowed down again. Finally, it couldn't move at all. Truth Listener's last earring shattered and fell, turning into golden light that scattered. Zhou saw that Truth Listener's 6-ringed body didn't continue expanding. Instead, it shrank significantly. The golden fur on its body emitted a resplendent and pure golden light that nearly condensed into something corporeal. It was like a Super Saiyan transformation. Now, Truth Listener was only half a head taller than Zhou. Its fingernails were like golden crystal daggers that tore through the golden light outside the eyeball and penetrated it. As the golden eyeball was pierced, the golden light in the cocoon seemed to lose the power it relied on. Truth Listener gently inhaled, and the light surged towards his nose like a tumultuous river. However, this time, Truth Listener didn't deliberately suck the golden light. It just sniffed the eyeball. Truth Listener stabbed the eyeball using its middle finger's nail as it held it in front of its nose and inhaled. It looked like Zhou
when he was eating skewers. Then, Joe saw Truth Listener open its mouth and suck at the eyeball. After chewing a few times, it swallowed. Following that, it opened its mouth and crazily sucked the golden light in the cocoon. In the blink of an eye, it had completely sucked the golden light inside dry. The golden light over its body had already reached a peak. The intense golden light prevented Joe from seeing it. However, he could vaguely sense his connection with Truth Listener. Truth Listener didn't completely lose control this time. It still maintained a weak connection. Crack! Crack! As the eyeball and the golden light were devoured by Truth Listener, cracks appeared on the stone artifact that contained the stone cocoon. It wasn't just the stone artifact. The chains that were connected to the stone artifact, as well as the collars on the 4 apes' bodies, and the huge turtle shell beneath their feet, began to crack. Roar! The 4 apes roared excitedly in unison, as they exerted strength with their 8 claws. The stone artifact that was already covered in cracks instantly shattered, and the chains on their bodies broke inch by inch. The sea and the entire underground space were affected by their powers. The seawater surged and the stone dome shattered. Sunlight shot into the sky as though it had broken the barrier between hell and the human world. Sunlight entered hell. The aura that erupted from the 4 apes was terrifying and unimaginable. Joe had never experienced such a terrifying aura. This power. It's not at the calamity grade, right? Amidst the terrifying aura, Joe's body involuntarily trembled. It wasn't because Joe was afraid. At the critical moment, Joe wasn't afraid. This was because fear was useless. His mind raced as he tried to come up with a way to survive. That trembling was an instinct of life. It was an instinctive reaction when facing an irresistible calamity. It was a physical spasm triggered by powerlessness and despair. Without any hesitation, Joe used interstellar teleportation and teleported to Venus. Due to the loss of the turtle shell and the stone artifact suppression, there was no longer a spatial lock. Joe's Singularity Universe's powers played its role, allowing him to arrive above Venus. However, before Joe could stand firm, he felt the world spin. He knew that something was amiss as he hurriedly circulated all sorts of powers, hoping to escape his present predicament. Then, in the next instant, Joe's figure appeared in the black-gray ape's claw. At that moment, the black-gray ape's aura was as terrifying as a devil king. Due to its strength, its ape arms became as huge as 2 metal towers. It was as if it could crush the planet with one swipe of its claws if it wanted. Taking the sun and moon, shrinking 1,000 mountains, switching the positions of stars. This fellow is the long-armed ape monkey. Could these 4 apes really be the 4 Demetrius monkeys? Joe was alarmed. To be able to pull him back from Venus, and with an ape's body, Joe could only think of the long-armed ape monkey. The black-gray ape suspected to be the long-armed ape monkey pinched Joe's body between its fingernails. The prison dragon armor that Joe was wearing with absolute defense cracked, and severely deformed under its strength. Even Joe's body was nearly flattened. His chest collapsed as blood spewed out of his mouth. However, from the looks of it, the long-armed ape monkey didn't seem to use much strength. It was just casually pinching Joe. F***CKU. Joe cursed as he suddenly unleashed his strength. He pulled out the immortal culling sword and slashed at the black-gray ape's face. Clang! Halfway through the slash, the immortal culling sword froze in midair. The long-armed ape monkey's other claw grabbed the immortal culling sword's blade, preventing it from going any further. With a flash of light, Demonic Neonate and Banana Fairy automatically rushed out of Joe's body. Banana Fairy held the banana fan and fanned out chaos wind at the long-armed ape monkey. The demonic sword in Demonic Neonate's hand vanished as well. It strangely appeared beside the long-armed ape monkey's ear, and stabbed at its ear hole. However, the chaos wind with the augmentation of the 3 realms' best wind could only make the long-armed ape monkeys stand up vertically. It didn't injure it at all, nor did it make it move a step. Just as the demonic sword was about to stab into the ear hole, it suddenly lost control and deviated from its trajectory. It instantly vanished. When it appeared again, it was already in the long-armed ape monkey's claws. The long-armed ape monkey didn't seem to care about all of this. It picked up Joe's body in the wind and was about to throw him into its mouth. Chapter 1308 The Sound of Heaven and Earth all in one's ears. Joe felt that he had no choice but to have his belief shaken. Every time he entered a dimensional zone in real life, there was a high chance that something would happen. This time, he was even more exasperated. He was only trying out a skill, but he had ended up causing such a huge mess. Now, he was probably going to lose his life. Joe didn't have the time to think about anything else. Just as he was about to be thrown into the long-armed ape's mouth, his last thought was to terminate the contract with his companion beasts and allow them to regain their freedom to prevent them from dying with him. For companion beasts like Demonic Neonate and Banana Fairy,
It was better for them to escape than to die with him. However, the long-armed ape monkey's actions were too fast. While it was still a thought in his mind, he was thrown into the mouth that was filled with fangs before he could execute it. The jagged teeth were about to bite down. Boom! A golden beam flashed like a phantom. The long-armed ape monkey's teeth bit down, but it missed. A golden figure appeared opposite the long-armed ape monkey amid swirling light. The golden figure was wearing armor that resembled crystalline gold. It was tall and slender, but he gave off an explosive sense of power and might. Its long, golden hair hung down to its ankles. Its golden eyes were as pure as flawless crystals, and its face was like flawless jade. It was as though the most beautiful thing in the world had landed on this man. The beauty of the world paled in comparison. The perfect combination of strength and beauty was like a perfect god that only existed in fantasies. However, such a pure and perfect man gave off an extremely evil feeling. It was as though one would fall into the demonic realm if they looked at him one more time. At that moment, the man was Princess carrying a person, and that person was none other than Joe, who had nearly been devoured by the long-armed ape monkey. Joe looked at the man's face in a daze. He had already figured out who the man was based on his aura and the connection between the two of them, but he still found it unbelievable. Truth Listener has actually changed into this. Joe was alarmed. If not for the contractual connection between the two of them, Joe would have found it unbelievable that the man in front of him was Truth Listener. Roar! The long-armed ape monkey roared at Joe and Truth Listener. The roar blasted the seawater up, forming a tsunami, like wave that surged in all directions. Its gigantic arms slowly raised, as though it wanted to attack Joe and Truth Listener. Truth Listener carried Joe as the golden light over its body flickered like flames. Its crystalline long hair danced with the flames as it stared intently at the long-armed ape monkey. The long-armed ape monkey swung its huge arms and instantly vanished. Joe knew that it hadn't really vanished, but that the long-armed ape monkey's strength and speed were so fast. It had already broken through the restrictions of space. Boom! Truth Listener seemed to suffer a heavy blow as its body flew out like a golden stream of light. It streaked across the sea and slammed into a crumbling mountain wall, causing it to collapse. Golden blood seeped out of Truth Listener's mouth as it tore through the rubble and stood up. It was carrying Joe with both hands, and Joe wasn't injured at all. Roar! The long-armed ape monkey roared at Truth Listener again. However, Truth Listener didn't seem to hear anything. It only stood there with Joe in its arms, as it stared coldly at the long-armed ape monkey. The long-armed ape monkey roared a few more times, as though it was telling Truth Listener to mind its own business. However, Truth Listener ignored it and continued protecting Joe. The long-armed ape monkey seemed to be infuriated by Truth Listener's persistence and rudeness. It raised its arms, hoping to attack again. However, it wasn't as decisive as before. It seemed to be somewhat hesitant. Boom! A loud bang shook the surroundings. The sky seemed to split into two as sunlight poured in, warming the apocalyptic world. The long-armed ape monkey looked up. Sunlight shone on its face, making its ferocious face appear much gentler. The other three apes roared at the sky. Their roars were filled with indescribable excitement and madness. After the golden-haired ape roared, it glanced at Truth Listener and Joe. It spoke in human language and said, "Thanks!" Then, it tore through the air and produced a cloud beneath its feet before disappearing into the sky. The white-furred ape also looked at Truth Listener and Joe, but it didn't say a word. All it did was shake its head before disappearing like a ghost. The long-armed ape monkey glared fiercely at Joe, but it didn't attack again. It extended its arms and pulled the two sides of the rift like stone dome with its claws. It pulled the stone dome completely apart as though it was tearing apart the sky. It exerted strength into its feet and shot into the sky like a cannonball, instantly disappearing. At its feet, the ground cracked and seawater gushed out. It was an apocalyptic scene. Joe looked at the red-furred ape. The other monkeys had left, but it hadn't. It floated in the air with a pair of heterochromic eyes. It was sizing up Truth Listener and Joe as it revealed a vexed expression that looked extremely human-like. After a long while, the red-furred ape suddenly sighed and looked at Truth Listener. "Would you regret it if you exchanged your life for his?" Truth Listener didn't say a word. However, its resolute eyes said everything. "Whatever then. All is fated in life. It's not up to us. Remember, you only have one life. And you can only live once." With that said, the red-furred monkey slowly walked towards the sky. Under its feet, there seemed to be an invisible staircase. After taking 49 steps, the red-furred monkey's figure became fainter as it vanished as though it had turned into nothingness. After the red-furred monkey vanished, Truth Listener placed Joe on the ground and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The golden light on its body quickly converged
as its body gradually turned from a human to an ape. One earring after another appeared out of thin air, and returned to Truth Listener's ear. When the sixth earring returned to his ear, he had already transformed back into the six-eared golden silk monkey. He was no longer the godlike man from before. Zhou Wen took out the dragon tiger pill essence and wanted to feed it to Truth Listener, but Truth Listener shook its head, and suddenly transformed into a stream of light that returned to Zhou Wen's ear, turning back into an earring. When the earring returned, Zhou Wen felt the world become extremely complicated. All sorts of sounds entered his ears that threatened to blow up his head. Countless voices entered Zhou Wen's ears. There were so many that it was incalculable. They came from afar, extremely far away, as though they were coming from the end of the horizon. They were extremely close, as though countless people were whispering in his ear. There were so many voices that it was unimaginable. If a drop of water represented a different sound, Zhou Wen would receive even more sounds than the water in the Pacific every second. The sounds of the world were all in his ears. Zhou Wen's body could sense this magical power, but at the same time, he realized that this might not be a F***king good thing. There were too many useless sounds. To find the sounds he needed to hear amidst the massive amount of sounds was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. At the very least, Zhou Wen was still unable to adapt to this situation. Chapter 1309 Hot. Zhou Wen wasn't used to receiving the sounds of everything in the world, but he wasn't in the mood to think about it. He planned on leaving first. Flying out of the ripped stone dome, Zhou Wen looked back and couldn't help but widen his mouth. The place he had flown out of was originally a huge underground space, but when he looked back, he realized that it was only a stone in the shape of a calabash. It was only about a foot tall and looked very crude. It looked like it was naturally formed and had sharp edges. It was in a cobblestone by a stream. At that moment, the calabash-shaped stone had already been split into two. One could see that water was flowing out, but the amount that flowed out was only small. It was around the amount stored in a bottle of mineral water. I was inside this thing? Zhou Wen found it unbelievable. He walked to the two halves of the calabash and reached out to pick them up. However, no matter how Zhou Wen looked at it, it seemed to be a very ordinary stone. Apart from its strange form, there was nothing special about it. Zhou Wen pinched hard, and the stone shattered and fell to the ground. Was I dreaming? Zhou Wen looked around and saw a babbling brook. Green bamboo cast a shadow as the bright sunlight shone on him. It was so warm and comfortable that he couldn't tell if it was reality or a dream. Soon, Zhou Wen knew that he wasn't dreaming. The sound of the world in his ears made him uncomfortable due to the massive amount of information. He couldn't even distinguish the sound that was inches away. Zhou Wen first attempted to get his bearings. He never expected to have reception here. Using his phone's positioning function, he realized that he was still in the East District. However, it was south of the East District. There was a human city about 50 kilometers away. Zhou Wen followed the phone's map and quickly arrived at the human city. He confirmed that he was in the correct spot using his phone. On the way, he kept trying to deactivate Truth Listener's power, but he couldn't. The sounds constantly surged into his ears. Ordinary people could tell what a sound came from based on its size and location, but Truth Listener's listening mode was somewhat different. Regardless of the distance, be it loud or soft, even if it was as far as Venus, Zhou Wen could hear it clearly. Furthermore, there were unimaginable sounds coming from the same spot. Despite there being nothing in front of him, Zhou Wen heard countless sounds. Now, if Zhou Wen wanted to hear a particular sound clearly, he had to switch channels like on a television. Only by switching to a fixed channel could he accurately hear the sound. Otherwise, with so many sounds mixed together, his brain couldn't process them all. The outcome was the same as not hearing anything. However, there were only a few hundred television channels. The choices Zhou Wen needed to face were as numerous as infinite grains of sand. It wasn't easy to make the right selection. He needed to slowly adapt. Zhou Wen knew that it was because his ability was too weak and Truth Listener's ability was too powerful that it had resulted in such hearing difficulties. When he reached a level that matched Truth Listener's ability, he probably wouldn't have such problems again. He took out his phone again and looked at Truth Listener's information. Truth Listener, mythical, evolvable. Life Providence, Heaven Senses. Life Soul, Evil Nullification. Wheel of Destiny, Nirvana of Ultimate Hell. Terror Form, Holy Evil. Strength, 99. Speed, 99. Constitution, 99. Essence Energy, 99. Talent Skill, Truth Listener, Indestructible Vidra Body, Evil Warding, 9 Extremes. Companion Form, Earring. Truth Listener's evolution was far lower than Zhou Wen imagined. An existence like the long-armed ape monkey was most likely at the Apocalypse grade. It was truly unexpected for Truth Listener to withstand its strike head-on, while being only at the Terror grade. Zhou Wen imagined that it could directly jump to the Calamity grade. However,
when he thought of Truth Listener's 6 earrings, he knew that this fellow's terror grade was likely only at the level after being sealed by the earrings. It definitely wasn't at that level after the earrings were removed. What's Truth Listener's origins? Zhou was alarmed. He planned on visiting the small Buddha temple after returning. Perhaps he could find some clues. Zhou originally wanted to return as soon as possible, but he realized that something was amiss. Although the weather in the south was warmer, it shouldn't be that hot, right? On the streets here, people were wearing shorts and vests, but they were still covered in sweat from the heat. When he looked up at the sun, it didn't seem that scorching. Zhou counted the days. It wasn't even summer yet, so it shouldn't be that hot. The situation outside was even worse. The rice paddies had all dried up, and the soil was showing signs of cracking. The rice that had been planted with great difficulty had already dried up in the ground before it even reached maturity. Zhou went to a small shop and bought some things. He asked when he was paying,
"Is the weather here always this hot?"
However, at such a close distance, Zhou couldn't hear what the shop owner was saying. This was because there were too many sounds coming from his position. The sounds of bacteria swarming in the air and dust colliding were unimaginable. Zhou only saw the shop owner open his mouth, but he didn't know what he was saying. He was somewhat anxious. He was momentarily unable to find the correct channel. He wanted to see if he could tell what he was saying from the shape of his mouth, but he was disappointed. He didn't know if it was because the other party spoke in a dialect or if his lip reading sucked, but Zhou couldn't interpret it. Zhou looked around and saw that there was a pen and paper used by the shop owner on the counter. He took them and wrote on them.
"I'm deaf. Can you tell me in writing?" "Deaf? That's really rare. Usually, deaf people are mute, right?"
The shop owner wrote in a notebook.
"I lost my hearing later in life,"
Zhou explained.
"Then it's no wonder."
As there was no business, the shop owner was free to chat with Zhou. Only then did Zhou realize that the weather nearby had suddenly turned hot. It happened nearly half a month ago. In the past few months, although there had been a few abnormally hot days, they didn't last long. Typically, they would return to normal in a few hours. However, the recent high temperature had lasted for half a month. It was so hot that it was almost unbearable. Ordinary people would probably die from the heat. Many people had already begun to migrate to other areas. It was strange that such dry and hot weather only affected the nearby hundreds of kilometers. It wasn't as if the entire south was hot. Everything was fine as long as they left this area. Many people guessed that a large dimensional zone had broken out nearby, so they fled. For instance, this city didn't have many people left. This was why the owner was so free to talk.
"A few hundred kilometers of the vicinity?"
Zhou's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Chapter 13:10 Joining the Zhang family again. Zhou quickly took out his phone and checked the map to confirm his memory. The Zhang family is within the area. Zhou opened his contact list and sent a message to Zhang Yuji.
"I happen to be nearby. Do you have the time to meet?" "What's the matter?"
Zhang Yuji quickly replied, surprising Zhou. The Zhang family had protected Zhang Yuji too well. It was rare for Zhang Yuji to communicate with others.
"Did something happen to the Fiend Tomb?"
Zhou asked directly.
"Yes, something did happen,"
Zhang Yuji replied.
"Do you need help?"
Zhou felt uncomfortable. Although Zhang Yuji sounded relaxed, Zhou knew that once something happened to the Fiend Tomb, it wouldn't be a small problem. The person inside was likely the legendary Drought Demon. If she were to be born, there was a high chance that she would be accompanied by a calamity. Unlike ordinary guardians, she was a guardian that had survived the mythical era. Her level was very high to begin with. Although Zhou wasn't sure if a calamity-grade guardian would trigger a calamity phenomenon, legend had it that when the Drought Demon appeared, it would have the world in flames. Furthermore, the weather in the nearby areas seemed to be affected. This was terrifying. Tsukuyami's ghost parade was already very terrifying, but it was nothing compared to Drought Demon. When she lit the world in flames, everything within a 500-kilometer radius would be reduced to scorched earth. Not a single blade of grass would remain. As long as Drought Demon passed through an area, all humans would probably become extinct. However, from the present situation, Drought Demon had yet to appear. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as the weather turning hot.
"It's just a small problem. My family is trying to think of a solution, but it's rare for you to take the initiative to help. I won't stand on ceremony. I happen to have something to do and need help. Come to my place now."
Zhang Yuji even sent a cheeky wink emoji.
"All right, I'll head over now."
Zhou couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhang Yuji was in a good mood. From the looks of it, there wasn't much of a problem. When Zhou arrived at the Zhang family residence, Zhang Yuji was already waiting for him at the door. Zhang Junqiu was with her.
"Zhou, it's really difficult to meet you these days,"
Zhang Yuji said with a smile.
"Aren't I here now?"
Zhou couldn't explain himself. In the past few years, Zhang Yuji had sent him quite a number of messages, but he had been trapped for 5 years without having the chance to read the messages. However, because Jing had replaced him for 5 years, Zhou Wen couldn't expose this matter.
Brother Zhang, how's the situation at the Fiend Tomb?
Zhou Wen was very concerned about the Fiend Tomb. This was because once Drow Demon appeared, it wouldn't only affect the Zhang family, nor would it only be a city or area. When the time came, the entire East District might suffer a terrifying calamity. It was impossible for Zhou Wen and his family to stay out of it.
I'm thinking of a way to resolve it. The area affected won't be too great,
Zhang Chuanqiu said. Zhou Wen felt a lot more at ease hearing Zhang Chuanqiu say that. After some thought, he asked,
Brother Zhang, I've only heard that the birth of a calamity-grade dimensional creature will be accompanied by a calamity phenomenon. I wonder if a calamity-grade guardian will also trigger a calamity phenomenon.
Zhang Chuanqiu pondered for a moment and said,
Typically, the appearance of any calamity-grade creature doesn't trigger a calamity phenomenon. It only happens when a creature advances to the calamity grade. No matter what creature it is, it's the same. Guardians are naturally no exception.
Upon hearing Zhang Chuanqiu's words, Zhou Wen felt that this matter wasn't serious. Drow Demon should have been at the calamity grade in the mythical era. It was impossible for her to trigger another calamity phenomenon unless she used the calamity zone herself. However, from the Zhang family's attitude, it was unlikely that Drow Demon would appear so easily. Otherwise, they would have long evacuated. It was impossible for them to stay here and wait for death.
Are you here to help or to chat?
Zhang Yuji smiled.
If there's anything you need my help with, I'll do it to the best of my abilities,
Zhou Wen said.
Then follow me.
Zhang Yuji turned around and entered the Zhang residence.
Go on. I still have something on, so I won't be accompanying you,
Zhang Chuanqiu said with a smile as he looked at Zhou Wen. Only then did Zhou Wen follow Zhang Yuji into the Zhang residence. As the Zhang family doted on Zhang Yuji to the extreme, and with Zhang Yuji's own specialness, the Zhang family typically didn't allow outsiders to interact with her. Zhou Wen followed Zhang Yuji through the corridors and courtyards and arrived at a small yard. This yard wasn't very big, but it was decorated very elegantly. There were many flowers planted inside, but it didn't feel complicated or redundant. It was as though every blade of grass and flower ought to be there. Zhou Wen didn't know much about flowers and plants, but he could tell that the person who had set up the yard was amazing. It was the kind of extraordinary person who had his own creative thoughts.
My garden isn't bad, right?
Zhang Yuji asked Zhou Wen smugly.
You set this up?
Zhou Wen asked in surprise.
Why? Can I?
Zhang Yuji curled her lips.
No, it's great. I never expected you to be so accomplished in this area,
Zhou Wen said sincerely. He had always wanted to learn the Tao of nature, hoping to use it to comprehend the true meaning of slaughterer. This was because Zhou Wen had a nagging feeling that slaughtherer's foundation wasn't as simple as killing. To live from death, perhaps the slaughtherer's foundation was related to the way of life. Since slaughterer couldn't transform into its terror form, Zhou Wen had thought of using the Tao of nature, but he really wasn't adept in this area, so he hadn't achieved much.
It's really rare to receive your praise. However, your level of praise kinda sucks,
Zhang Yuji said happily.
I'm really not good at that. Let's talk about something I can help with,
Zhou Wen said.
You're really boring. I don't think you have any friends, right?
Zhang Yuji curled her lips.
Indeed. I don't have many friends.
Zhou Wen thought carefully and realized that it was true. He really couldn't think of many people who could be considered friends.
What has this got to do with the help you want from me?
Zhou Wen asked again.
You're really hopeless. Wait for me here.
Zhang Yuji rolled her eyes at him before turning around and walking into the room. Soon, she came out with a bucket.
Come on, help me plant flowers today.
Zhang Yuji took out a shovel from the bucket and handed it to Zhou Wen.
You wanted my help just to plant flowers?
Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback.
Why? Are you reneging on your words?
Zhang Yuji said with a smile.
All right, I'll do whatever you say.
Zhou Wen felt that this was a good thing. Zhang Yuji's relaxed attitude meant that the matter with the Fiend Tomb wasn't too serious. Hence, under Zhang Yuji's command, Zhou Wen began his career as a gardener.
Loosen the soil. Sigh. Why are you so stupid? It's loosening the soil, not digging up a pit. Water that area. It's watering, not dripping eye drops. How long will it take if you drip it drop by drop? Why are you pouring it all in? Do you want to drown my poor flowers?
Chapter 1311 Zhang Chunkius Request. Zhou Wen kept smiling as though he didn't care what Zhang Yuji said. In fact, Zhou Wen basically couldn't hear Zhang Yuji. Along the way, he tried to get used to the world sounds Truth Listener brought to him. However, this was just too difficult. Ignoring the fact that he could receive all kinds of the sounds,
Zhou Wen could only occasionally hear the right channels even if it was a sound coming from right in front of him. When he listened to Zhang Yuji, it was basically 2 parts listening and 7 parts guessing. The other 10% was completely wrong, so he kept messing up Zhang Yuji's instructions. With his control over his powers, even if he didn't know any gardening, he wouldn't have made so many mistakes. Zhou Wen originally imagined that Zhang Yuji would be angry at his actions. After all, it was obvious that she had put in a lot of effort into this garden. Every blade of grass and tree looked ordinary, but they were actually carefully selected. However, although Zhang Yuji kept nagging at Zhou Wen, she wasn't really angry. Instead, she patiently told him what to do. However, as Zhou Wen could barely understand half of it despite listening and guessing, he appeared very clumsy. Zhang Yuji often repeated it a few times, but Zhou Wen still couldn't figure out what to do. Zhang Yuji wasn't in a rush. She seemed to treat teaching the clumsy Zhou Wen how to garden and her nagging as a form of enjoyment. Zhou Wen wasn't in a rush either. After all, he had to practice adapting to the abilities Truth Listener had given him. However, he felt somewhat embarrassed doing something at odds with the instructions. That day, Zhou Wen didn't do anything but help Zhang Yuji with the garden. In fact, it should be said that he was destroying the garden. Zhou Wen couldn't understand the instructions, so he made many mistakes. For example, the water that should have been poured at the roots ended up being poured on the leaves. Although it wasn't a big deal, there were many mistakes. The originally perfect and immaculate garden lost a little of its luster. Despite knowing this, Zhang Yuji refused to do it herself. She continued commanding Zhou Wen. Only when the sun went down and Zhang Chuanqiu called them for dinner did Zhang Yuji let Zhou Wen off. Although Zhou Wen kept trying to listen and speak less, Zhang Chuanqiu and Zhang Yuji were extremely smart. They could naturally tell that Zhou Wen's hearing was problematic. However, since Zhou Wen didn't say anything, they didn't ask. They continued chatting with Zhou Wen with a smile. Even if Zhou Wen's answer didn't seem to make sense, they would still continue chatting as though they hadn't discovered his abnormality. It's getting late. I should take my leave. After eating, Zhou Wen planned on returning to Luoyang. No way. The garden work isn't done yet. Are you leaving just like that? Are you giving up halfway? Zhang Yuji said with widened eyes. Even though Zhou Wen didn't hear what Zhang Yuji said, he could tell what she had said from her expression. Zhou Wen realized that not being able to hear what the other party said wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Some people said that if one closed their eyes and listened to this world, they would discover many beautiful things that had been neglected in the past. In fact, it was the same the other way around. Without sound, it was impossible to hear the other party's words. Without the modification of words, one could only silently look with their eyes and discover many things that were previously difficult to discover. Human expressions and body language are interesting. Zhou Wen realized that he easily ignored the other party's emotions in the past. He only determined the other party's thoughts from their words. Now, he realized that many times, words could lie, but the emotions of the body language's reaction didn't lie. While he couldn't hear the other party's words, Zhou Wen's ability to read body language rapidly improved. I can't stay here forever to help you take care of the garden, right? Zhou Wen said. Being able to read someone's emotions didn't mean that Zhou Wen's EQ improved. In fact, reading and understanding were 2 different matters. At the very least, you have to correct the parts you destroyed, right? Zhang Yuji said. Zhou Wen heard that. After some thought, he felt that it made sense. He was clearly here to help, but he had ended up wrecking the garden. It wasn't nice. Alright, let's continue tomorrow. Zhou Wen thought to himself that he had roughly learned the gardening trade. It wouldn't take long tomorrow to correct everything. Zhang Yuji didn't feel well, so Zhang Chuanqiu got someone to take her back to rest after the meal. Don't try to go back on your words and run away. Before leaving, Zhang Yuji turned her head and teased Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen didn't hear what she was saying, nor could he guess what her expression meant. All he could do was respond with a smile. Zhang Yuji burst into a peal of laughter before turning to leave. Zhou Wen was helpless. He didn't know what Zhang Yuji was talking about, much less what she was laughing at. He felt like a fool. I'll take you to your guest room. After Zhang Chuanqiu took Zhou Wen to the guest room, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he sat down beside the table. Zhang Chuanqiu extended his index finger, dipped it into the teacup, and wrote, Zhou Wen, do you need help? Thank you. I'm fine. I'll recover after some time. Zhou Wen wasn't surprised. It would be strange if Zhang Chuanqiu couldn't tell. I do have something that I really need your help with. Zhang Chuanqiu wrote solemnly. Could it be that the Fiend Tomb situation is very bad? Zhou Wen was alarmed as he hurriedly asked. Zhang Chuanqiu shook his head and wrote again. I hope you can stay in the Zhang family for 4 more days. Why? Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Chuanqiu in puzzlement. He wanted him to stay, but he didn't say what he wanted him to do. This left Zhou Wen puzzled. Help me protect my sis for the next 4 days.
The sis Zhang Chuinqiu mentioned was Zhang Yuji. As Zhang Yuji was the only woman in the Zhang family's current generation, Zhang Chuinqiu and company were used to calling her sis.
Is Yuji in danger?
Zhou Wen's expression turned solemn. Zhang Chuinqiu nodded.
There's an internal problem with the Zhang family. I'm afraid that someone will harm sis. You should understand that it's not convenient for me to use my family's manpower at such times.
Zhou Wen thought for a moment. 4 days shouldn't be difficult.
4 days. No problem.
Although the Zhang family was powerful, they ultimately didn't have a calamity-grade expert. It shouldn't be too difficult to protect Zhang Yuji.
Thank you.
Zhang Chuinqiu said the words with his mouth. Zhou Wen happened to hear this, and shook his head.
Yuji is my friend. She once saved me too. It's only right.
Zhang Chuinqiu didn't say anything else. He smiled at Zhou Wen, and got up to leave his room. After Zhang Chuinqiu left the yard, Zhang Xiao walked over and said in puzzlement.
Why did you want to keep Zhou Wen behind at such a time? Sis has sacrificed too much for the Zhang family. She doesn't even have a normal friend. Since she's happy, let Zhou Wen stay and accompany her for a few days.
Zhang Chuinqiu said with a sigh.
Zhou Wen is just a dimwit. Since you want to make sis happy, you should tell him and get him to do his best to please her. Otherwise, with Zhou Wen's personality, he will only make her unhappy.
Zhang Xiao said.
Are you doubting sis's intelligence, or do you think sis is the kind of person who will happily accept pity?
Zhang Chuinqiu glanced coldly at Zhang Xiao. Chapter 13:12 Zhang Yuzi's talent. Zhang Xiao was alarmed as he hurriedly lowered his head and said,
I was too anxious. I also wish for sis to be happy. Happy? I do hope that she can be sad.
Zhang Chuinqiu looked up in a particular direction and said with a complicated expression,
Born in the Zhang family, she doesn't even have the right to be sad. If possible, I hope that she can understand what sadness is. That way, at the very least, she will still be sis.
Zhang Xiao said gloomily.
If I had a choice, I would rather bear this on behalf of sis, but the one in the fiend tomb. Shut up.
Zhang Chuinqiu, who had always been gentle and calm, suddenly flew into a rage. He stared at Zhang Xiao with a gaze akin to a saber. Zhang Xiao was alarmed as his body trembled, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Although they were brothers of about the same age, Zhang Xiao had deep respect for Zhang Chuinqiu. Usually, he would snap back at Zhang Chuinqiu or even deliberately argue with him. However, once Zhang Chuinqiu was serious, Zhang Xiao didn't dare say anything else. Zhang Xiao had never seen such a situation of Zhang Chuinqiu being angry. He was alarmed and almost didn't dare look up at him. Zhang Chuinqiu stared coldly at Zhang Xiao and said,
You have to remember that you are alive because of sis. You have no right to say anything about replacing her. It's the same for everyone in the Zhang family. Sis doesn't owe anyone in the Zhang family. Only the Zhang family owes her. If you really want to save her so much, leave your life behind. Without the Zhang family and us, sis wouldn't have to suffer any of this. Brother, I got it. That's not what I mean.
Zhang Xiao's face turned livid and pale after hearing Zhang Chuinqiu's words, but he didn't dare argue. Even his words were incoherent. Zhang Chuinqiu didn't say anything else, nor did he listen to Zhang Xiao. He turned around and left. Only when Zhang Chuinqiu vanished from Zhang Xiao's sight did Zhang Xiao's expression gradually return to normal. He gritted his teeth and muttered,
Aren't you the same? What right do you have to be angry at me?
The next day, Zhou Wen went to Zhang Yuji's garden again. The Zhang Yuji today was like a different person from the Zhang Yuji yesterday. She had dressed very formally yesterday, like a daughter of a rich family. When she was in front of outsiders, she was very polite. It was obvious that she came from a rich family, and was like a high and mighty princess. In fact, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Zhang Yuji was a princess. The Zhang family's influence was much greater than any ancient country. However, today, Zhang Yuji had her hair tied up in a ponytail. She wore jeans and a short-sleeved black t-shirt. She also wore a long hat. Although her figure was still very good and her long, slender legs were very attractive, she looked like a completely different person from yesterday.
What's that?
Zhou Wen noticed a pile of things in the middle of the garden. It was covered by a large black silk cloth. He didn't know what it was. Zhou Wen remembered that the garden didn't have these things yesterday.
This is good stuff. Have you heard of the saying that music makes plants happy?
Zhang Yuji blinked. Zhou Wen didn't hear Zhang Yuji's words, nor could he tell what she was saying. All he could do was remain silent. Zhang Yuji seemed to have guessed that Zhou Wen would have such a reaction, so she continued mysteriously.
Based on research in ancient times, it's said that plants can grow better after listening to nice music. According to research, ordinary vegetables would grow better, becoming fresher and more vibrant than those vegetables that didn't listen to music.
Zhou Wen occasionally heard a few words.
He only knew that Zhang Yuji seemed to be saying things like vegetables, music, and happiness. He couldn't figure out what she meant. Let's begin work, Zhou Wen said helplessly. Zhang Yuji curled her lips, as though she wasn't satisfied with Zhou Wen's reaction. However, she still pulled Zhou Wen to the pile of items, and lifted the black silk cloth. Only then did Zhou Wen see that there was a set of drums. Didn't you say you wanted to clean up the garden? Why did you bring these things here? Zhou Wen asked as he looked at the drums. Zhang Yuji's eyes were crafty, as she sat down in front of the drums, and said to Zhou Wen, "Music will make flowers happy." Zhou Wen finally heard this, and immediately guessed what Zhang Yuji had said. "Let me perform for you now. I've carefully practiced playing music. I have a nickname in the Zhang family, Little Mozart of the Zhang family," Zhang Yuji said, as she picked up the drumstick and began striking the drums. Zhou Wen didn't hear what Zhang Yuji was saying, nor did he know who Mozart was. All he could do was listen attentively to the drum beats. Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuji, as his expression turned odder. Zhang Yuji was engrossed in playing, but even if Zhou Wen didn't know music, even if he had never heard the drum music before, and even if he could only occasionally hear a small part of it, this didn't affect his belief that the flowers wouldn't be happy hearing such music. No, it didn't deserve being called music. It was more appropriate to call it noise. However, Zhang Yuji seemed to be intoxicated. As she drummed hard, she seemed to shout at Zhou Wen. However, Zhou Wen didn't hear a single word this time. The drumming caused a huge obstacle to his hearing. It wasn't just the sound of the drums itself. The sound of the drums affected the various plants in the garden. Petals, leaves, grass, insects, and even dust and bacteria produced more sounds due to the tremors. The amount of sound in the garden increased exponentially, preventing Zhou Wen from hearing Zhang Yuji's words. It was difficult for him to capture her voice amidst the chaotic cacophony. Zhang Yuji said many things, but when she saw that Zhou Wen didn't react at all, she didn't get angry. Instead, she revealed a meaningful smile. Zhang Yuji stopped the drumstick in her hand and said to Zhou Wen, "Zhou Wen, you're really smart. You're so smart that it's like clang." Zhou Wen focused all his attention on Zhang Yuji's voice. As the drumming stopped, the amount of sounds decreased drastically. He was lucky to capture Zhang Yuji's voice and hear her. However, when Zhang Yuji spoke, she casually drummed again. Her voice immediately disrupted Zhou Wen's hearing, preventing him from hearing what she said next. However, from the first half of her sentence, she was probably praising him for being smart. "Thank you. You flatter me," Zhou Wen said. When Zhang Yuji heard Zhou Wen's words, her expression appeared serious, but her eyes turned into crescents. This was because her last words were, "As smart as a pig." Chapter 13:13 The Last Musical Instrument. "Zhou Wen, you are a huge fool. You are simple-minded, all brawn and no brains, and are as stupid as a pig." When Zhang Yuji cursed, her face was filled with adoration. However, as she spoke and struck the drums, Zhou Wen really didn't hear anything she said. He felt somewhat depressed. Only when Zhang Yuji stopped drumming did Zhou Wen finally hear half a sentence. "I really adore you." Zhang Yuji's voice finally entered Zhou Wen's ears. "I'm not that good." Zhou Wen scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. He never expected Zhang Yuji to be praising him with such a long speech. Zhou Wen felt that perhaps Zhang Yuji was too embarrassed to praise him directly, so she had used such a tactful method. "I really adore you. You're so stupid." Zhang Yuji continued striking the drums. Zhou Wen saw that when Zhang Yuji struck the drums as she spoke, her expression seemed innocent and kind. Yet, Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss. "No, I have to think of a way to hear what she's saying." Zhang Yuji kept speaking to Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen couldn't hear anything. This left him depressed. It wasn't that he was bent on hearing Zhang Yuji, but he felt that something was amiss. Zhang Yuji's drumbeat was clearly interfering with his hearing. However, it was difficult to capture Zhang Yuji's voice to begin with. It was even more difficult with the interference of the drums. Zhou Wen made repeated attempts, but the outcome wasn't ideal. As the interference was so severe, it was almost impossible for him to capture Zhang Yuji's voice. "It's impossible to try my luck to capture the useful sounds, and I can't tell the source of the sound from its position and amplitude. Is there any other way to lock onto a particular sound?" Zhou Wen's first thought was naturally the frequency of sounds. Using frequency, he could indeed determine some special frequencies, but the frequency of human voices was just too ordinary. It was overwhelmed by many other sound frequencies. Even if Zhou Wen locked onto Zhang Yuji's vocal frequency, he would still receive a massive amount of information. Finding Zhang Yuji's voice was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. If frequency doesn't work, are there any other characteristics to the sound? The frequency, pitch, and tone of human voices are indeed very recognizable within a certain range, but this information is hidden in the massive amount of sound information.
There are too many similarities. Just humans alone have billions. The interference is too serious. Zhou Wen had no choice but to listen carefully to Zhang Yuji's voice again and again. He hoped to discover something different from the other voices, but the outcome naturally wasn't that desirable. Human voices weren't that recognizable in the massive amount of information. Zhang Yuji didn't constantly strike the drums. When she wasn't striking, she would also instruct Zhou Wen to take care of the flowers. At that moment, Zhou Wen could easily capture Zhang Yuji's voice and use it to constantly compare and make judgments. Although Zhou Wen couldn't hear her when she struck the drums, his ability to capture her voice increased during normal periods. Zhou Wen spent the next few days with the Zhang family. Zhang Yuji made a fool of Zhou Wen in different ways. In the morning, she played the drums. In the afternoon, she played the piano, and at night, she played the violin. No matter how slow Zhou Wen was, he knew that Zhang Yuji had definitely said something unexpected. However, he didn't know what she was talking about. Progress hadn't been smooth over the past few days. Be it the frequency, pitch, or tone, there was no way to truly lock onto a sound from the various aspects. Although with his proficiency, Zhou Wen could occasionally hear a sound he wanted to hear, it required a certain amount of luck and a relatively quiet environment. If Zhang Yuji made some complicated sounds, Zhou Wen basically couldn't hear anything clearly. The overlapping of sound was just too chaotic. This situation didn't improve after 4 days. Zhou Wen ultimately couldn't hear what Zhang Yuji had said when she spoke. However, Zhou Wen knew one thing very well. Zhang Yuji didn't know anything about musical instruments. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, it was time to meet Zhang Chuanqiu, but Zhou Wen found it odd. Zhang Chuanqiu was afraid that someone would harm Zhang Yuji, but nothing had happened for the past 4 days. Apart from Zhang Chuanqiu and a few others, no one had approached the garden. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't wish for anything to happen. Zhang Chuanqiu came to Zhou Wen and told him that the matter had been resolved. He could leave the Zhang family. Zhou Wen went to the garden to bid Zhang Yuji farewell. Zhang Yuji likely knew that Zhou Wen was leaving today and was waiting for him in the garden.
I still have one last instrument I'm good at. You can leave after listening,
Zhang Yuji said to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen felt somewhat helpless when he heard that. He was about to leave, but Zhang Yuji still wanted to tease him. Just as Zhou Wen was thinking about how to reject Zhang Yuji, she had already sat down in front of a zither. Closing her eyes, Zhang Yuji's fingers hung above the strings. After a while, she finally strummed the zither strings. Her eyes were closed the entire time, as her fingers seemed to dance. Even if he couldn't hear the zither music, Zhou Wen knew that Zhang Yuji wasn't randomly playing. She really knew how to play. After playing for a while, Zhang Yuji spoke again. However, this time, she wasn't speaking but singing. Looking at Zhang Yuji, who was playing and singing with her eyes closed, Zhou Wen suddenly wanted to know what she was playing and what she was singing. For some reason, Zhou Wen didn't feel anything despite Zhang Yuji getting so many musical instruments and producing all those sounds with an extremely rich expression on her face. However, this time, when he looked at Zhang Yuji, who had her eyes closed and had no expression, Zhou Wen's heart stirred. As he watched, Zhou Wen suddenly heard a gentle voice. Amidst the cacophony, it sounded very soft and weak. However, Zhou Wen gradually felt that the other sounds around him were gradually receding like a tidal wave, and this sound was becoming clearer.
The familiar face, in my dreams, is the tenderness that I await. Even though tears flood the world, I will never let go. Every moment passes in loneliness. Only because I promised.
Zhou Wen finally heard Zhang Yuji singing and playing something. The music and singing were very moving, but for some reason, Zhang Yuji gradually turned into a little girl in Zhou Wen's eyes. She hugged her knees with both arms and curled her body, trembling in the boundless darkness. There was no light in her world. Chapter 13-14 Thoughts. Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuji in a daze. Zhang Yuji was still Zhang Yuji. In his eyes, Zhang Yuji was still playing the zither with her eyes closed as she immersed herself in her singing. However, for some reason, the scene of a little girl curled up in the darkness surfaced in Zhou Wen's mind. He could even hear her trembling and tragic voice.
Since the heavens have already destined me to walk into the darkness, I'll exchange for everyone's light using the darkness I suffer alone. This is what I deserve. They all treat me as a friend. They would rather die than let me suffer any harm. Yet, I caused their deaths. Such a filthy me. I'm not worthy of embracing the light. Zhang Yuji, you deserve death. What's there to be afraid of?
The little girl looked up as tears flowed down her face. She looked ahead, and in front of her, there was a sliver of light in the darkness. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. The light came from a figure that emitted light like an angel. However, it didn't have wings or an angel's halo. It only had the appearance of a human, and its appearance was identical to Zhou Wen's. The girl looked at the figure as though she wanted to extend her hand to grab something, but when her hand was halfway out, she slowly retracted it cowardly.
A person like me only brings misfortune to friends, only harms them. I don't deserve to have friends.
The little girl looked at the figure reluctantly and slowly retracted her hand. Finally, she buried her head in her arms and curled up, sobbing softly. The only figure that brought the sliver of light scattered in the darkness. The world instantly returned to its despairing darkness. At that moment, Zhang Yuji had finished singing. She opened her eyes, and the scene of the girl in Zhou Wen's mind vanished as though everything was just a dream. The various sounds that had vanished returned to Zhou Wen's ears, plummeting him into a sea of noise again.
How's my singing?
Zhang Yuji asked Zhou Wen. Perhaps it was because the sea of noise had just surged over, and hadn't completely occupied Zhou Wen's hearing. He heard the sentence clearly.
I didn't hear you clearly.
Zhou Wen shook his head. Strangely enough, he did hear Zhang Yuji's voice. Furthermore, he heard it very clearly, and wasn't affected by the sea of noise. However, he couldn't remember what she had sung. All he could remember was the scene and voice of the little girl.
You idiot, who doesn't know how to appreciate art. Just seeing you makes me angry. Go, go, go. Don't let me see you again.
Zhang Yuji looked very upset. With that said, she got up and returned to her building.
Sorry, we spoiled Yuji. She's a little willful, but she doesn't have any ill intentions. Don't blame her.
Zhang Chunqiu said to Zhou Wen.
I know.
Zhou Wen was surprised to discover that the chances of him accurately capturing sounds had increased significantly.
I'll walk you out,
Zhang Chunqiu said. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment before asking Zhang Chunqiu.
Is the Fiend Tomb really fine? Don't you think that the weather these 2 days has been much cooler?
Zhang Chunqiu didn't answer directly. Zhou Wen understood what he meant. The scorching hot weather had gradually returned to normal over the past few days. It seemed to indicate that the Fiend Tomb had come under control. If it were in the past, Zhou Wen wouldn't have had any negative thoughts. He would have felt that this matter was over. However, when he recalled the scene of the girl he had seen, he felt that something was amiss. The scene I saw wasn't an illusion. If I'm not wrong, it should be the ability Truth Listener gave me. Legend has it that Truth Listener can listen to the sounds of the world and hear the good and evil of the human heart. In other words, it has the ability to hear what the heart has to say. What I heard might very well be Zhang Yuji's inner voice, Zhou Wen guessed. However, for some reason, Zhou Wen could hear Zhang Yuji's thoughts a moment ago, but he couldn't hear anything now. He tried, but he couldn't hear Zhang Chunqiu and the others' thoughts. It made Zhou Wen suspect that his judgment was right. Perhaps it was really an illusion.
My hearing hasn't completely recovered. Can you let me rest here for 2 more days? I'll leave after I recover.
Zhou Wen asked Zhang Chunqiu.
I do wish for you to stay a few more days, but Yuji said that she doesn't want to see you. When she sees you again, she will definitely lose her temper.
Zhang Chunqiu said.
What did you say?
Zhou Wen didn't hear Zhang Chunqiu.
I do wish for you to stay a few more days.
Zhang Chunqiu had no choice but to repeat himself. However, just as he said that, Zhou Wen said,
I can't stay for too long. I still have something to do when I return. A few days really won't do. I'll stay for another 2 days. No, I'm saying that Yuji doesn't want to see you. If she sees that you haven't left, she will lose her temper again.
Zhang Chunqiu said.
What? You will lose your temper? I really have something on. I can't stay for too long. I can only stay for 3 days at most, not any longer.
As Zhou Wen spoke, he pulled Zhang Chunqiu out. As he walked, he said,
I never expected you to be so hospitable. If I had known this would happen, I would have come to you often in the past. You're really too nice.
Zhang Chunqiu looked at Zhou Wen, unsure if he really couldn't hear him.
What's going on? Why hasn't Zhou Wen left?
Zhang Xiao asked after Zhang Chunqiu and Zhou Wen separated.
His hearing hasn't recovered yet. He wants to stay another 2 to 3 more days.
Zhang Chunqiu answered.
How can we have that? The day after tomorrow is.
Zhang Xiao stopped talking.
It's fine. Just ignore him,
Zhang Chunqiu said.
What the uncles mean is that they are afraid that Zhou Wen will hinder our matters. If anything happens, the Zhang family will never have peace. It's best to let him leave early,
Zhang Xiao said.
I don't have the ability to chase him away, nor do I think he will hinder us. If you think there's something wrong with him, chase him away yourself,
Zhang Chunqiu said as he turned around and left. Zhang Xiao looked at Zhou Wen's yard, but he didn't dare really head over. All he could do was return and tell his elders Zhang Chunqiu's words. The Zhang family's elders were also worried. If it were an ordinary person, the Zhang family could chase them away, but the person living in the Zhang family residence was Zhou Wen. The Zhang family knew Zhou Wen's strength. If Zhou Wen didn't leave, they wouldn't dare use force to chase him out.
When the eldest Uncle Zhang got Zhang Xiao to chase Zhou Wen away, Zhang Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Uncle, I think Zhou Wen really just wants to recover his hearing before leaving. It probably has nothing to do with our Zhang family." Even Zhang Chuanqiu couldn't chase Zhou Wen away. What could he do? Forget it. He's not a hindrance. Let him stay there. In the end, it was Zhang Xiao who spoke. This matter was left unsettled. Chapter 13:15 Returning to the Fiend Tomb. Zhou Wen attempted to enter that state again when back in his room. In that state, he could directly hear the inner voice, and even turn it into an image. As long as he had that ability, he might be able to figure out the truth from the Zhang family. However, it was unknown if Truth Listener's ability hadn't truly reached that stage, or if Zhou Wen's strength wasn't enough to match Truth Listener's. In any case, he tried many times, but failed to enter that state again. However, ever since he heard the inner voice, Zhou Wen's ability to capture sounds improved significantly. Distance, proximity, and amplitude weren't a problem for Zhou Wen. As long as he found the right channel, no matter how far away he was or how soft the voice was, Zhou Wen could hear it clearly on Earth even if someone was whispering on Venus. Since he couldn't accomplish telepathy, Zhou Wen wanted to see if he could find the Zhang family's voice channel and eavesdrop on them. This clearly wasn't an easy task. When facing each other, Zhou Wen wasn't able to accurately capture the sound. Furthermore, there were so many people in the Zhang family. Zhou Wen didn't know which person's words were useful, so it was easy to miss them. With no other choice, Zhou Wen could only slowly try. After all, he had to practice controlling his hearing, so he just treated it as practice. After listening for a long time, he occasionally heard some of the Zhang family's conversations. They were just a few sentences, and some of them were just a few words. He didn't discover anything useful. Zhou Wen could only continue practicing. He realized that ever since he heard Zhang Yuji's thoughts, his control over the sound he received had become stronger. He improved very quickly. Outside the building, eldest Uncle Zhang coughed and said, "Yuji, are you sleeping?" "Uncle, what's the matter?" Zhang Yuji opened the door and asked eldest Uncle Zhang in puzzlement. "Nothing much. I just feel uncomfortable and want to chat with you," Uncle Zhang said. "Uncle, have a seat. I'll pour you a cup of tea." As Zhang Yuji spoke, she prepared to get the teapot. "There's no need. I'll do it myself." Eldest Uncle Zhang picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup, but he didn't drink it. Putting down the teapot, he sighed and said, "Yuji, it was really hard on you. If there was another way, we wouldn't have agreed to her conditions. If it's possible, I'd rather go in your stead. After all, I'm already old and useless. You are still young and talented. The Zhang family is still counting on you for the future. Uncle, there's no need to say anything. This is my life. I accept my fate. What she wants is me. I won't implicate the family," Zhang Yuji said with her head lowered. "What do you mean by implicating? We are family," eldest Uncle Zhang said. "I only hate myself for being useless. I can't replace you, nor can I save the Zhang family. Yuji, if you need anything, just tell me. Even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely help you complete it." "Thank you, Uncle. I'm fine now. I don't have any other needs." Zhang Yuji shook her head. "That's fine. Just tell Uncle when you think of it." Eldest Uncle Zhang paused and said excitedly, "Yuji, you know that this matter concerns the life and death of our clan. Nothing must go wrong. If anything happens, it's fine for us old fellows to die. If something happens to Chuanqiu and company, how can I answer to my ancestors in the netherworld? How can I face my ancestors? Uncle, did something happen?" Zhang Yuji couldn't help but frown when she heard Zhang Chuanqiu's name. "What are you still doing here?" The next morning, just as Zhou Wen opened the door, he saw Zhang Yuji standing outside. It was unknown when she had arrived. "What?" Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuji in puzzlement with a blank expression. "I already told you to leave. Don't stay here and annoy me. Why don't you understand human language?" Zhang Yuji said again. Zhou Wen dug his ears and said helplessly, "My hearing is getting worse. What did you say?" Zhang Yuji didn't say a word as she pulled Zhou Wen's hand and walked out. It looked like she wanted to forcefully pull him out of the Zhang family residence. Seeing that Zhang Yuji was serious, Zhou Wen knew it was pointless to feign ignorance. He couldn't just shake off Zhang Yuji's hand and just insist on staying. He couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. Just as Zhou Wen was pondering over what to do, he suddenly realized that the sea of noises around him was gradually receding. He had once again entered a state where he could hear one's inner thoughts. I knew it. It was definitely not an illusion. Truth Listener's power can really hear one's inner thoughts. Zhou Wen was delighted as he hurriedly listened, hoping to know what he could hear. This time, Zhou Wen didn't sense Zhang Yuji turn into a girl. She was still the same, but Zhou Wen heard two voices from her.
A voice came from her mouth. Zhou Wen could hear it, but he didn't seem to remember it. Another voice came from her. It was weak at first, but it later became clearer.
Zhou Wen, leave. Don't ever come back. Staying here will only harm you. I don't wish to harm my friends again. I'm not worthy of being your friend either.
Zhou Wen's expression turned odder as he listened.
Quickly return. Stop fooling around.
Zhang Yuji pulled Zhou Wen out of the door and gritted her teeth. With that said, she turned around and returned. The Zhang family guards closed the door. Zhou Wen looked at the tightly shut door and turned to leave. When the Zhang family saw Zhou Wen really leave, many people heaved a sigh of relief. They weren't afraid of Zhou Wen, but they were afraid that he would interfere with their matters. Zhang Chuanqiu stood beside a stone pavilion and looked at Zhang Yuji, who was sitting numbly in the garden. He couldn't help but sigh. 2 days later, many people from the Zhang family were nervous. Many people left the Zhang family residence and headed for the Fiend Tomb. At noon, a car was pushed out of the Zhang family residence. The reason it was said to be pushed out wasn't because the car was out of gas, but because it was a wooden carriage. The wooden carriage's design was very strange. Even the axle and wheels were made of wood. There was a white cloth that resembled a bed curtain covering the carriage. It was impossible to see inside. If one could see through the white cloth, they would see that there was a black wooden coffin inside, and many yellow paper talismans stuck to the coffin. Under the protection of the Zhang family, the wooden carriage with the coffin was pushed all the way to the Fiend Tomb. Chapter 13:16 Drought Demon. If Zhou Wen saw the Fiend Tomb now, he would definitely be alarmed. It could no longer be called a grave. Not only was there no grave, but there was also a bottomless pit. The flames in the pit rose up as blazing white flames spewed out dozens of meters high. If not for the suppression of the Zhang family's seal, the flames would have long surged into the sky, making it known to the world. Even though it was suppressed by the seal, the flames were still unimaginably terrifying. It made the bottomless pit look like the entrance to hell. The constantly burning flames turned the surrounding rocks into crystalline objects that shimmered with a demonic light under the flames. The wooden carriage stopped not far from the deep pit. Almost all the core members of the Zhang family had arrived. Under Zhang Xiu's lead, they reached the edge of the seal. The last time Zhou Wen had seen Zhang Xiu was only 5 years ago. If Zhou Wen saw him again, he probably wouldn't recognize him. Zhang Xiu looked much older now. It wasn't that his face had changed much, but that his mental state looked terrible. Zhang Xiu looked at the fiery pit that resembled the entrance to hell. He was in a daze for a while, as though he was in a trance.
Family head, it's time to begin.
Eldest Uncle Zhang reminded. Although he was Zhang Xiu's elder brother, he could only respectfully address him as family head. Zhang Xiu seemed to wake from a dream with a start. He looked at the flaming pit again, before retracting his gaze, and turning to look at the wooden carriage. All the Zhang family members looked at the wooden carriage with Zhang Xiu, their expressions extremely complicated.
Family head, it's almost time.
Eldest Uncle Zhang reminded again.
Whatever. Lower it,
Zhang Xiu said. When eldest Uncle Zhang heard that, he waved his hand. 8 members of the Zhang family immediately brought the coffin from the wooden carriage to them. Zhang Xiu walked to the coffin and touched the yellow paper talismans on the coffin lid. He said with a strange expression,
Ever since the ancestral celestial master obtained the heaven's teachings and established our celestial master lineage, the Zhang family has never suffered such humiliation.
Eldest Uncle Zhang said.
Family head, you can't say that. Ever since the ancestral celestial master was around, our Zhang family has been embroiled with her. We have also been guarding the Fiend Tomb and have been severely affected by her aura. The Zhang family's bloodline has already been seeded with demonic aura. This is the karma our Zhang family deserves. If she really returns to this world, all of our Zhang family members will be bedeviled. Yuji naturally won't be an exception.
Everyone from the Zhang family was depressed. Although eldest Uncle Zhang was right, the Zhang family was deeply affected by the Drought Demon, and the Drought Demon could no longer be suppressed. They could no longer stop her return. As long as the Drought Demon appeared, the Zhang family would be infected by the Fiend Tomb's aura, having guarded the Fiend Tomb for so many years. The demonic nature hidden in their bodies would erupt. When that happened, they would become monsters that were neither human nor demonic. After experiencing the corruption and heredity of the demonic aura for countless years, the demonic nature had already penetrated deep into the bones of the Zhang family. If the Drought Demon appeared, it would be useless even if the Zhang family fled to the ends of the world. The Zhang family had been searching for a way to resolve this problem, but they didn't have a good solution. With the Fiend Tomb changing day by day, Drought Demon was about to be resurrected once more. Just as the Zhang family thought that they were really going to be wiped out, Drought Demon and the Fiend Tomb raised a condition to their surprise. As long as Zhang Yuji fused with it, the demonic nature in the Zhang family's body wouldn't be triggered even if she was resurrected, allowing them to maintain their human nature. It was a fusion, not a contract. This was unacceptable to many people in the Zhang family. If it was a contract, at the very least, Zhang Yuji would still be alive. However, fusion was opposite of what Wang Mingyuan did when fusing with the Guardian. The Guardian would be the main body that fused with Zhang Yuji's body. Although the Drought Demon would still retain some of Zhang Yuji's characteristics, its thoughts would be completely the Drought Demon's. Zhang Yuji would be in a state no different from death. However, reality was cruel. The entire family would die or only Zhang Yuji would die. Although this question was difficult, the answer was obvious.
Family head, let me send sis off one last time.
Zhang Chuanqiu whispered.
Can you do it?
Zhang Xiao was slightly taken aback as he asked Zhang Chuanqiu. The Zhang family doted on Zhang Yuji, and Zhang Chuanqiu had the best relationship with her. Zhang Xiao originally didn't want Zhang Chuanqiu to come, but he had insisted on coming.
I can. I want to accompany sis on this final journey,
Zhang Chuanqiu said.
Let Chuanqiu send her off. Chuanqiu and Yuji have the best relationship. With Chuanqiu sending her off, Yuji can feel more at ease.
Eldest Uncle Zhang persuaded. In fact, eldest Uncle Zhang was willing to speak up for Zhang Chuanqiu, because many people in the Zhang family didn't agree with using Zhang Yuji to make a deal with the Drought Demon. If Zhang Chuanqiu, who had the best relationship with Zhang Yuji, personally sent her to the Drought Demon, the others would have nothing better to say.
Go! No matter how difficult the path ahead is, you have to continue. Take care of yourself,
Zhang Xiao said, as he patted Zhang Chuanqiu on the shoulder.
I understand. You too.
Zhang Chuanqiu bowed respectfully before walking to the coffin. He stroked the coffin and said,
Sis, I'm here to send you off. I'll accompany you on this final journey.
With that said, Zhang Chuanqiu lifted the coffin and placed it on his shoulder. The people who had previously carried the coffin wanted to help, but Zhang Chuanqiu stopped them.
I can do it myself.
Then, Zhang Chuanqiu carried the coffin and walked towards the flaming pit. When the coffin reached the crystallized rock, the flames in the deep pit suddenly erupted, instantly burning the seal set by the Zhang family to ashes. Thousands of yellow paper talismans rose in the flames and turned to ashes. Blazing white flames shot into the sky like an aurora, illuminating the nearby mountains. At the same time, the scorching power cooked all the plants. Ordinary animals were no exception. Amidst the flame pillar, a huge flower that seemed to be condensed from flames appeared. The flower looked like a lotus flower, but it was somewhat different. Every petal was pure white and crystalline without any impurities. However, the immense power contained in them seemed to be able to turn the entire world into a flaming hell.
Place her in the flower. My grudge with the Zhang family shall be written off. From now on, you don't have to endure the pain of the demonic nature.
A strange woman's voice sounded from the flaming pit. Zhang Chuanqiu carried the coffin and stared at the flower. He said calmly,
Legend has it that the Drought Demon was originally a fairy who had once helped Yellow Emperor defeat Count of the Wind and Lord of the Rain. As she wasn't able to return to the Heaven Realm in time, she ended up in the north. However, the power of fire from the Drought Demon Fairy was too powerful. Wherever she passed, she left scorched earth. As a result, she was cursed by the masses. In the end, the deities punished her, turning her into a corpse that was buried deep underground. From then on, she never saw the sun. It's just a legend.
The woman's voice answered Zhang Chuanqiu. Zhang Chuanqiu nodded and continued.
In our Zhang family, there's another legend. Back when the ancestral celestial master died, he once said that if the Drought Demon wants to reincarnate, it has to satisfy 3 conditions. I wonder if that's true.
Chapter 13-17 Zhang Family.
Chuanqiu, what are you doing? Do what you have to do.
Eldest Uncle Zhang felt that something was amiss. Zhang Chuanqiu ignored him. Without hearing the woman's answer, he continued.
Stirring of the earth fire, growth of the corpse flower, and the rise of the dead. Only with these 3 conditions can the Drought Demon Fairy be resurrected. Even if I'm not resurrected, destroying the Zhang family will be as easy as flipping my hand.
Drought Demon Fairy's voice finally sounded again. Her words seemed to tacitly affirm the 3 conditions Zhang Chuanqiu mentioned. Zhang Chuanqiu continued.
That's natural. If you want to destroy my Zhang family, there's no need to go through so much trouble. All you need to do is trigger the demonic nature in our bodies. However, I heard that the earth fire is an extreme flame. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's the flames of hell. The corpse flower born amidst the earth fire is the source of all Yin. It's most compatible with your strength.
You were suppressed here. One half of you is suppressed, but the other half probably wants to use the earth fire and corpse flower to advance further. Are these also the last words of that Zhang fellow?
Drought Demon Fairy asked. Zhang Chuanqiu didn't answer as he continued.
From the looks of it, You have more or less succeeded. However, this extreme Yin power can't break through the power of the rules. It's not a power that should exist in this world. Therefore, you have to rely on a human's body to descend into this world again.
But this person isn't an ordinary person. What you need is a physique that can withstand extreme Yin flames, but it can't be of the pure Yin attribute. And this physique is extremely rare. Even in the Zhang family that has been invaded by demonic aura for countless years, I'm afraid only my sis has such a physique. So what?
Drow Demon Fairy didn't deny it.
Therefore, no matter how strong you are, even if you can destroy our Zhang family without even moving a finger, if you can't obtain my sister's body, you won't be able to truly stand tall in this world. You can only hide and live an abject life.
Zhang Chuanqiu said.
Chuanqiu, what are you doing?
Eldest Uncle Zhang's voice was excited. Clearly, he was infuriated. If Drow Demon Fairy was angered, the entire Zhang family, even the Zhang family's children, who had been separated from the main family, would not be able to escape the calamity. This was because the demonic nature had already penetrated deep into the Zhang family's genes.
Family head.
Seeing that Zhang Chuanqiu was ignoring him, eldest Uncle Zhang wanted Zhang Xiao to give the order to stop Zhang Chuanqiu from spouting nonsense. Zhang Xiao said indifferently.
Chuanqiu is a child who knows his limits. He knows what to do and what not to do.
Just as eldest Uncle Zhang was about to say something, Drow Demon Fairy spoke again. All he could do was hold it back for the time being.
You are right. Then, do you dare use the lives of your family to prevent my resurrection?
Drow Demon Fairy said indifferently.
I wouldn't dare. I only have a small condition. If you are resurrected, my Zhang family did something after all. It's not too much to make a small request, right?
Zhang Chuanqiu said.
Speak, what are your conditions?
Drow Demon Fairy asked.
I want to contract you.
Zhang Chuanqiu seemed to have already thought of it as he said it out loud.
That really is a tiny request.
Drow Demon Fairy said sarcastically.
Don't you know that once I fuse with a human's body, I don't need to contract with humans like ordinary guardians? I can also break through the restrictions of Earth's rules? I know. You don't need a contract, but that doesn't mean that you can't. My condition is that you have to contract with me and become my guardian for up to 10 years. You are free to make a choice of staying or leaving after 10 years. Otherwise, even if the Zhang family is wiped out, you can forget about obtaining her.
Zhang Chuanqiu said as he stroked the coffin.
Zhang! Shan! Xiao!
Eldest Uncle Zhang was alarmed and furious. He never expected Zhang Chuanqiu to have such plans. He was using the entire Zhang family's lives to satisfy his selfish desires.
Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate with me?
Drow Demon Fairy asked.
Yes,
Zhang Chuanqiu said firmly.
If you can forcefully snatch her away, you wouldn't need to negotiate with us. Since you are negotiating with us, we naturally have what it takes to negotiate, right?
Whoosh! The earth fire suddenly expanded and instantly enveloped the nearby area. It wasn't just Zhang Chuanqiu. Everyone in the Zhang family was enveloped by the earth fire. Strangely, the Zhang family members weren't burned to death. Even their clothes weren't ignited. However, many of the Zhang family members' hair and eyes began to turn white. Their fingernails also turned into jade as they rapidly grew. Many members of the Zhang family hugged their heads and fell to the ground in agony. It was as though something was gnawing at their brains. Zhang Chuanqiu was the first to bear the brunt. Others' hair slowly turned white, but his hair instantly turned completely white. His eyes also turned jade white. From afar, he looked like a blind man. Zhang Chuanqiu's body trembled violently, but he didn't cry out tragically like the others. He didn't collapse to the ground and hug his head to wail. He continued standing there with the coffin, silently enduring everything. His hair, eyes, nails, and even his skin turned snow white in the blazing white flames. Amidst the flames, even his life force seemed to be rapidly drained.
You will die in 30 seconds.
Drow Demon Fairy's voice sounded again, like a lofty monarch.
Chuanqiu, stop fooling around. You will kill all of us.
Eldest Uncle Zhang endured the excruciating pain and wanted to rush over and replace Zhang Chuanqiu to send the coffin into the corpse flower. However, just as he stood up, he was stopped by Zhang Xiao.
Second brother, what are you doing? Do you want this to be the end of our Zhang family?
Eldest Uncle Zhang said angrily. He didn't even call him family head. Zhang Xiao said expressionlessly.
The Zhang family only has people who live standing, not ghosts who die on their knees. If conditions are negotiable, then it has to be fair. Since she's taking someone from our Zhang family, she has to return one as well. Nonsense. Go and capture Zhang Chuanqiu.
Eldest Uncle Zhang ordered his trusted aides. However, just as his trusted aides stepped forward, they were stopped by the Zhang family.
You? Do you have a death wish?
Uncle Zhang was alarmed and furious.
Our Zhang family had the ancestral celestial master and the hero king. Just as the family head said, from ancient times, there are only Zhang family members who live as heroes. There shall not be any trash from the Zhang family who kneel before death. Even if we become the devil, the Zhang family members have to be the devil incarnate, not the devil's lapdogs who live abject lives.
An old man from the Zhang family, who was on the brink of death, collapsed to the ground. He grabbed the walking stick with both hands and propped himself up. He shouted at Zhang Chuanqiu.
Child, do your best. The Zhang family can be afraid of death, but we can't be cowardly. Even if we die, we will die an honorable death. I'll pave the way for you.
Bang! The elder raised his cane and smashed it on his head. Immediately, blood flowed down from his head, and he died on the spot. Chapter 13:18 Not necessarily.
Do you want to see the Zhang family wiped out?
Drow Demon Fairy's voice sounded again.
20 years.
Zhang Chuanqiu's voice remained as firm as steel.
Every death of the Zhang family adds 10 years. You have to return what you have taken from the Zhang family. You still have 10 seconds.
Drow Demon Fairy's cold voice wafted over again. Time ticked by, but Zhang Chuanqiu remained unmoved. He pressed his palm on the coffin and calmly muttered to himself.
Sis, I'll accompany you in the journey of death.
Just as Zhang Chuanqiu was about to be demonized, and he was about to destroy the coffin, the surrounding earth fire suddenly converged. Although the Zhang family didn't recover from the symptoms of the demonic transformation, it didn't worsen.
20 years. I'll permit it.
Drow Demon Fairy ultimately submitted. Just as Zhang Chuanqiu had said, if she had the ability to snatch Zhang Yuji away, she wouldn't have negotiated with the Zhang family. Killing Zhang Yuji was easy, but to fuse with her required Zhang Yuji's willing cooperation. If she really killed all the Zhang family members, it would be impossible for Zhang Yuji to fuse with her willingly.
Then make an oath.
Zhang Chuanqiu remained calm. He didn't feel any joy from escaping death.
Do you really have a death wish?
Drow Demon Fairy said coldly.
I just don't want to die for no reason.
Zhang Chuanqiu said indifferently.
I, Drow Demon, swear on my name that I'm willing to contract with this human for 20 years. If I violate this oath, I will incur the world's contempt.
Drow Demon ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of escaping, and made the oath.
Sis, don't blame me. I had no choice.
After hearing Drow Demon Fairy's oath, Zhang Chuanqiu walked towards the corpse flower with the coffin. The corpse flower was snow white and crystalline. It looked spotless, but it emitted a demonic aura that left one shuddering. Eldest Uncle Zhang finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although the process was harrowing, the Zhang family was finally safe. Furthermore, to be able to contract an existence like Drow Demon for 20 years, the Zhang family's meteoric rise was only a matter of time. In the future, he might even become the true ruler of Earth, not just one of the 6 hero families. At that moment, eldest Uncle Zhang suddenly felt that although Zhang Chuanqiu's actions were too risky, he had obtained huge benefits. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Chuanqiu carried the coffin to the corpse flower and slowly placed the coffin on it. Just as the corpse flower was about to devour the coffin, and Uncle Zhang believed that it was finally over, he suddenly saw a golden glow in Zhang Chuanqiu's hand.
Supreme Venerable Sovereign, be quick, as if this were a command. Limitless heaven and earth. Borrowing from the universe. Heavenly 5 thunders.
Zhang Chuanqiu's white hair and clothes fluttered. He still had the protection of a spirit, as the yellow paper talisman in his hand emitted a golden glow. He was just too close to the corpse flower. No one could stop him in time. The moment the yellow paper talisman that emitted a golden light touched the corpse flower that was inches away, golden lightning erupted. The golden lightning carried an extreme yang force that instantly charred the corpse flower into ashes. Eldest Uncle Zhang's mouth gaped open. He was dumbfounded. He muttered to himself nervously.
No! No! Impossible. How can this be? No! Impossible. We can't die. We can't die.
Many people from the Zhang family were also alarmed. They never expected Zhang Chuanqiu to dare do such a thing. No one knew that Zhang Chuanqiu would do such a thing. However, Zhang Xiao seemed to feel relieved. The Celestial Master 5 Thunders talisman that the ancestral Celestial Master had left behind was something he had given to Zhang Chuanqiu to protect him. Zhang Chuanqiu had used it to destroy the corpse flower. Although he hadn't informed Zhang Xiao felt that this was how the usual Zhang Chuanqiu acted. Although he knew that the Zhang family would not be able to escape calamity, he wasn't to be blamed.
Do you know what you have done?
Drow Demon Fairy's cold voice sounded.
Stirring of the earth fire, growth of the corpse flower, and rise of the dead. None of the 3 conditions can be missing. Now that you don't have the corpse flower, it's useless even if you rise from the dead. All I know is that you can't be resurrected.
Zhang Chuanqiu remained calm.
Your rashness will cost the entire Zhang family,
Drow Demon Fairy said again.
Death? It doesn't matter. I've already done what I wanted. Even if everyone in the Zhang family dies, one person won't die and that's enough.
Zhang Chuanqiu's white robe fluttered as he pressed his hands on the coffin. A net-like golden light filled the coffin, causing it to instantly disappear.
I'm afraid death is only an extravagant hope for you.
Accompanying Drow Demon Fairy's voice, the earth fire expanded again and enveloped the Zhang family.
Go! Go as far as we can.
Although Zhang Xiao knew that escaping was useless, it was better than standing there and waiting for death. Some of the members of the Zhang family fled. Some were still hesitating when they saw their seventh great uncle, who had committed suicide, crawl up from the ground. He wiped the blood from his head and quickly flew back. As he flew, he shouted,
"What are you waiting for? Why aren't you running? It's always the Zhang family who busts ghosts. Do you want to become ghosts?"
Everyone was stunned before they were overjoyed and fled with their seventh granduncle. Unfortunately, although they fled quickly, how could they be faster than an existence like Drow Demon Fairy? As they flew into the sky, the earth fire had already enveloped them. Many Zhang family members fell to the ground. Their hair, skin, nails, and pupils rapidly turned white as they demonized. Zhang Chuanqiu didn't escape. He knew that he couldn't escape either. As he looked at the Zhang family members, who had been painfully demonized, Zhang Chuanqiu felt somewhat guilty, but he didn't regret his decision. He had done what he wanted to do, and saved the person he wanted to save. It was enough for the Zhang family to have one person live, and one who wasn't affected by the demonic nature.
Everyone in the Zhang family will become devils because of your actions. They will no longer have any human feelings. They will neither be human or ghost. They will devour blood like their lives depend on it, and feed on their own kind. Do you regret sacrificing everyone for just one person?
Drow Demon Fairy asked coldly.
Despite knowing the bedevilment, there are things that need to be done. What's there to regret?
Zhang Chuanqiu said calmly.
Is that so? Some people might not think so.
Drow Demon Fairy seemed to be implying something. Zhang Chuanqiu's expression changed slightly. This was because he had already seen Zhang Yuji, who he had sent away using the 5 Ghosts transfer, walk back.
Yuji, don't come over. Leave this place immediately.
Zhang Chuanqiu wanted to rush towards Zhang Yuji, but his body had been severely demonized. He fell to the ground. Zhang Yuji looked at the Zhang family members, who had turned into ghostly demons. As she walked over, she cried and said,
"Brother, if I live like this, my life will be more painful than death. Fool, it's useless even if you return now. Without the corpse flower, Drow Demon can't be resurrected. She won't let us off either. You will be sending yourself to death for nothing by returning,"
Zhang Chuanqiu said.
"Not necessarily."
Drow Demon Fairy's voice was filled with mockery. As she spoke, a corpse flower condensed in the flames again. Chapter 1319 Spare Your Life. Zhang Chuanqiu's face instantly turned ashen, as he looked at Zhang Yuji in despair.
"Yuji, don't!"
Zhang Chuanqiu tried his best to stand up and stop Zhang Yuji, but his body had been severely demonized. He couldn't even stand up.
"You only want me. Let them go, and I'll agree to fuse with you,"
Zhang Yuji said.
"Of course. To me, they are no different from ants by the side of the road. There won't be any benefits even if I stomp them to death, but there won't be any harm either. As long as you fuse with me, I guarantee you their safety and recovery,"
Drow Demon Fairy said.
"Child, go. You've done enough for the Zhang family. Now, you are the only one in the entire Zhang family who isn't affected by the demonic nature. You are the only person in the Zhang family that should live,"
Zhang Xiao said.
"Yuji, no."
Zhang Chuanqiu's eyes were filled with despair. This was because he knew that with Zhang Yuji's personality, it was impossible for her to leave now.
"Brother, I've been a jinx to begin with. I should have died a long time ago. I'm satisfied to be able to do something for you in the end."
Zhang Yuji walked towards the corpse flower with tears in her eyes.
"No."
Zhang Chuanqiu struggled with all his might. His fingers pressed against the ground, almost to the point of snapping. The blood at his fingertips dyed the ground. Zhang Xiao and company were also shouting at the top of their voices, but they couldn't stop Zhang Yuji from walking towards the corpse flower.
"The one who deserves death isn't you, but the people who made you cry,"
a voice sounded from nearby. Everyone was taken aback as they turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw an armored figure that seemed to be bathed in light walk towards the fiend tomb.
Human sovereign."
Immediately, someone recognized the figure and couldn't help but be overjoyed. The prison dragon armor on Zhou Wen and the immortal culling sword at his waist were too eye-catching. Almost everyone on Earth knew them. Zhang Yuji turned to look at Zhou Wen. When she saw him clearly, she was slightly taken aback. Her eyes were filled with pleasant surprise and an odd feeling. Zhou walked over step by step into the earth fire. The strange earth fire didn't cause any damage to his body, as though it didn't exist. He walked past Zhang Yuji and towards the corpse flower. As Zhou walked, he held the hilt of the immortal culling sword.
Who are you?
Drow Demon Fairy's voice sounded from the deep pit.
Someone who finds you a sore sight and wants to kill you,
Zhou said.
Why are humans always so ignorant? Why do they always say such arrogant things?
Drow Demon Fairy's voice was filled with anger, as though she was really angry.
That's because there are too many idiots. They won't understand if you don't speak clearly.
With every step Zhou took, the sword intent over his body intensified. At that moment, the sword intent was already unimaginably powerful. Before the immortal culling sword was unsheathed, the sword intent seemed to condense into something corporeal, as though it wanted to split the ground apart. Amidst the flames, a figure appeared. The corpse flower automatically flew towards the figure's glabella and vanished in the blink of an eye. The figure was wearing a white dress and a white veil. It was impossible to tell what she looked like, but from her voice, she was undoubtedly Drow Demon Fairy.
Even in the mythical era where calamity entities were everywhere, no one dared to speak to me like that.
Drow Demon Fairy's eyes turned cold. Clearly, she was infuriated by Zhou.
Then I'll be clearer. If you can withstand my strike without dying, I'll spare your life. I'll permit you to continue being imprisoned in the Fiend Tomb,
Zhou said.
Die!
The already enraged Drow Demon Fairy transformed the flames over her body into a monstrous aura that filled the entire sky with flames. It was as though the entire world was only left with flames. Infinite heavenly flames scorched everything within. The Drow Demon Fairy's flames could incinerate everything. They weren't inferior to the Sun True flames, and were even more bizarre and terrifying. As she watched the towering flames devour the world and suppress Human Sovereign's glowing figure seemed to become much smaller under the flames. The Zhang family was worried if Human Sovereign could withstand the heavenly fire of Drow Demon. It was a terrifying flame that could defeat the two gods, Count of the Wind and Lord of the Rain.
You? Don't!
Zhang Yuji's expression was mixed as though she wanted to say something. However, before she could finish her sentence, Zhou had already unsheathed his sword. At the instant, the immortal culling sword was unsheathed. Everything in the world seemed to freeze. The rainbow-like sword beam sliced through everything in the void, splitting the heavenly flames into two, as though it was slicing apart the sky. A single sword cleaved through the 9 heavens. Zhang Yuji and company only saw a sword flash. The sky that was covered by the heavenly fire split into two, revealing the originally clear sky. When they looked at Drow Demon again, they saw a purple magma-like liquid appear over her snow-white clothes. The purple liquid dripped to the ground, each drop carrying scorching hot energy. The crystals that came into contact with them would immediately be burned through, forming a deep, indiscernible hole. It was unknown what depth it reached.
Drow Demon is injured.
The Zhang family was pleasantly surprised. They were delighted that the Zhang family might be saved, but they were alarmed that Human Sovereign had injured the legendary Drow Demon with one strike. He lived up to his title of the strongest human. If he delivered a few more strikes, wouldn't he be able to kill Drow Demon Fairy? Zhou was somewhat alarmed. He originally wanted to use the immortal slaying and the power of the immortal culling sword to severely injure Drow Demon Fairy, or even kill her. However, his strike only injured her, not causing her any severe injuries, much less killing her. Zhou could sense that Drow Demon Fairy wasn't seriously injured. As expected of the legendary Drow Demon Fairy. She's just too strong. Zhou marveled inwardly. Drow Demon Fairy's eyes emitted a ferocious glint as she glared at Zhou, as though she wanted to eat him. Even in the mythical era, she had never been injured when fighting other powerful guardians and dimensional creatures. Yet, she had been injured by Zhou. Although part of the reason was that she had yet to fuse with humans, and was severely suppressed by the rules of Earth, preventing her from fully unleashing her strength, Drow Demon Fairy still couldn't tolerate such an outcome. Her killing intent surged, as she steeled her heart to kill Zhou. Drow Demon Fairy was naturally someone who could identify the strong. She could tell that the immortal culling sword was extraordinary, and felt some fear. However, Zhou knew that the immortal culling sword was just a decoration in his hand. Zhou hung the immortal culling sword back on his waist, and glanced at Drow Demon Fairy, and spoke seemingly casually.
It's quite rare to endure my strike without dying. It's not easy to evolve to this stage. It's a pity to kill you. I'll spare your life.
Zhou's words filled Drow Demon Fairy's chest with such anger that she almost blew up. Even in the mythical era with countless experts, no one had dared to speak to her like that. Chapter 1320 Bot Killing Technique. Zhou had attempted to anger the Drow Demon Fairy from the beginning. It was not because he was really arrogant, nor did he really believe that he could surpass a calamity-grade creature. It was true that the immortal culling sword was very strong, but Zhou Wen was too weak. He wasn't able to utilize all of the immortal culling sword's abilities. It was fine if he occasionally delivered a strike, but if he failed, he basically didn't have the ability to continue fighting. The reason why he wanted to anger Drought Demon Fairy from the beginning was because of Truth Listener's ability. Zhou Wen had basically figured out Truth Listener's ability. Just as he had imagined, Truth Listener could indeed hear people's thoughts. However, it wasn't perfect. Under normal circumstances, one couldn't hear the other party's thoughts. Only when the other party's emotions were especially intense could he hear their thoughts. Drought Demon Fairy had never been the victim of such wrath. At that moment, her emotions were in extreme undulation. Zhou Wen finally felt the voices around him gradually dissipate. Although Drought Demon Fairy didn't say a word, a voice sounded from her body. I want to roast him inch by inch. I want him to experience all the pain in the world until he begs for death and regrets being born into this world. However, the sword in his hand is a little odd. It can actually injure me. I can't leave the fiend tomb without fusing with a human due to the suppression of Earth's rules. Drought Demon Fairy didn't say a word, but her thoughts betrayed everything to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was immediately overjoyed when he heard Drought Demon Fairy's inner thoughts. However, his face remained unperturbed as he wore a composed look. He had plans of escaping if he couldn't fight the Calamity Grade creature after his single strike failed and Truth Listener couldn't be summoned. At best, he could escape with Zhang Yuji. With a limit to his abilities, that was all he could do. He immediately felt relieved knowing that Drought Demon Fairy couldn't fully unleash her full combat strength due to her inability to leave the fiend tomb and the suppression by Earth's rules. Zhou Wen thought to himself, since you can't come out and can't use your full strength, and I can hear your thoughts, this matter might still be feasible. At that moment, Drought Demon Fairy was calculating in her heart. That sword is somewhat strange. It can even slice through my Drought Demon body. It's really impressive. However, that human strength shouldn't have reached the Calamity Grade yet. He only borrowed the power of the sword. I don't have to fight that sword. As long as I kill that human, the sword will naturally be useless. Drought Demon Fairy sized up Zhou Wen and thought to herself, I can't leave, but if I use a large area of heavenly fire, it might be too slow and incapable of injuring him. From the looks of it, I can only expend some of my intrinsic true essence and use the bot killing technique to kill that human. Drought Demon Fairy stared at Zhou Wen as her essence energy flowed towards her fingers. Zhou Wen sensed the gradual weakening of Drought Demon Fairy's inner voice. He knew that it had been a while, and her emotions were gradually stabilizing. Therefore, he continued provoking her. Why are you still standing there? I already told you that I'll spare your life since I can't kill you with one strike. However, although you can be spared from death, a punishment still needs to be meted out. Return to the fiend tomb and reflect on your mistakes. As long as I'm alive, you'll never be resurrected. Go! Drought Demon Fairy's anger was instantly stirred up by Zhou Wen despite having already calmed her emotions. She was a hot-tempered person to begin with. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to defeat two terrifying existences, like Count of the Wind and Lord of the Rain alone in the mythical era. However, it was also because of that battle that Drought Demon Fairy was severely injured. She had no choice but to recuperate in the earth fire. Later on, she was sealed by the Zhang family's ancestral celestial master. Bot killing technique. Die. Drought Demon Fairy was already enraged. One of her hands turned invisible as she grabbed at the void. At the instant Drought Demon Fairy attacked, Zhou Wen's figure gracefully moved to the side. After he moved away, the rocks that had turned to crystals beneath him suddenly split apart. A cylindrical crystal several meters in diameter was pulled out of the crystal. The crystal pillar was pulled hundreds of meters high before it strangely vanished. All that was left was a circular hole that was hundreds of meters deep. Drought Demon Fairy was alarmed. Her bot killing technique was unique. It killed people without any warning. The enemy wouldn't sense any attack, and it would be too late to escape when the bot killing technique showed itself. Previously, Drought Demon Fairy had relied on her bot killing technique to dominate the world. She had killed countless terrifying guardians and dimensional creatures, making people tremble in fear at the sound of her name. The name Drought Demon was synonymous with death. Even if there were people who could withstand it, they were powerful beings who were in the extreme minority. Almost all of them were invincible powerhouses of their era, but most of them could only barely withstand the bot killing technique. Drought Demon Fairy only had one person in her memories, who could dodge it like Zhou Wen. Could this fellow be related to that empress? Drought Demon Fairy sized up Zhou Wen in surprise. However, from the essence energy fluctuations emitted by Zhou Wen, he didn't have any similarities to the one in Drought Demon Fairy's recollection. Or rather, they were two completely different powers. They had nothing to do with each other. Is it a coincidence? Drought Demon Fairy activated her bot killing technique again. Drought Demon Fairy never expected that the reason Zhou Wen could dodge her bot killing technique was because of her inner thoughts. She had already told Zhou Wen the timing and location of the bot killing technique. All Zhou Wen needed to do was dodge it ahead of time. If he only relied on his senses, Zhou Wen wouldn't be able to dodge the bot killing technique. Zhou Wen naturally dodged Drought Demon Fairy's bot killing technique again. Impossible. Drought Demon Fairy was alarmed when she saw Zhou Wen successfully dodge again.
I've said it before. If you can withstand one strike of mine and survive, I'll spare your life. However, if you insist on courting death, I can fulfill your wish.
Zhou Wen slowly walked towards Drought Demon Fairy. As he walked, he said,
If you haven't returned to reflect on yourself by the time I reach the Fiend Tomb, there's no need for you to return.
Drought Demon Fairy was alarmed and furious. She steeled her heart and struck out repeatedly with her bot-killing technique. Unfortunately for her, Zhou Wen had already heard all her thoughts. It even formed an image in his mind, allowing him to know where her next strike would land. Therefore, Zhou Wen's figure floated like an immortal, as though he was taking a stroll. Every step he took happened to dodge Drought Demon Fairy's bot-killing technique. Drought Demon Fairy's crazy attacks failed to touch Zhou Wen at all. Seeing that Zhou Wen had already arrived in front of the Fiend Tomb, Drought Demon Fairy was extremely alarmed. Could it be that he really has a great divine power? He's so powerful that he has hidden all that power deep down, preventing me from telling. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to easily dodge my bot-killing technique. It's like he can predict the future. The way Zhou Wen dodged the bot-killing technique made Drought Demon Fairy think of the Empress. Although their essence energy fluctuations were completely different, the way they dodged the bot-killing technique was very similar. This only served to alarm her even more. Chapter 1321 Await for the Day You Die. The people of the Zhang family saw that Human Sovereign did not even draw his sword. He just walked casually and resolved Drought Demon Fairy's ghostly attack. They were thrilled. However, some people did not agree with Human Sovereign's actions. They felt that Human Sovereign should not have been soft-hearted. He should have just killed Drought Demon Fairy. There was no need to give her a chance. This was equivalent to allowing a tiger to return to the mountain. Drought Demon Fairy was confused. If the person in front of her was really strong, why did he bother spouting all that nonsense with her? He could have just drawn his sword and killed her. Why did he give her a chance? Seeing Zhou Wen walking over step by step, Drought Demon Fairy remained hesitant. After all, she was once an invincible existence. In that era, humans were inferior to ants in front of her. She traveled 1,000 kilometers in a day, not sparing them a glance wherever she passed. Tens of thousands of humans were burned to ashes by the heavenly fire from her body, and that was just a result of her unconscious actions. Yet in this era, she had to admit defeat to a human and reflect on her mistakes. She could not take this lying down. Drought Demon Fairy felt that even if Human Sovereign really had the ability to kill her, it would just be a fight to the death. It was simply a wishful dream of others, to make her bow her head before a human. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't really want to kill Drought Demon Fairy. He didn't have the ability even if he really wanted to kill her. Truth Listener's ability could scare Drought Demon Fairy, and make her think twice, but if they really came to blows, he was no match for her. Drought Demon Fairy showed no intention of returning to the Fiend Tomb despite him being only a few steps from the Fiend Tomb and closing in. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Zhou Wen was already standing in front of the Fiend Tomb, but Drought Demon Fairy still had no intention of returning. She continued attacking, clearly determined to risk her life. Seeing this, the Zhang family felt that Human Sovereign had no choice but to fight Drought Demon Fairy. They even looked forward to seeing whether Human Sovereign could kill her. Zhou Wen's hand grabbed the hilt of the immortal culling sword again, but he didn't pull it out. Instead, he sighed softly and said regretfully,
I am supreme in the world. All the gods and devils in the world want to worship me. Do you think I can't accept your bow?
Everyone from the Zhang family was slightly taken aback when they heard Zhou Wen's sudden words. Although Human Sovereign was powerful and was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert of humanity, it was a little overboard for him to claim supremacy and that all the gods and devils in the world had to worship him. It was too arrogant. Moreover, anyone could tell that Drought Demon Fairy was prepared to fight to the death. How could she bow before him? However, when Drought Demon Fairy heard that, her body trembled as she stared at Zhou Wen in disbelief. She was all too familiar with those words. Back then, the Empress had also stood before her and said those same words. Although she couldn't see Zhou Wen's face, Zhou Wen's tone and expression when he spoke resembled the Empress back then. Only she and that Empress were present back when it happened. No one else would have known. For a moment, Drought Demon Fairy felt her thoughts go adrift, as if she was seeing the Empress again.
Why are you still standing there? Are you waiting for me to send you off?
Zhou Wen had only said that because he had read her thoughts and knew about her encounter with the Empress. These words struck Drought Demon like lightning. She looked at Zhou Wen with a complicated expression, as though she had seen a ghost. Something unexpected happened. Drought Demon Fairy, who was ready to fight to the death, gave Human Sovereign a perfunctory bow that showed no signs of reverence and disappeared into the Fiend Tomb. The earth fire that soared into the sky also quickly converged with the disappearance of Drought Demon Fairy. In a moment, the flames that filled the sky returned to the Fiend Tomb. Only a voice echoed in the sky.
I'll wait for the day you die.
Zhang Xiao and the others were shocked. Drought Demon Fairy's words were no different from acknowledging what Human Sovereign had previously said. She would not seek resurrection as long as Human Sovereign was alive. With Drought Demon Fairy's return to the Fiend Tomb, the Zhang family's demonization showed signs of amelioration, but they didn't fully recover. Especially those who had been seriously demonized like Zhang Chuanqiu, they didn't show much change. Their hair remained white, and their eyes and nails were as white as jade. Their complexions just looked much better, no longer as pale as a corpse like before.
The Zhang family is unable to repay your kindness. If you need the Zhang family's help in the future, just say the word. As long as it doesn't violate human ethics, I, Zhang Xiao, will definitely be there.
Zhang Xiao only said his name, but did not mention the Zhang family. Although his words sounded like he was avoiding the crux of the matter, on the other hand, it sounded like a serious promise.
I hope the Zhang family can do as you say in the future, a Zhang family that lives standing on their feet.
After Zhou Wen said that, he glanced at eldest uncle Zhang before turning around and tearing through the air, instantly transforming into a stream of light that vanished. Eldest uncle Zhang's face flushed red. He was undoubtedly the representative of the Zhang family, who wanted to live on his knees. Zhang Yuji helped up Zhang Chuanqiu as she looked in the direction where Zhou Wen had vanished as though in thought.
Human Sovereign is really beyond our reach. In the past, I felt that Human Sovereign was just one step ahead of me. Sooner or later, I would be able to reach the same level as him. From the looks of it today, it's not just one step.
Zhang Chuanqiu praised before smiling.
Thankfully, that's the case. Otherwise, our Zhang family would be doomed. Human Sovereign is indeed interesting. I wonder if his true identity is pure human. If he's pure human, he really deserves the title Human Sovereign. Probably, yes.
There was a complicated look in Zhang Yuji's eyes, as though she was somewhat distracted. On the way back, Zhang Yuji suddenly thought of something. She took out her phone and sent a message. Zhou Wen was riding the Earth Elemental Beast when he arrived at a place where there was reception. When he heard the message chime, he took out his phone to take a look. He saw that it was from Zhang Yuji, and almost fell off the Earth Elemental Beast's back when he opened the message.
Your Majesty, Human Sovereign. Come help me garden, and listen to my music next time. It should be a guess, right? Zhou Wen was alarmed and puzzled. He didn't know how Zhang Yuji could tell that he was Human Sovereign, so he hurriedly replied.
You sent it to the wrong person, right? You know Human Sovereign?
After Zhou Wen sent the message, he nervously waited for Zhang Yuji's reply. However, after waiting for a while, his message was like a rock sinking into the sea. There was no response at all.
Zhang Yuji looked at Zhou Wen's reply on her phone and revealed a sly smile. She closed the chat box and held her phone to her chest. She closed her eyes and muttered to herself with a smile.
With you around, I won't be afraid of the darkness anymore.
Zhang Yuji's mind kept echoing the words.
The one who deserves death isn't you, but the people who made you cry.
Chapter 1322 Luck Companion Egg. After waiting for a long time, Zhou Wen finally received a message. It wasn't from Zhang Yuji, but Hui Haifeng.
Junior brother, I've obtained all the lucky companion beasts I can. Take a look and see if it's enough.
Behind Hui Haifeng's message was a list of names. Zhou Wen took a look and realized that there were a total of 11 different luck companion eggs. 2 of them were at the mythical stage, 6 were at the epic stage, and 2 were at the legendary stage. There was even 1 at the mortal stage. Mortal companion beasts are already very rare, and it actually has a luck stat. This is really rare. However, even if a mortal companion beast adds luck, it shouldn't add much, right? Zhou Wen replied.
That's enough. Give me 2 days to prepare, and I'll contact you when I'm done. There's no need. Just stay in Luoyang. I've already sent the men over, and the companion beasts will come with them. They should be able to reach Luoyang tonight.
Hui Haifeng replied.
All right.
Zhou Wen didn't insist. His entry into the Venusian dimensional zone didn't depend on his location as long as there was a cube.
Junior brother, I'm handing them over to you. They're my best men. Don't lose them.
Hui Haifeng sent another message.
Actually, I can enter alone.
Zhou Wen felt that it was safer for him to be alone.
All right, then you have to wear the Federation uniform. Then, wear a small red flag over your head which says Federation Soldier on it.
Hui Haifeng replied.
I think it's better I take others along.
Zhou Wen thought for a moment and felt that it wasn't an image he wanted to be associated with.
Whatever you say. I spent a huge sum of money obtaining these lucky companion beasts for you. I believe no one can gather such a powerful lineup of lucky companion beasts again. Why do you need so many? According to what I know, although lucky companion beasts can increase the chances of obtaining dimensional crystals and companion eggs in some way, this possibility actually has a threshold value. Once it exceeds a certain luck value, no matter how many lucky companion beasts you equip, it won't increase much.
Wei Haifeng asked curiously.
You'll know in the future.
Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with him. He wanted to rush back to Luoyang to see the lucky companion beasts. This was because ordinary people could only rely on the information and experience transmitted by the companion beasts to determine their stats. They couldn't see any accurate information. Therefore, Wei Haifeng only knew that they were companion beasts with luck augmentation, but he wasn't sure how much luck would be added.
Master!
Just as Zhou Wen returned to Luoyang's family, he saw Hui Wan rush over.
Why are you here?
Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised that Wei Haifeng was willing to let Hui Wan come over. Now that there were broken out dimensional zones everywhere on the road, it was difficult to guarantee safety. Hui Wan could be said to be the future hope of the Hui family. It was too risky to let him out now.
Father agreed to let me come when I said I wanted to learn from you,
Hui Wan said. Zhou Wen thought to himself, learn from me. What can you learn from me? It's more like me learning from you. Hui Wan's talent was extremely high. He could grasp concepts from learning things once. Things like an eidetic memory and speed reading were nothing to him. Zhou Wen suspected that Wei Haifeng had used some advanced technology to produce such a brainy son. Back when Zhou Wen was in the Hui family, he had taught Hui Wan, but most of the things he knew could only be understood and not instructed. Zhou Wen had already taught him everything that could be instructed. Now, he really didn't have anything left to teach.
Mr. Zhou, these are the items the president instructed us to bring you. Please check them.
An officer in his 30s came in front of Zhou Wen with a few officers. He looked very strange as he wore zero facial expression. His eyebrows, beard, and facial features looked fake, but Zhou Wen was certain that it was just a feeling. There was no special disguise on his face. He just had such looks. There were 11 of them, and each of them had a safe handcuff to their wrist. Zhou Wen didn't need to guess to know that they were the 11 luck companion eggs that Wei Haifeng had sent over. These 11 officers were likely Wei Haifeng's men. When the officers opened the safes, they used the keys they had to open the safes for the others. And in the safe, there were special devices that seemed to be able to destroy the companion eggs in the safes if they were touched. It was understandable that Wei Haifeng would do such a thing. Although these companion eggs weren't of high levels, they were very valuable. He had to be careful. After Zhou Wen took receipt of the items, the expressionless officer, who looked like he was wearing a mask, said,
Under the president's orders, we will obey your orders from now on, Mr. Zhou. Even if you want us to die, we will definitely carry out your orders immediately. Very good. Go back and rest.
Zhou Wen nodded.
Yes, sir.
The soldier didn't ask further, and directly led his men back to rest.
Master, the things that the coaches at home teach are so boring. I've long wanted to find you. What can you teach me?
Hui Wan asked as he followed behind Zhou Wen.
You've already done a good job with your learning. Play for the next 2 days,
Zhou Wen said.
Master, I know that you know things in depth. I might not be able to learn them now, but I'll definitely work hard,
Hui Wan said with a serious expression. Zhou Wen looked at Hui Wan's serious expression and really couldn't come up with any excuses. However, he wasn't good at teaching others. Despite racking his brains, he couldn't think of anything that he could teach him. Just as he was feeling stumped, he suddenly saw Li Xian walk out of the manor. He had no idea why this fellow had come to the family residence. Zhou Wen was delighted as he coughed lightly and said to Hui Wan,
Verbal instruction can't compare to actual practice. When you were at home, you should have learned a lot of theories. It's time to do some combat training. Master, you want to spar with me?
Hui Wan's eyes lit up.
I taught you everything. I know you like the back of my hand. Sparring with me won't have any effect,
Zhou Wen said.
Then what should we do?
Hui Wan said anxiously.
See that person? He's also your father's junior. Based on the generation, you should call him Uncle Master. Train with him first,
Zhou Wen said as he pointed at Li Xian.
Is he very powerful?
Hui Wan sized up the sloppy Li Xian and was very suspicious.
Average, I guess. He can only last 3 moves against me, but it's enough as your sparring partner,
Zhou Wen said.
Don't worry, Master. I'll work hard.
Hui Wan couldn't muster up any energy when he heard that, but he couldn't refute Zhou Wen. He only thought to himself, he can only last 3 moves against Master. He's not that strong. I'll think of a way to defeat him later and let Master see my improvement. He should personally spar with me then.
Old Zhou, whose child is this? What's he doing?
Li Xian walked over and asked.
Hui Haifeng's son. I was requested to teach him for fun. I happen to have something on. Help me teach him,
Zhou Wen said.
Old Yui's son? Then I have to teach him well. Don't worry. Leave him to me,
Li Xian said as he patted his chest.
I'll leave it to you then. I'll get back to work.
Before Zhou Wen left, he exhorted Hui Wan.
Little Wan, learn well from your Uncle Li. It will be beneficial for you forever.
Zhou Wen returned to his room and eagerly took out the 11 companion eggs and used his phone to appraise their stats. Chapter 1323 Lucky Dodge. The two mythical companion beasts were the Lucky Stone Sprite and the Lucky Clover King. Like the baby tiger, they had a luck life providence, but they added more luck than the baby tiger. Stone Sprite plus 9 luck, Lucky Clover King plus 7 luck. The 6 epic companion beasts added 3 to 6 luck. As for the 2 legendary companion beasts, they were both plus 1 luck. The Lucky Stone Sprite's companion form was a bracelet, the Lucky Clover King was a ring, and the epic and legendary companion beasts were myriad in nature. Zhou Wen did some calculations. Apart from 2 companion beasts that conflicted with the companion beasts he had to use, there was one that didn't have a companion beast form. The rest could be used together. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised by the mortal companion beast. This was because the companion beast didn't have a luck stat. As for why it was sent over as a luck companion beast, Zhou Wen guessed that it had something to do with its skill. It was obvious that a mortal companion beast didn't have a life providence, so it was naturally impossible for it to have a luck life providence. After carefully reading the companion beast's information, Zhou Wen realized that it wasn't the case. Death Harbinger Crow, Mortal Stage. Strength 11. Speed 11. Constitution 11. Essence Energy 11. Talent Skill, Necrology. Companion Form, Wings. After Zhou Wen carefully looked at its stats, he cursed his bad luck. He hurriedly looked at the list Hui Haifeng had given him. He didn't remember seeing any crows on the list. Indeed, the only mortal companion beast on the list was Fortuitous Magpie, also known as the bird that delivered good news. It wasn't the Death Harbinger Crow. On careful comparison, Zhou Wen knew that Hui Haifeng must have made a mistake when he purchased it. The Death Harbinger Crow companion egg was very similar to the Fortuitous Magpie's. Just by looking at its appearance, it was identical. He had probably mistaken the Death Harbinger for it. As for whether the person who sold the companion egg to Hui Haifeng really didn't know or was doing it on purpose, that wasn't something Zhou Wen could know. This Death Harbinger Crow is a little odd. It's clearly a low-level mortal companion beast and doesn't have any evolvable stat, but it actually has all its stats at 11. This is really rare. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and hatched the Death Harbinger Crow and the other luck companion eggs. Although being a harbinger of death was indeed annoying, Zhou Wen had always heard from the former principal that good medicine was bitter, and the bitter truth hurts. It wasn't a good thing to be a harbinger, but it was a pretty good ability that gave advance warning. After the incubation was completed, Zhou Wen entered the game and put on all the lucky equipment he could wear. Of course, the most important thing was the Heavenly Robe. It had a special lucky dodge ability. As long as the luck stat worked, it could dodge attacks that were originally impossible to dodge. However, the Heavenly Robe's luck was limited, and its chance of dodging was very low. Zhou Wen had already tested it before. When facing the Golden Battle God's bullets, there was only a 10% chance of dodging. In the face of a Calamity-grade bullet, Zhou Wen hadn't successfully dodged it once. What Zhou Wen wanted to test was whether the other pieces of luck equipment on him would affect Heavenly Robe's ability to dodge. After entering the dungeon, the Metal Guard's bullets shot at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen stood there without moving. The Heavenly Robe on his body seemed to move without any wind, making him look like an immortal. The bullets strangely circled around Zhou Wen's body and missed. A large number of bullets shot over, but none of them hit Zhou Wen. All of them automatically deviated from their trajectories. Zhou Wen was slightly delighted. Although the Heavenly Robe could easily dodge the Metal Guard's bullets, it wasn't that exaggerated. Previously, the Heavenly Robe would still yank Zhou Wen's body aside to dodge the bullets. Now, Zhou Wen could stand there without moving. Just the fluttering of the Heavenly Robe allowed all the bullets to miss him. Clearly, Heavenly Robe's dodging abilities had been enhanced. I wonder how efficient Heavenly Robe's dodging is when facing the Terror-grade Golden Battle God. Zhou Wen casually killed all the Metal Guards and waited for the Golden Battle God to appear. Soon, the Golden Battle God Mark-Eye rushed out. His freezing bullets were fired at a speed that the vision of ordinary humans couldn't keep up with. Zhou Wen didn't move. He had come purely to experiment. Even if he was shot to death, he had no intention of moving. The Heavenly Robe fluttered as the Terror-grade Frost bullet brushed past his sleeve and struck the metal building's wall, producing an ice fog. It dodged the first shot. This effect is quite strong. I think there's at least a 50% chance
Zhou Wen was even more delighted. He didn't attack and allowed the golden battle god to shoot at him. A scene that surprised and delighted Zhou Wen happened. No matter how crazy the golden battle god's shots were, even if Zhou Wen stood still, none of the golden battle god's bullets could hit him. Amazing. Could it be that with the augmentation of all this lucky equipment, Heavenly Robe's lucky dodge has reached 100%? Zhou Wen dodged more than 100 bullets without being hit. Without continuing the test, Zhou Wen killed the golden battle gods one by one. He wanted to see if the Heavenly Robe could dodge the calamity-grade bullets. The alarm blared as Zhou Wen felt somewhat nervous. He failed to react in time when the gunshot rang. However, the bullet didn't hit Zhou Wen. The Heavenly Robe yanked Zhou Wen's body a little, and allowed him to fortuitously dodge the calamity-grade bullet. Holy sh*T. I really dodged it. I've hit the jackpot now. With this divine artifact on me. What's there to be afraid of a calamity-grade bullet? Zhou Wen had died too many times in the Venusian Instance dungeon. He couldn't help but be excited by this sudden discovery. However, he didn't dare make confirmation. He took another shot as an experiment, and he actually dodged it again. Ah! This is really awesome. With the Heavenly Robe in hand, I have luck. Who else? Let me ask the world, who else can kill me? Zhou Wen felt as though he had eaten a ginseng fruit as he felt so comfortable. Bang! With a gunshot, Zhou Wen saw the blood-colored avatar's head explode as the screen went black. The smile on his face instantly turned into shock as his mouth remained agape. Are you kidding me? I can be hit by the third shot? Zhou Wen calmed down and thought carefully. He could dodge the first two shots, and the third shot was about the same strength as the first two shots. He felt that since the third shot wasn't the sure kill 7, the reason he couldn't dodge this shot was most likely because he didn't have enough luck. When facing the calamity-grade creature, his lucky dodge wasn't 100% effective. I have to get some more lucky equipment to give it a try. Perhaps I can really dodge the calamity-grade bullets with 100% certainty. Zhou Wen thought about where he could get some more lucky equipment. He had even used the Lady Luck necklace that Jing Daoxian had given him to achieve such an effect. For a moment, he didn't know where he could get lucky companion beasts. Chapter 1324 Borrowing a Pet. Zhou Wen checked a lot of information and realized that luck companion beasts were indeed very rare. They were basically things that could only be chanced upon by luck. Ignoring mythical luck beasts, even epic luck beasts were rare. After asking Gu Dian for information, the outcome wasn't too good. Previously, there were 2 lucky pets on the black market. Due to the high price, no one was willing to buy them. They had been auctioned off a few days ago. Gu Dian refused to say who had successfully bid for them due to his professional ethics. However, even if he didn't say it, Zhou Wen already knew that the 2 companion beasts were on him. After doing a round of investigations, Zhou Wen knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to find a lucky pet. Hui Haifeng had basically swept away all the lucky pets he could obtain. Ignoring the huge expenditure, it was very likely that he had used his connections and special items to trade. It was almost impossible for Zhou Wen to obtain a luck companion beast from the market. Zhou Wen suddenly thought of Wang Lu. Wang Lu had a luck life providence to begin with, and she had quite a number of lucky pets. He wondered if any of them had yet to hatch. Do you have time? I have something to ask you. Zhou Wen sent Wang Lu a message. So you only think of me when something's up. Soon, Wang Lu sent a message. Zhou Wen originally wanted to explain, but on second thought, it did seem to be the case. Every time he took the initiative to send a message to Wang Lu, he seemed to require her help. He couldn't help but blush, and couldn't bring himself to ask Wang Lu for help. Fine, I know you're a busy person. If there's anything, just say it. After all, you haven't paid off the meals you owe. It won't hurt to pile on more. Wang Lu sent another message. I'll treat you to a meal in a few days. Zhou Wen replied in embarrassment. Then I have to rip you off good. I have to make you bleed. Wang Lu asked again. What's the matter? Make it quick. I just want to ask if you still have any luck companion beasts. I want to buy a few. Zhou Wen said. I have lucky pets, but they aren't for sale. Wang Lu quickly sent a message back. Zhou Wen was only somewhat disappointed, but he didn't fault Wang Lu. Luck companion beasts meant more to Wang Lu than ordinary people. Ordinary people could only increase their luck by a little when they obtained a luck companion beast, but they enhanced Wang Lu's life providence. Its effects were much stronger than ordinary people. It could be said that a luck companion beast was similar to Wang Lu's exclusive companion beast. I'm being too silly. Wang Lu doesn't even have the time to collect luck companion beasts. Why would she sell them? Zhou Wen felt that he was a little stupid for not thinking of this before. He shouldn't have asked Wang Lu. This question put her in a difficult position. I'm just asking. It's not of much use. I'll look for you in a couple of days and treat you to a feast. Zhou Wen sent a message. I'm definitely not selling it, but if you need it urgently, I can lend it to you for the time being. Why do you need a lucky pet?
Wang Lu sent another message.
Can I borrow it?
Zhou Wen was delighted as he hurriedly said.
I want to use lucky pets to attempt the Venusian dimensional zone. Is it convenient to borrow it?
Ordinary people wouldn't be able to return the companion eggs after hatching them, but Zhou Wen had the sky-stealing sun-swapping art, so it wasn't difficult for him to return them.
Alright, come to my place to get it. It's not convenient for me to go out at the moment,
Wang Lu said.
Wait for me.
Zhou Wen was overjoyed as he immediately rushed to the Wang family home. Zhou Wen left without a word. The officers Hui Haifeng had sent couldn't help but grumble inwardly. They had their doubts about whether Zhou Wen could lead them to the rankings. They only trusted Hui Haifeng, but that didn't mean they trusted Zhou Wen completely. At the very least, Zhou Wen's present performance wasn't reassuring. They had been here for 2 days, and had only seen Zhou Wen once on the first day. Then, they hadn't seen him again. There was no training, no discussion for cooperation, not even a plan. They didn't have any confidence in attempting the Venusian dimensional zone together. Anyone would feel uneasy. After all, this was a matter that risked their lives.
Captain Wei, can we count on Zhou Wen?
An officer whispered to Wei Yang. Wei Yang was the soldier with a stiff face. His facial features looked like they had been drawn on. He was the captain of this special ops team. Without waiting for Wei Yang to reply, the officer continued.
The creatures that can enter the rankings are either calamity grade or large organizations, like the Holy Spirit Association and the League of Guardians. The Holy Spirit Association has the augmentation of Fairy Peacock and True Marshal, as well as an invincible existence like Ya. The League of Guardians has the guarantee of temporal and spatial powers. What do we have? Can Zhou Wen really lead us into the rankings by himself?
In fact, it wasn't just him. Many officers had such concerns. Zhou Wen was indeed famous, but there was still a certain gap between him and large organizations, like the Holy Spirit Association and the League of Guardians. Furthermore, it seemed difficult for one person's strength to beat any collective strength. As soldiers, they could only obey orders, but to say that they weren't nervous or afraid was a lie. Wei Yang said expressionlessly.
Zhou Wen's strength is undoubtedly top-notch among humans. From his past achievements, we can tell that this person isn't simple. Furthermore, even the president holds him in such high esteem. I believe he's definitely a person with true talent. We don't need to worry about this. All we need to do is make preparations and help him get into the rankings. How do we prepare? The president told us to listen to his orders, but we don't even see him now,
the officer said gloomily. Wei Yang's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly.
The president has always been meticulous and comprehensive. If the president says that Zhou Wen can do it, he definitely can. Zhou Wen probably has his own plans for not meeting us now. All we need to do is stay sharp and unleash our greatest abilities when the time comes.
Although the officers were somewhat uneasy, they didn't let this uneasy feeling continue spreading due to Wei Yang's influence. Instead, it weakened significantly. However, they were still displeased with Zhou Wen's actions. Zhou Wen rushed to the Wang family home that very night, but unfortunately, there were too many dimensional zones along the way. With his abilities, he couldn't directly reach the Wang family. All he could do was constantly use instant transmission to travel, and circle around some dimensional zones that had yet to be explored by humans. Thankfully, nothing happened along the way. In less than 2 days, Zhou Wen reached the Wang family home. Wang Lu curled her lips when she saw Zhou Wen.
If you aren't borrowing a companion beast, would you have ever taken the initiative to repay the debt?
Chapter 1325 Transfer.
As the saying goes, there's no disadvantage to having too much debt. I'll owe you more so that I can repay you later in one shot,
Zhou Wen said. Wang Lu burst out laughing as she rolled her eyes at Zhou Wen.
Which planet did you get that saying from? Of course it's from Earth,
Zhou Wen said.
On Earth, there's no disadvantage to having too many skills. I've never heard of the phrase that there's no disadvantage to having too much debt,
Wang Lu said.
Is that so?
Zhou Wen asked, feigning ignorance.
Alright, stop pretending. Since you're here today, you have to pay some interest,
Wang Lu said.
Alright, tell me where you want to eat. I still have enough money to buy you a bowl of seafood noodles, the kind that doesn't have seafood.
After not seeing her for a long time, Zhou Wen didn't feel unfamiliar with her at all. Wang Lu was still the same Wang Lu as though he had met her not long ago.
At the very least, you are now Luoyang's number 3 figure. Can you not be so stingy?
Wang Lu said angrily.
What number 3 figure?
Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback.
Apart from Long Zongjing and Tianzhua, Luoyang is counting you. If you aren't number 3, what are you?
Wang Lu paused before continuing.
Don't just stand outside. Go in. Tell me, how do you plan on clearing the Venusian dimensional zone?
Zhou Wen followed Wang Lu into the Wang family residence and realized that it was a back door. There was a garden inside, but he didn't see anyone. As Wang Lu led the way, Zhou Wen roughly explained how Hui Haifeng had entrusted him with the mission of entering the rankings and his plans.
I've never heard of using luck to dodge attacks. Are you confident? Against a calamity-grade creature, if your dodging fails, you will die,
Wang Lu said worriedly.
Don't worry. It's not like you don't know me well. I have other backup plans. Even if I can't dodge it, I won't end up being killed. I'll definitely return alive,
Zhou Wen said confidently.
It's good that you have a plan.
Wang Lu sized up Zhou Wen and suddenly said,
Give me your hand. What for?
Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement as he extended his hand in front of Wang Lu.
Didn't you want to borrow a companion beast?
Wang Lu said as she pressed her hand on Zhou Wen's right palm, her palm facing his. A dazzling light flashed between their palms.
What are you doing?
Zhou Wen felt waves of energy enter his palm and was alarmed. He wasn't surprised because he was afraid, but because he was worried about Wang Lu. He originally wanted to borrow Wang Lu's companion eggs and return them to her after using them. However, he never expected Wang Lu to transfer a contracted companion beast to him. With him possessing the sky-stealing sun-swapping art, it wasn't a problem to transfer a companion beast, but Wang Lu didn't know the sky-stealing sun-swapping art. God knew what price she had to pay to transfer a companion beast to Zhou Wen. If an ordinary person transferred a companion beast, they would at least lose half their life. If they were unlucky, they might even die. Although he knew that Wang Lu likely had some special means, there was typically a price to pay. Techniques like the sky-stealing sun-swapping art were just too rare.
Didn't you want me to lend you my pet?
Wang Lu said with a smile, but her actions didn't stop. The light from her palm intensified as it constantly transformed into a stream of light that stabbed into Zhou Wen's palm.
If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come,
Zhou Wen said with a bitter smile. Now that things were midway, Zhou Wen couldn't stop it abruptly. If he forcefully stopped it, not only would he injure Wang Lu, the companion beast that was being transferred midway would probably be lost.
It's just transferring a companion beast. It's not difficult for me. However, I definitely take note of this debt. You have to repay it in the future,
Wang Lu said. Zhou Wen shook his head and didn't say a word as he waited for the companion beast's transfer to be completed. The transfer of companion beasts seemed to take a long time. The transfer didn't complete despite half an hour passing. What companion beast is this? Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss. However, the energy that had been transmitted wasn't as simple as the mythical stage.
Of course, it's a lucky companion beast. Would I give you an unlucky companion beast?
Wang Lu curled her lips.
Terra grade.
Zhou Wen stared at Wang Lu and asked.
That's right. I won't be able to produce any inferior companion beasts,
Wang Lu said. Zhou Wen couldn't help but frown. The higher the level of a companion beast, the more difficult it was to transfer it. The price to transfer a Terra-grade companion beast was definitely not trivial. Zhou Wen felt deep regret. He couldn't bear the responsibility if anything dire happened to Wang Lu. About an hour later, the light in Wang Lu's palm gradually converged until it vanished, revealing an additional star pattern in the middle of Zhou Wen's palm.
Are you okay?
Zhou Wen didn't look at the companion beast as he kept sizing Wang Lu up.
What can happen to me? Are you hoping that I'll vomit blood and faint? Then, you can take the opportunity to save the damsel in distress and obtain both me and my wealth, so there's no need to pay the debt of the companion beast and all the past debts?
Wang Lu smiled and said,
Stop dreaming. I won't accept anything less.
Seeing that Wang Lu was indeed fine, Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief.
Don't worry. I don't dare say that I'll return you double, but I'll definitely return what I owe. Alright, stop wasting time. Make your preparations. You mustn't be careless and must have complete confidence. If you feel that something is amiss, don't force yourself,
Wang Lu exhorted.
Then I'll head back now. I'll touch base with you again after I'm done.
Zhou Wen stood up and prepared to leave. Wang Lu walked Zhou Wen to the door and waved goodbye. Only when he disappeared from her sight did she turn around and return. After closing the back door, Wang Lu leaned against it and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale, as though she had been enervated. She slowly leaned against the door and sat down, as though she didn't even have the strength to stand up. The light and shadows in the garden changed as a dream-like figure walked out of the void. Her figure was holy and charming, like a combination of a devil and an angel. She slowly came in front of Wang Lu. She was actually a guardian, like a goddess from Greek mythology.
You're a very strange person. I've seen many humans. They yearn to tell the entire world the modicum they've done. You paid such a huge price to transfer him, the lucky star that is of great importance to you. Not only did you suffer serious injuries, you even insisted on sending him out, causing your injuries to aggravate. Do you have masochistic tendencies?
The Guardian used her finger to lift up Wang Lu's chin and whispered into her ear with her seductive red lips. Wang Lu turned her head forcefully and shook off the Guardian's finger. She said calmly,
I don't need gratitude or pity. I naturally don't need him to know of such meaningless things. Then what do you need? That man? As long as you are willing to contract with me and have our powers combined, a glance from you will be enough to make all men prostrate before you, much less him.
The Guardian's eyes shimmered, but her body emitted a holy glow. She reached out to touch Wang Lu's forehead. Chapter 1326 Loss of Luck. Wang Lu reached out and swatted away the Guardian's hand. She said calmly,
I said that I won't contract with you. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future.
The Guardian didn't flare up. She retracted her hand and said with a smile,
Don't forget that you're not an ordinary person. It's very difficult for others to injure you, but once you're injured, it's very difficult for you to recover. No external force can treat you. You can only rely on your own body to slowly recover. It will eventually recover.
Wang Lu said.
That's right. Although your injuries are very serious, they still won't take your life. Given time, you'll eventually recover.
The Guardian's eyes gradually narrowed.
However, you've probably never been injured before. You don't know much about what will happen after you're injured. Then let me tell you. After you're injured, your luck will decrease. With your current injuries, your luck might have already reached a nadir. Do you want to take the opportunity to kill me? Then do it.
Wang Lu said nonchalantly.
Baby, how can I bear to kill you? If I kill you, where can I find another human like you to contract with? There probably isn't a second human in this world who is more suitable to contract with me than you.
The Guardian's expression gradually turned cold.
But without your luck to suppress your sister's power of misfortune, she will produce the expected effects. With me aiding her, I'm afraid the Wang family will only have the two of you left remaining. Wouldn't that be fun?
Wang Lu's expression changed. She didn't know that her luck would greatly weaken after she was injured, because this was unprecedented. If the Guardian strengthened Wang Chan's power of misfortune as she claimed, the Wang family might really suffer a calamity.
Do you think I'll believe you?
Wang Lu forced herself to calm down. Perhaps the Guardian was just bluffing. There was no such thing as having her luck drop because of an injury.
You don't believe me?
The Guardian flicked a coin into Wang Lu's hand and said,
Try flipping it 10 times. Under normal circumstances, you should be able to get tails 10 times in a row, right? Let me see how many times you can get tails. 5 or 6 times. With your injuries, 6 times should be your limit, I suppose.
Wang Lu caught the coin and took a look. Then, she flipped it into the air. When she caught it, she realized that it wasn't heads, but the number 1.
Heh, looks like your luck is much lower than I thought.
The Guardian smiled. Wang Lu's expression changed as she flipped the coin again. She wanted to get tails, but when the coin landed, it was still 1. Wang Lu flipped the coin a few times, but she didn't get a single tails. All she got was 1. The Guardian sighed and said,
Even I miscalculated. I didn't expect your sister's power of misfortune to be so strong. Now that your luck has weakened, her power of misfortune is sufficient to suppress your luck because of her existence. Perhaps Wang Chan's power can completely bury your Wang family even without my help.
Wang Lu's expression was extremely ugly. She knew that the Guardian was right. Wang Chan's power of misfortune had escalated so quickly that it exceeded everyone's expectations. When her luck was still present, she couldn't sense it. Now that her luck had greatly weakened, Wang Chan's power of misfortune appeared.
You have no other choice. Sign a contract with me and, using my power, restore your body. You can suppress Wang Chan's power of misfortune and return everything to normal. Otherwise, even if Wang Chan's power isn't enough to destroy the Wang family, I will help her.
The Guardian was like the devil. Her words were as tempting as the abyss. Wang Lu's expression was colored by different emotions. She was momentarily unable to make a decision. Suddenly, shouts came from the Wang family's courtyard. It seemed like there was a fire somewhere. The fire was very strong, and soon, thick smoke could be seen rising into the sky from the garden.
What a potent power of misfortune. It took effect so quickly.
The Guardian looked at Wang Lu and continued.
Actually, I've never understood why you aren't willing to contract with me. The Guardian contract is an equal contract. I won't affect your body or hinder your life. However, with my strength, you can do many things that you couldn't do in the past. The contract is only beneficial to you.
Wang Lu bit her lip and didn't answer. However, when she heard the various shouts coming from the Wang family's yard, her eyes gradually lost their firmness. The Guardian struck while the iron was hot and continued.
Now, if you humans want to become true powerhouses, there aren't more than 3 paths: use the mythical serum or fuse with a Guardian. The two are actually similar. They will make you half human. If you want to keep your human body, contracting with me is undoubtedly the best choice. No, there's another way, said Wanlu. Oh, what path?
The Guardian asked.
Advance to the mythical stage as a human,
Wanlu said. The Guardian laughed.
What a joke. You humans have innately flawed bodies. It's impossible for you to advance to the mythical stage. Advancing to the mythical stage as a human only exists in the imagination of humans. You don't really think that's possible, do you? It's not an imagination on my part, but I'm sure it can be done. This is because humans have already advanced to the mythical stage through their own abilities,
Wanlu said.
Are you talking about human sovereign? It's unknown if human sovereign is a pure human, but I'm guessing that he definitely isn't. At most, he's half human, half guardian like ya.
As the Guardian walked towards Wanlu, she said with a smile.
Instead of having unrealistic dreams, why don't you spend some time thinking about how to resolve the problem in front of you? I'm your only choice.
Wanlu wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by a voice.
I think it's good to dream. What if it comes true?
A figure appeared out of thin air in front of Wanlu, blocking the Guardian, who was about to reach her.
Zhou, why are you?
Although she could only see his back, Wanlu still recognized him at a glance.
I naturally have to settle the trouble I caused.
In the past, Zhou might have been fooled by Wanlu, but as Truth Listener's strength increased, Wanlu's bluff in front of him had been betrayed by her strong inner voice. It was only because Zhou had heard her thoughts, and knew that her injuries couldn't be treated by external forces, that he didn't immediately treat Wanlu. He never expected such a thing to happen.
I'm afraid you can't handle the trouble here.
The Guardian looked at Zhou and curled her lips.
You probably don't know who I am, right?
Chapter 1327 Outbreak of Misfortune.
Who are you? Is that important? In my opinion, it doesn't matter who you are,
Zhou said calmly.
The ignorant are fearless. Do you think I'm one of those trash guardians sent over from the dimension? I'm a guardian who survived the mythical era. Even if you can use the mythical serum to advance to the terror grade, in my opinion, you're just a baby holding a big knife,
the Guardian said as she stared at Zhou.
Are you done? If you're done, prepare to die,
Zhou said as he summoned the Dragon King armor and Azura saber. Zhou knew a lot about guardians. A truly powerful guardian, even a guardian who had survived the mythical era, would still be suppressed by Earth's laws. Was Drought Demon Fairy impressive? All she could do was be trapped in the Fiend Tomb. Without a human contract, she was suppressed to the point of being unable to leave the Fiend Tomb. No matter how powerful this guardian was in the past, the fact that she could stand here without a contract and not be suppressed meant that she couldn't be at the Calamity grade. At best, she was at the Terror grade.
You are Deceit King?
Upon seeing the Dragon King armor and Azura saber, the Guardian immediately recognized Zhou and her expression changed uncontrollably. The name Deceit King was known by all on Earth now. Even the Guardians knew this name. The Dragon King armor and Azura saber were like the Prison Dragon armor and the immortal culling sword of Human Sovereign. They were easily recognized. Of course, the Son of Heaven's sword was also easily recognized, but Zhou usually didn't use it because it lacked offensive power. Deceit King had consecutively defeated Ya and Immortal, both top terror grade guardians. Although this guardian believed that she wasn't inferior to them, she didn't dare say that victory was a cinch. However, this wasn't the only thing that alarmed the guardian. This was because Zhou was clearly a pure human. He had easily broken through to the terror grade without any external help. Only then did the guardian realize that the person Wanlu had mentioned wasn't Human Sovereign. It was likely Zhou who was right in front of her. Can pure humans really advance to the mythical stage by themselves? That's impossible. He must have used some external force. It's just that I can't tell. Perhaps it's a mythical serum that doesn't have obvious characteristics of dimensional creatures, the guardian thought. Zhou didn't wish to speak to her as he slashed with the Azura saber. The guardian's figure blinked, and many illusions appeared. In an instant, her figure was everywhere in the courtyard. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. The phantoms from all directions attacked Zhou. They had terrifying auras and powerful essence energy fluctuations. It was impossible to tell which attack was real and which attack was fake. It was naturally impossible for a single person to simultaneously defend against all attacks.
I have the power of all things. You can't even tell which one is my real body, so how can you fight me?
The phantoms spoke at the same time. Even their voices were the same. Zhou's expression didn't change as he ignored all the attacks. The Azura saber slashed at an empty spot. With a domineering stance, Transcended Flying Immortal instantly split a fake mountain in half. The attacks that filled the sky landed on Zhou, but they turned into bubbles and failed to injure him at all. Behind the rockery, the Guardian's eyes widened in disbelief as she retreated uncontrollably. In the middle of her forehead, A bloody gash was slowly spreading. She had only taken a few steps back when her leg hit a rock. Her body immediately split into two, and she fell to the ground, her blood staining the grass beside her. Amongst mythical creatures, even the transformation technique of the six-eared macaque of the four Demetrius monkeys couldn't fool Truth Listener, let alone the Guardian. Zhou Wen retracted the Azura saber and Dragon King armor. Without looking at the corpse, he came in front of Wang Lu and asked,
"Is there really no other way to treat your injuries?"
Wang Lu shook her head.
"No. The power of luck makes it very difficult for me to be injured, but once I'm injured, I can only recover on my own. I can't undergo treatment. I've tried using pill essences and healing powers before, but it was useless." "Thank you,"
Zhou Wen said with a sigh. If not for her lending him the companion beast, Wang Lu wouldn't have been injured.
"Didn't you help me now? We're even."
Wang Lu turned to look at the Wang family's smoking area and said anxiously,
"Now's not the time to talk about this. I have to think of a way to resolve Little Chan's bad luck. Leave this to me. I'll take Wang Chan away for a period of time. When you recover, I'll send her back,"
Zhou Wen said as he flashed away.
"How can you?"
Wang Lu wanted to stop him, but Zhou Wen was already gone. After 5 years, Wang Chan had grown into a slender and elegant girl. At that moment, Wang Chan was in a panic. She could sense that the power of misfortune in her body was producing the effects. The commotion in the Wang family was closely related to her power of misfortune.
"Wang Chan, do you still recognize me?"
Zhou Wen instant transmitted in front of Wang Chan and called out softly,
"Zhou Wen."
Wang Chan was first delighted when she saw Zhou Wen. She wanted to walk over, but she immediately retreated and said anxiously,
"Don't come over. Leave quickly. Don't approach me. It's dangerous. Don't be afraid. I know something is wrong with you. Your sister asked me to come over to resolve the problem with you. Come with me."
Zhou Wen extended his hand in front of Wang Chan. Wang Chan only hesitated for a moment before giving her hand to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen held Wang Chan's hand and used Singularity Universe's interstellar teleportation ability to arrive on the moon.
"Stand beside me. Don't be too far away."
Zhou Wen used Human Sovereign's power. The powerful life force emitted by Human Sovereign's power allowed Wang Chan to survive on the moon despite the lack of oxygen.
"Is this the moon?"
Wang Chan looked around curiously. This place was different from what she had imagined.
"Yes, follow me."
Zhou Wen led Wang Chan towards Lady Supreme Yin's temple. Wang Chan's power of misfortune was too strong. It wasn't appropriate for Zhou Wen to take her anywhere, so he could only come up to the moon first, hoping that Lady Supreme Yin could take Wang Chan in for a while. As long as Wang Lu's injuries recovered and her luck powers were activated again, Wang Chan could return. Bang! Zhou Wen didn't manage to walk far before he suddenly tripped himself and fell to the ground with a plop. Even Zhou Wen didn't know how he failed to respond to that momentary confusion.
"Zhou Wen, are you alright?"
Wang Chan hurriedly came over to help Zhou Wen.
"I'm fine."
Just as Zhou Wen said that he was fine, Wang Chan slammed into his face because she wasn't used to the moon's different gravitational strength. Chapter 1328 Invincible Lucky Star. Thankfully, Zhou Wen's physique was sufficiently strong, so his face was fine. Otherwise, if he was hit on the nose, he would probably tear up from the pain. He might even have a nosebleed.
Sorry.
Wang Chan apologized profusely, not daring to approach Zhou Wen again, as she tried her best to maintain her distance.
"I'm fine."
Zhou Wen silently summoned his luck companion beasts and wore them. He thought to himself, luck and misfortune are really very special abilities. Wang Chan's level clearly isn't high, but she can produce such a huge impact. Even I'm affected by her. Perhaps luck can really help me dodge the fatal 7th shot. With this in mind, Zhou Wen thought of the companion beast that Wang Lu had transferred to him. Previously, he hadn't had the mood to take a look because of Wang Lu, so he wasn't sure what companion beast it was. Invincible Lucky Star. Terra Grade Evolvable. Life Providence. Lucky Star. Life Soul. Super Lucky Star. Wheel of Destiny. Invincible Lucky Star. Terror Form. Luck Descent. Strength 99. Speed 99. Constitution 99. Essence Energy 99. Talent Skill. Great Wheel of Fortune. Lucky Time. Lucky Hand. Companion Form. Soul. Zhou Wen was stunned seeing the stats. They were just too terrifying. It wasn't that Zhou Wen didn't have top-notch terror companion beasts that could evolve, but he really didn't have one that added luck. The key was that ordinary lucky pets, in other words, their life providence, added luck. This thing actually added luck to every ability. It was simply an excellent grade companion beast with a luck attribute. Just its life providence added 36 points of luck. With the augmentation of the life soul, Wheel of Destiny, and terror transformation, Zhou Wen estimated that his luck would exceed 100. Even if it did not exceed 100, it must have reached the limit of his luck value. This isn't right. Wang Lu didn't even contract a guardian, and hasn't advanced to the mythical stage. How did she obtain this terror-grade companion beast? Zhou Wen was alarmed. However, with a companion beast like Invincible Lucky Star, which could almost be considered a divine artifact, if he couldn't dodge the calamity-grade bullets, he could basically give up on the strategy. Unless there was an even more overpowered dodging skill than Heavenly Robe, it was impossible to dodge the bullets. Zhou Wen looked at his phone as he walked. Wang Quan carefully followed behind him, not daring to get too close, afraid that her power of misfortune would affect him. Croak! A huge toad suddenly appeared, startling Wang Quan. She took a few steps back, stepped on Zhou Wen's foot, and bumped into him. Sorry! Sorry! Wang Quan apologized profusely. Don't apologize to me in the future, understand? With my relationship with your sister, there's no need for you to apologize to me. Zhou Wen felt pity for Wang Quan when he saw her like this. Living under such pressure all the time, one would either explode in despair and become an extremely evil person who didn't care about anything, or one would always have to bear the pressure and suffer mental problems. Over the years, it was already quite good that Wang Quan had remained unchanged. When Wang Quan heard Zhou Wen's words, she widened her eyes and asked in surprise. Could it be, you're going to be my brother-in-law? Zhou Wen nearly choked on his saliva. He took a deep breath and said, I mean, I have a good relationship with your sister. She has helped me a lot. You don't have to be polite with me. With that said, Zhou Wen was just about to greet Chang Yi when she flicked out her tongue and swept Zhou Wen and Wang Quan over. She placed them on her back and headed for Lady Supreme Yin's temple. In next to no time, the two of them arrived before Lady Supreme Yin's temple. Lady Goddess, I'm here to visit you. Zhou Wen got off the toad's back and shouted into the temple. You call this visiting me? It's more like you want my life. Lady Supreme Yin's angry voice came from inside. Lady Goddess, what do you mean? Zhou Wen feigned ignorance. Lady Supreme Yin said coldly. You brought a natural body of Bane to my moon. Do you think that I'm living too comfortably on the moon and want the moon to explode right now? Lady Goddess, don't say that. She's just a little girl. She's not as powerful as you make her out to be. You are very resourceful. This little trouble of hers can easily be resolved by you. Zhou Wen flattered, but his boot-licking skills were clearly lacking. Lady Supreme Yin laughed and said, It's hard on you. From the sound of it, you haven't flattered anyone before. This flattery is too fake. However, since you have said so, let her stay. You are agreeable to it. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. He never expected Lady Supreme Yin to be so affable. Why? You plan on taking her away? Lady Supreme Yin said with a faint smile. I don't mean that. I just think that her physique is a little special. Will she cause you trouble if she stays here? In fact, I have a golden apple that can change her life providence, so I was thinking of using your place to change it for her. Zhou Wen said as he took out the golden apple. He had yet to use it. Wang Quan's life providence wasn't very good. Even if he resolved the current situation, the same thing would happen again if Wang Lu was injured again. Change her life providence? Has your head been kicked by a donkey? Or did your head get clipped by a door when you were young? You want to change a natural body of Bane that's impossibly rare? Lady Supreme Yin said angrily. Although this thing is very rare, it only has disadvantages and no benefits. What's the point of keeping it? Zhou Wen deliberately said so when he heard Lady Supreme Yin mention how Wang Quan's body of Bane wasn't simple. Lady Supreme Yin said, You are really ignorant. Don't you know that Extreme Yang gives birth to Yin and Extreme Yin gives birth to Yang? A body of Bane does not seem to have any benefits, but haven't you ever wondered why as the owner of a body of Bane, she has never been affected? Is this normal? I'm just an ignorant mortal. Please enlighten me. Zhou Wen was secretly delighted. He never expected to accidentally find someone who knew the ropes. If he could resolve Wang Quan's problem, he could provide an explanation when meeting Wang Lu. You finally said something pleasant. Lady Supreme Yin pushed open the door and walked out. She sized up Wang Quan and said, In the division of dimensional creatures, there are no mortal, legendary, or epic stages. There's only the mythical stage. However, mythical creatures are also divided into 3 levels: terror, calamity, and apocalypse. These are the 3 levels of mythical creatures. Your so-called mythical creatures are only the nascent form of mythical creatures. I know all of that, Zhou Wen said. Since you know everything, why don't you do the talking? Lady Supreme Yin rolled her eyes at him. Please continue. I'll shut up. Zhou Wen shut his mouth. But regardless of whether it's terror, calamity, or apocalypse, do you know the source of these? Lady Supreme Yin didn't want Zhou Wen to speak, but she still raised a question for him. Zhou Wen closed his mouth and shook his head.
That is a bane. Only when humans encounter a bane will they be filled with terror. Only then will they realize how terrifying a calamity is. Only then will they fear the arrival of the apocalypse. In essence, a bane is actually the source of myths. Now, do you understand how precious the attribute of bane is?
Said Lady Supreme. Chapter 1329 Invincible Dodge. This was also the first time Wang Chan had heard someone say that her body of bane was good. This was unprecedented. She widened her eyes as she looked at Lady Supreme with an expression filled with anticipation and fear of disappointment.
Lady Goddess, according to what you said, wouldn't Wang Chan, who has the body of bane, be very powerful? Then can she use the body of bane to advance to the calamity or apocalypse level in the future?
Zhou Wen asked on Wang Chan's behalf. Unexpectedly, Lady Supreme rolled her eyes at him and said,
Are you dreaming? I only said that the attribute of bane is very precious, but I didn't say that one would definitely be very strong if they had a bane physique. Not to mention the calamity grade, you humans can't even reach the mythical.
Halfway through her sentence, Lady Supreme glanced at Zhou Wen and suddenly paused. Then, she continued,
Generally speaking, it's unlikely for humans to advance to the mythical stage unless they obtain external help. Let's put it this way. The attributes of bane, hope, luck, and lust are very precious and special. With these attributes, one will naturally be much stronger than ordinary people and have greater potential. However, how far one can go depends on one's cultivation,
explained Lady Supreme. Wang Chan revealed a look of disappointment when she heard that. Since it was difficult to advance to the mythical stage like the average person, and the power of the bane body would become stronger and stronger, resulting in an increasing effect on the people around her, it was useless no matter how strong this attribute of hers was.
Lady Goddess, although the bane attribute is very strong, it has a very bad influence on the people around you. Is there any way to resolve this?
Zhou Wen hurriedly asked.
It's impossible to completely eliminate the effects. However, it's not difficult to control them slightly and not cause too much trouble,
said Lady Supreme confidently. Zhou Wen and Wang Chan were overjoyed. Wang Chan knelt down and kowtowed to Lady Supreme, but before she could do so, she was lifted up by an invisible force.
Don't kowtow me. I still want to live a few more years.
Lady Supreme turned to Zhou Wen and said,
Take your golden apple and get lost as far as you can. Leave this young lady to me. Wang Chan, are you willing to stay?
Zhou Wen first sought Wang Chan's opinion.
I want to stay.
Wang Chan was very opinionated. Since Wang Chan was willing to stay, Zhou Wen didn't say anything else. He stayed on the moon for another day. Firstly, he wanted to see how Lady Supreme planned on modifying Wang Chan. Secondly, he wanted to see if the invincible Lucky Star was useful. Entering the game again, Zhou Wen summoned all the luck companion beasts, including the invincible Lucky Star. He wore whatever he could wear, and had whatever he couldn't wear by his side to boost his courage. Once again, he saw the metal guards and the golden battle gods. Just like before, Zhou Wen didn't move at all. His heavenly robe danced as he dodged all the bullets. However, the real test had only just begun. When the calamity grade gunshot sounded, Zhou Wen's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. I dodged it. Zhou Wen saw the heavenly robe move by itself. It yanked the blood-colored avatar's body to the side, dodging the calamity grade bullet. However, this did not prove anything. He had previously dodged the first 2 shots, and was still killed in the end. Shot after shot, all 6 consecutive shots missed. None of them hit the blood-colored avatar's body. The crucial 7th shot is finally here. Can I dodge it? Zhou Wen was extremely nervous. Bang! The gunshot sounded again. Zhou Wen had already used all his means, but he couldn't see the trajectory of the 7th shot. However, after the gunshot, Zhou Wen saw a white halo appear around the blood-colored avatar. It was as though the blood-colored avatar was wearing a large hula hoop. It floated around the blood-colored avatar's chest, but it failed to injure it at all. Zhou Wen took a careful look and was immediately alarmed. It wasn't a halo at all, but the 7th bullet. It spun around the blood-colored avatar at the speed of light, but it couldn't touch its body. This is the power of the heavenly robe augmented by the invincible Lucky Star? Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised. The 7th bullet refused to give up unless someone was killed. It kept flying at the speed of light, trying to approach the blood-colored avatar's body. However, every time the bullet tried to approach the blood-colored avatar, the heavenly robe would use its powers to yank Zhou Wen's body to the side. Since the bullet couldn't hit him, it could only chase after the blood-colored avatar. Therefore, it looked like a halo. Bang! Bang! The calamity grade gunshot sounded again, but they still failed to touch Zhou Wen. The bullets were dodged by the heavenly robe. Zhou Wen didn't leave, as he stood there experimenting. He wanted to know how many times he could dodge the shots with the help of Invincible Lucky Star and other lucky equipment. He wanted to know how likely it was to achieve such an effect. The outcome made Zhou Wen even happier. After a second round of the 7th bullet, the Calamity grade bullets still failed to hit the blood-colored avatar protected by the heavenly robe. The second round 7th sure kill bullet was also like the first round's sure kill bullet. It constantly circled the blood-colored avatar's body, but it failed to injure the blood-colored avatar. Zhou Wen experimented again and again, but the results left him pleasantly surprised. He dodged the set of 6 bullets in a row. Up to now, not a single one of them could injure the blood-colored avatar. Instead, the blood-colored avatar seemed to have 6 additional halos around it. This left Zhou Wen somewhat depressed. The sure kill bullets had been circling him, wanting his life. A single mistake could result in an irreversible outcome. This was a burdensome worry. No one knew if the bullets would penetrate the blood-colored avatar's body the very next second. With such a powerful dodging ability, it was not difficult to reach the Golden Palace. Even an ordinary person could complete the task. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a reward for reaching the Golden Palace in-game. It was useless even if Zhou Wen arrived there. Seeing that he had nothing special to do with Wang Quan on the moon, and that there was no danger, Zhou Wen got up and returned to Earth. Now, he was completely confident that he could lead Hui Haifeng's men to enter the rankings, so there was no need to delay any longer. After returning to Earth, Zhou Wen first sent Wang Lu a message, telling her not to worry about Wang Quan. He also explained the general situation. Upon hearing that Wang Quan was fine, and might even be able to stop the power of Calamity, Wang Lu was also very happy. She even exhorted Zhou Wen to be careful. She was fine on her side, and Zhou Wen didn't need to worry. Only then did Zhou Wen heave a sigh of relief, but he was thinking about something else. I'm finally going to put an end to this. Zhou Wen wasn't very lucky for some reason. After traveling for nearly 72 hours, he returned to Luoyang. Chapter 1330 Federation Suicide Squad. Wei Yang and the other officers were a little anxious. They had been ordered to help Zhou Wen ascend the rankings, but ever since they arrived, they had only seen Zhou Wen once. It was no wonder they had such thoughts. When they knew that Zhou Wen had returned, the officers immediately came to see him.
Mr. Zhou, when are we leaving for Venus?
Wei Yang was the calmest among the officers, but he was the commander and had an obligation to speak on behalf of all the officers. His question was mostly asked on the behalf of those officers.
Tomorrow.
Zhou Wen naturally hoped that it would be as soon as possible. After completing this matter, he had other things to do. With more and more powerful creatures appearing, he had to think of a way to quickly allow Slaughterer to undergo a terror transformation. He felt uneasy if he didn't advance to the terror grade.
Tomorrow?
The officers were stunned. Although they hoped that Zhou Wen could complete the mission as soon as possible, they didn't have much time to research and practice if it was happening tomorrow.
Mr. Zhou, isn't tomorrow too rushed?
Wei Yang frowned.
Not at all. Get ready. We'll set off at 7 tomorrow morning. It won't affect breakfast.
Zhou Wen planned on eating breakfast after returning. Wei Yang and company misunderstood him, thinking that Zhou Wen was referring to them getting up early to have breakfast before going. Wei Yang and company looked at Zhou Wen and asked,
Mr. Zhou, how are we going to practice tonight?
Practice? What practice? Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback as he asked Wei Yang in puzzlement.
We're going to Venus tomorrow morning. Don't we need to make sure we can cooperate well?
Wei Yang's expressionless face revealed a rare trace of doubt.
There's no need for practice.
Zhou Wen could do it alone. Furthermore, his order in life would be the highest. The Calamity grade bullets would only attack him, and not Wei Yang and company. There was no point in practicing.
Then how do you want us to prepare?
Wei Yang asked.
Just make some preparations. Go back and take a shower and change into clean clothes. It's best if they have the Presidential Palace's emblem on them, so that it's easy to tell that you are from the Presidential Palace. That's all.
Zhou Wen recalled Hui Haifeng's suggestion from before, so he said to them,
It's best if you put a flag on your back and write something like Federation Enlisted. It's easier to let people know who you are representing.
We are all officers, at least colonels. How can there be any enlisted?
An officer said,
I didn't say that you have to be called Federation Enlisted. You can write a name like the Federation Suicide Squad. Of course, this is just my suggestion.
Zhou Wen hurriedly said something else when he realized that the officers' gazes didn't look right. The name Suicide Squad was too unlucky. No wonder the officers looked at him strangely. Zhou Wen ignored them and returned, leaving Wei Yang and company staring at each other. Commander, is this Zhou Wen reliable? He didn't make any plans or do any team building with us. How is he going to lead us? To send us to our deaths?
An officer said indignantly.
That's right. What does he take us for? A suicide squad? He's clearly sending us to our deaths.
The officers didn't believe that they could enter the rankings without anyone at the terror grade. Now, seeing how casual Zhou was, they became even more distrustful.
Follow what Mr. Zhou said. Go back and prepare. We'll gather tomorrow morning,
Wei Yang said expressionlessly. Although he had his doubts, he was still willing to believe Hui Haifeng's orders. The next morning, Wei Yang and the other soldiers had already gathered before 7 o'clock. When Zhou arrived, they had already lined up and were ready to go.
You really wrote it.
Zhou realized that everyone was indeed carrying a flag on their backs. The flag was the Federation flag, but on the flag were the words,
Federation Suicide Squad,
written in white paint. Clearly, they had been added later.
Isn't this your order, Mr. Zhou?
Wei Yang said. They had previously felt that this name was unlucky, but when they thought of how their chances of returning alive were slim if they followed Zhou when to take a shot at the rankings, they decided to use the name Suicide Squad.
Very good. Let's set off then. It won't be too late to come back for breakfast after we get on the rankings.
With that said, Zhou took the lead and walked towards the cube. Only then did everyone understand that when Zhou said that it wouldn't affect breakfast, he meant that he would eat when he returned.
Damn, now we can only be hungry ghosts.
An officer muttered softly. Zhou heard it, but he didn't process it. This was because Truth Listener provided him with too many voices. He wasn't interested in listening to what the officers were saying as he walked towards the cube. After Zhou and company left the Overseer Manor, and Sheng immediately secretly reported to Tianzua.
Overseer, they have set off. Do you think those people can really make it onto the rankings?
And Tianzua stared in the direction Zhou had left. He held a cup of tea, but didn't drink it.
Of course. With young Master Wen around, they can definitely do it. Now it depends on what method they use.
And Sheng replied firmly.
You sure are confident in him.
And Tianzua said coldly.
It's not that I'm confident, but I'm especially confident. Young Master Wen's strength is obvious. If the Holy Spirit Association and the League of Guardians can get on the rankings, young Master Wen can definitely do it. Furthermore, his ranking will definitely be above them.
And Sheng said firmly.
Let's hope so.
And Tianzua said calmly. The cube lit up again, immediately attracting the attention of many humans.
Someone is going to challenge the Venusian Dimensional Zone again. Who will it be this time?
Everyone was nervous as they watched the live stream in anticipation. When they saw more than 10 officers carrying the Federation flag on their backs, everyone was stunned.
Federation Suicide Squad. They really weren't particular with this name. Not only are they not particular, they are simply tired of living. I recognize those officers. They should be from the President. Their appearance here means that the Presidential Palace finally wants to enter the rankings. I know those officers as well. They are all elites from the President's side, but they should only be at the mythical stage, right? With just these people, aren't they dreaming if they want to enter the rankings? Who's that youth in casual clothes? Why does he look familiar?
Finally, someone focused their attention on Zhou, who wasn't wearing a military uniform. Zhou was wearing the heavenly robe. Although it was wrapped tightly, it didn't cover his face. Soon, someone recognized him.
That's Zhou from Luoyang. He's in existence second only to the two war gods, and Tianzua and Leng Zhongzheng. So the president hired Zhou. But even if it's Zhou, it's impossible for him to appear on the rankings with such mythical officers? Isn't the president being too casual with his decision?
Chapter 1331 Zhou clears the level. The Holy Spirit Association and the League of Guardians were also paying attention to this battle. They naturally weren't as shallow as the average person, and believed that Hui Haifeng would not make such a silly mistake. However, they were very puzzled by Hui Haifeng's lineup. Although there weren't many terror-grade entities in the presidential palace, they wouldn't use a group of mythical entities to make up the numbers, right? This wasn't something that could be settled with numbers. Zhou unhurriedly led Wei Yang and company to the platform of the metal hemispherical building and entered the dimensional zone by dripping his blood.
Dripping a drop of blood to enter. This is a situation where they won't rest until one of them is dead. The presidential palace can't even find a spatial type expert. And they actually dared to challenge the rankings?
As people discussed, Zhou had already given the order to kill the metal guard. Hui Haifeng was right. Wei Yang and company were indeed elites. Not only were they well trained, but they were also very powerful. Due to the usage of the mythical serum, all of them had already advanced to the mythical stage. In a one-on-one or even one-on-two situation, they were not at a disadvantage when fighting the metal guards. Zhou saw them skillfully blocking the door. The metal guards that rushed out were quickly dispatched by them. Occasionally, one or two escaped, but they were killed by an officer who dealt the finishing blow. With a glance, Zhou knew that they had worked hard to practice and study the dungeon. Furthermore, their research was quite on point. This method was still effective against the metal guards, but it was useless against the golden battle gods, much less the calamity-grade creature. Furthermore, Zhou felt that this speed was too slow. Yer was still waiting for him to return for breakfast. Pulling out his bamboo blade, Zhou used the saber as a sword and executed the heart-defying sword art. With a slash, all the metal guards piled behind the door were killed. After 6 slashes, all the metal guards were killed. The alarm on one of the doors sounded.
Mr. Zhou, what should we do?
Wei Yang asked. The soldiers looked at Zhou.
Wait.
With that said, Zhou walked towards the door with the bamboo blade in hand. The golden battle god's tall and majestic body walked out and shot at Zhou. The Terra-grade bullet was many times faster than the metal guard's bullets. Zhou held the bamboo blade and ignored the bullets as he charged forward. Just as everyone thought that Zhou had gone crazy, they saw that the bullet seemed to turn by itself as it avoided Zhou's body. Without giving the golden battle god a chance to fire a second shot, Zhou's bamboo blade had already stabbed into the golden battle god's body. With just one strike, it shattered the energy source in its body, causing the golden battle god to lose its strength and die. Zhou didn't even need to deliver a second strike. Zhou knew the golden battle gods too well. It was difficult for others to find the location of the energy source immediately, but Zhou didn't even need to look for it to know where it was. Although they were displeased with Zhou, the officers still exclaimed in admiration when they saw him kill a golden battle god so cleanly.
That bullet just now acted a little strange,
Cave Eris said with a frown.
So what if it's a little strange? This is only a Terra-grade golden battle god. In front of a calamity-grade bullet, this move will probably be useless,
Hermit said. The golden battle gods came out one after another. Zhou held the bamboo blade and quickly charged forward, killing all of them with one strike. It was so clean that it left one's heart cold. No golden battle god could withstand a single strike from him. Furthermore, the situation was rather strange. It was as though every golden battle god's bullet automatically circled around Zhou. Of course, being able to kill them in one strike was mainly because Zhou knew the golden battle gods too well. Not only could he attack their weaknesses, but he could also destroy the energy source. If it were anyone else, even if they were stronger, it would be difficult for them to achieve Zhou's effect. It seemed like an ordinary matter to Zhou, but it shocked the Federation. Zhou was wearing the heavenly robe, and no one discovered any traces of him fusing with the Guardian or using the mythical serum. He seemed to be a pure human. However, a pure human had killed 6 Terra-grade golden battle gods in the blink of an eye with a single slash. Such a scene was unprecedented. Although Human Sovereign was known as the strongest human, no one knew if he was a pure human. Zhou's performance was obvious to all.
Professor Gu, Zhou should be a pure human, right? Apart from Human Sovereign, I've never heard of a pure human having such achievements. He killed 6 golden battle gods using one strike each. Is such a level really something a pure human can achieve?
The host of the Federation Freedom Investigation Bureau said excitedly with twinkling eyes. Professor Gu coughed lightly and explained.
After using the mythical serum, there are obvious signs of mutation, but there are also some that aren't too obvious, especially the mythical serum created by humanoid dimensional creatures. After using it, almost no characteristics of the creatures are transferred over. Zhou might also have used such mythical serums. Is there no possibility of him being pure human?
The host asked, refusing to give up. Obviously, she was also a patriot and hoped for a high-level pure human powerhouse.
Of course, the possibility still exists. However, based on the information humans currently have, it's very difficult. There has yet to be a successful precedent.
Professor Gu seemed to feel that there was no need to continue this topic. He continued.
The information on the Terra-grade golden battle gods has almost been grasped. Killing them isn't difficult for the top experts of the Federation. The next calamity-grade bullet is Zhou's greatest test.
After a pause, Professor Gu said,
I have a guess. Although it's just a guess, I can't think of a greater possibility. Professor Gu, what's your guess?
The host asked. Professor Gu said,
The mythical stage clearly doesn't play an important role in the Venusian dimensional zone, so why did they bring so many mythical officers in? Furthermore, we've already analyzed it in the past. This calamity-grade creature can only kill one person at a time. Even the sure kill 7th shot can't kill a second person. You mean to say that these mythical officers are actually there as meat shields? To ultimately achieve the goal of getting Zhou on the rankings?
The host's eyes lit up.
I didn't say that. I'm just stating the questions in my heart for everyone's reference,
Professor Gu said indifferently. However, Professor Gu's guess immediately gave many viewers a bad feeling. They felt that it was definitely the case. Otherwise, why would Zhou bring so many useless mythical officers? They were clearly about to be used as meat shields. Instantly, there was an outrage on the internet. To actually use the lives of so many soldiers to get onto the rankings was clearly something that many people could not tolerate. Wei Haifeng instantly became the target of online criticism. He received even more attention than the day he became the Federation president. Even some officers had similar thoughts. They couldn't help but secretly retreat, not daring to get too close to Zhou Wen, afraid that he would use them as meat shields. Bang! The calamity-grade gunshot finally sounded. Chapter 1332 Bullet Halo.
I'll go in first. You guys can enter later. At the very least, maintain a distance of more than 100 meters from me. Remember not to stand behind me. It's best if you enter through another door,
Zhou Wen said to Wei Yang and company before walking towards one of the doors. After taking a few steps, he heard a gunshot. The calamity-grade bullet was too fast for people's vision. They only saw Zhou Wen's figure instant transmit a distance away, and behind him, a hole was punched through the metal wall.
He dodged it? Instant transmission? This doesn't make sense.
The hearts of the spectators jumped as Xiao Luchuan said in surprise. It was no wonder Xiao Luchuan was surprised. Instant transmission was indeed very fast, but it took a certain amount of time to activate it. This time was enough to kill him countless times. Xia Xuanyue's tense nerves relaxed slightly. She thought for a moment and said,
"It shouldn't be instant transmission. It looks like he's very fast. It's impossible to dodge a calamity-grade bullet with pure speed. No matter how fast a terror grade is, it's impossible to be faster than a calamity grade. Furthermore, the speed of a bullet is even considered fast among calamity grades,"
Xiao Luchuan said.
"If it was instant transmission, there wouldn't be any traces left behind, but I saw the remnant traces,"
Xia Xinyi said.
"That's strange. From the current data, a calamity grade attribute has a crushing advantage over a terror grade."
Xiao Luchuan naturally trusted Xia Xianyu, because she had a very strong vision. It wasn't just the Xia family. Many large factions found it unbelievable that Zhou Wen had dodged a calamity-grade bullet.
Spatial ability?
Cave Era looked at Zhou Yue. Zhou Yue shook his head and said,
"No, instant transmission isn't that fast. He can't dodge a calamity-grade bullet unless he can predict the bullet's arrival time. That's impossible. There's no pattern to the calamity-grade bullet's timing. Speed? That's unlikely, right?"
Cave Era looked at the screen with a solemn expression. Such conversations kept repeating among the various factions. No one believed that Zhou Wen could dodge the calamity-grade bullets with his speed. The various factions had terror-grade existences that were known for their speed, but none of them were as fast as calamity-grade existences. They weren't even close. Zhou Wen dodged the bullet and walked through the door. Wei Yang and company now knew why Zhou Wen didn't let them stand behind him. Wei Yang led them through another door and took another path. Indeed, with Zhou Wen attracting the attention of the calamity-grade creature, no bullets attacked Wei Yang and company as they headed for the Golden Palace. Not long after Zhou Wen entered the tunnel, a second bullet shot over, but he still managed to dodge it. With Heavenly Robe stats of over 100 Lucky Dodge was probably maxed out. Zhou Wen didn't need to move. Heavenly Robe would move his body to dodge the bullet. Various factions were observing carefully. With their focused attention, it was easier to come to a judgment. They were certain that Zhou Wen didn't use instant transmission type abilities. Instead, he dodged the bullet with pure speed.
"This is impossible. How can he be so fast?"
Cave Era couldn't believe that Zhou Wen had such speed.
"It's not speed."
Immortal, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. Bang! Bang! Gunshots kept sounding as Zhou Wen dodged the bullets again and again. None of the bullets hit his body.
"Magical. It's really magical. This speed is probably comparable to the speed of light, right? It's a miracle that a human can reach this speed. Professor Gu, what do you think?"
The host said excitedly.
"Yes, it's very fast. However, no matter how fast he is, he can't dodge the fatal 7th shot."
Professor Gu continued deconstructing the situation.
"It will definitely consume a lot of energy for a terror grade to burst out with the speed needed to dodge a calamity grade bullet. According to previous analyses, the 7th shot is a bullet that will never stop unless it kills. Therefore, it's impossible for Zhou Wen to dodge the 7th shot. From the looks of it, his existence is probably just to be bait. With Zhou Wen stalling for time, the other members of the Suicide Squad will have a chance of charging into the Golden Palace." "You mean to say that Zhou Wen will die under the 7th shot?"
the host asked in disbelief.
"I don't see any possibility of him surviving,"
Professor Gu replied with certainty.
"Then let's wait and see if Zhou Wen will fall under the 7th shot. Regardless, it's already very impressive for him to reach this stage. For the glory of the Federation and humanity, they have sacrificed too much."
The host seemed to have a good impression of Zhou Wen. Upon hearing Professor Gu's analysis, most people found it reasonable, but those who truly understood Zhou Wen knew that it was impossible for him to do such a thing. He wasn't that kind of person. However, many people were still worried for Zhou Wen. At the very least, he looked no different from a human. Compared to the Guardians and the Holy Spirit Association, they were more inclined to support Zhou Wen. Furthermore, Zhou Wen represented the federal government. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he represented humanity. Soon, Zhou Wen had dodged the first 6 shots. There was silence in front of the screens. Everyone held their breaths as they heard their hearts beating wildly. Bang! When the 7th gunshot rang out, many people couldn't help but tremble. There were even some soft-hearted girls who screamed and covered their faces, not daring to look at the result. This. Blood Shaman looked at the scene and his tongue was tied. He couldn't even say a word. The other members of the League of Guardians widened their eyes and contracted their pupils, as though they had seen something unbelievable. The people who saw this scene all had the same expression. They opened their mouths and wanted to say something. However, they did not know what to say to express their current feelings. In the Venusian dimensional zone, the heavenly robe on Zhou Wen's body fluttered like an immortal's. A shiny halo surrounded him as it constantly flashed.
What? What's that? Could it be that the bullet is revolving around Zhou Wen?
Someone stammered. Although ordinary people could only see the halo and not the spinning bullet, as long as they were not stupid, they could roughly guess what it was.
What the hell? The bullets are circling Zhou Wen, but they aren't hitting him. Could it be that he has some fling with the calamity-grade creature on Venus?
Li Xian widened his mouth in shock. It was enough to swallow a goose egg.
How did he do it?
Xia Xianyu was surprised and delighted. Professor Gu's eyes were about to pop. He did not speak for a long time. Different people had the same question. However, no one was able to answer them. Chapter 1333 The Unstoppable Bullets. Zhou Wen rushed towards the Golden Palace with the spinning bullet around him. The calamity-grade bullets shot over again, but he dodged them. Before the 7th shot from the second round of bullets was fired, Zhou Wen had already rushed to the steps of the Golden Palace. However, he did not ascend the steps. Instead, he stopped in front of them. Zhou Wen had to thank Hui Haifeng for being here. Since he was working for him, it wasn't appropriate for him to go up himself, nor could he put his name on the rankings. Furthermore, Zhou Wen didn't know if the cube would directly determine their names when they entered the rankings, or if they could write their own names. It would be better if they could write it themselves. If the cube determined who he was, Zhou Wen would have to be careful. He couldn't casually use his other identities to appear on the rankings in the future. Everyone saw Zhou Wen dodge one bullet after another, and finally arrive in front of the Golden Palace. They were excited that Zhou Wen was finally about to reach the destination, but to their surprise, he stopped in front of the steps.
What's he doing? He could have gone up before the second round 7th shot. Now he's stopped. Won't he have to take the sure kill bullet from the second round?
While everyone was puzzled, a gunshot rang out again. In the blink of an eye, another halo formed by a rapid spinning bullet appeared around Zhou Wen.
F***CK. That actually works.
Xiao Luchuan jumped up. No one had ever seen anyone do something like that before. There was no need for him to take the sure kill bullet, but he chose to stop.
You're too showy. We're both children of our parents, but why are you so showy? What is he trying to do? Who is he showing off to? Is Zhou Wen related to that dimensional creature? Why didn't he kill him?
Zhou Wen stood in front of the steps as his body danced with the heavenly robe. The halo around him shimmered, making him look like an immortal descending to the mortal world. He dodged one bullet after another. The third sure kill bullet formed a halo around him again, but it still failed to hurt him. Everyone began to turn numb towards such a turn of events. Wei Yang and company were only at the mythical stage after all, so they weren't as fast as the terror grade. They only reached Zhou Wen when the 6th bullet halo formed around him. Wei Yang and company couldn't help but be taken aback when they saw Zhou Wen dancing in front of the steps like an immortal with bullet halos around him.
Go up,
Zhou Wen said to Wei Yang. Only then did the spectators know that Zhou Wen wasn't going up himself, because he was waiting for Wei Yang and company to do the honors.
F***CK, what's the meaning of this? He doesn't want to go up, but he wants to wait for the others to do it. Is he providing a fighting substitute service? This isn't being a fighter substitute. It should be guaranteed placement, right? Guaranteed placement into the rankings? You can even give that away? That's way too showy.
Everyone was rendered speechless as they looked at Zhou Wen, who was surrounded by the halo like a true immortal. Their expressions turned abnormally odd. This scene was a little different from before. The creatures that had attempted the rankings had tragic outcomes. Each died more miserable than the last. The Holy Spirit Association and the League of Guardians managed to get on the rankings after a thrilling attempt. However, when it came to Zhou Wen, it was like escorting a primary school student across the road. The scene became extremely discordant. Wei Yang nodded at Zhou Wen before taking off the Federation flag on his back. The other members of the Suicide Squad followed Wei Yang's example. They held their flags and followed Wei Yang up the steps.
After Wei Yang and the others reached the top, they raised their flags and waved them, a grand display of 10 flags flying high. Hui Haifeng spat out the mouthful of water he had just drunk when he saw this scene. Previously, he had only been joking when he told Zhou Wen to take a flag up. He never expected Zhou Wen to really do it. However, this scene that should have made one's blood pump with zeal and ardor felt a little funny. After Wei Yang and company reached the top, the calamity-grade creature immediately stopped firing. According to the program, a metal bead flew out of the door and landed in Wei Yang and company's hands. The cube screen switched back to the rankings. On the ranking board, another name appeared, Federation Suicide Squad. People didn't pay attention to what the name was. They were all looking at the end of the words Federation Suicide Squad. They wanted to know how many stars they would obtain from this attempt. 3 stars! Everyone found 3 shining stars tailing the name. They immediately crushed the rankings of the Holy Spirit Association and the League of Guardians, and were ranked 3rd. Awesome! Hui Haifeng felt rejuvenated. He originally felt that a single star was sufficient, but now that they had surpassed the Holy Spirit Association and the League of Guardians, he felt very relieved. Everyone knew the influence of the League of Guardians on the Federation. The presidential palace had little influence, so perhaps a ranking like this was a good start. Soon, the presidential palace arranged a press conference. Many reporters raised sharp questions on the spot. For example, was hiring Zhou Wen to get onto the rankings considered a humiliation to the federal government? After all, everyone knew that Zhou Wen was Luo Yang's number 3 figure. However, after this battle, many people felt that Zhou Wen wasn't just ranked 3rd in Luo Yang. Hui Haifeng wasn't angry at all. He looked at them and answered the question. This question is very silly. Could it be that Zhou Wen isn't human? Isn't he a member of the Federation? As a member of the Federation, is it wrong to make contributions to the Federation? Mr. President, is Zhou Wen a pure human? Mr. President, why were those bullets revolving around Zhou Wen? What kind of mystical ability does Zhou Wen have? While Hui Haifeng was holding a press conference, Zhou Wen was very vexed. The 6 bullets kept revolving around him. Even after leaving the Venusian dimensional zone, the bullets didn't stop attacking him. In the past, as long as he exited the game, the bullets would naturally disappear. In reality, it was obviously different. These bullets would not disappear into thin air. Zhou Wen's plan to have breakfast was ruined. He could only think of a way to deal with the 6 bullets around him. Otherwise, he would have to keep wearing the heavenly robe and the luck equipment. He definitely had to return the invincible lucky star. He couldn't keep wearing it. He tried all kinds of methods, even to the point of walking by the side of a mountain and letting the bullets hit the mountain, but it was useless. The calamity-grade bullets seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Nothing could stop them. They would not stop until they killed their target. The only solution was apparently to find a scapegoat and use their life to take the bullet. Zhou Wen's heart suddenly stirred. Wait. This might not be a bad thing. These calamity-grade bullets will constantly revolve around me. Viewing this from another angle, they are equivalent to a weapon of mine. 6 calamity-grade bullets. As Zhou Wen thought about it, his face almost bloomed with joy. Chapter 1334 Returning to settle scores. These are 6 sure-kill bullets. Even the calamity-grade dragon turtle couldn't withstand them. If I can find a calamity-grade creature. The premise is that if it can't kill me, all I need to do is rush up and hug it. The 6 bullets should be enough to kill a calamity, right? Zhou Wen thought as he took out his phone and entered the dungeon. However, to his disappointment, there were no bullets surrounding the blood-colored avatar. In that case, I can only search for calamity-grade creatures in reality. Zhou Wen immediately felt that the risk factor was too high. Heavenly Robe's lucky dodge was indeed amazing, but there was a limit to it. Single-target attacks like bullets were fine, and they might even be very effective against the rain of arrows that covered a wide range. However, if he encountered an AoE flaming or icy power, there was no room for him to dodge. No matter how high his lucky dodge was, it was impossible for him to dodge those attacks. With this in mind, there were fewer places he could go. The few known calamity-grade creatures were not easy to approach. It's best if I don't go to Chess Mountain. Drow Demon Fairy couldn't leave the Fiend Tomb, and was only frightened by my words. If I really rush up, I won't be able to hide once she releases her heavenly fire. Zhou Wen thought about it, and felt that no matter which calamity grade he provoked in reality, it would be very dangerous. After all, calamity grades had their own calamity zones, and only a few of them attacked individually. Is there no calamity grade creature like the dragon turtle? Zhou Wen searched through his memories, hoping to find a suitable target. Suddenly, Zhou Wen thought of a place, the Forbidden City he had previously been to. Now, the owner of the Forbidden City was likely the one inside the log. From what Zhou Wen knew, she had the power of lightning, and liked to use lightning for smiting. That attack seemed dodgeable.
With Zhou Wen's lucky equipment and Heavenly Robe's dodging abilities, he should be able to dodge it. I nearly died last time. It's time to settle this score. Zhou Wen thought to himself, but he didn't dare immediately head to Forbidden City. After returning to the Overseer Manor, Zhou Wen went to find the antelope. This guy was still lazy all day. Other than eating and sleeping, he did nothing else. Bullets surrounded Zhou Wen. When he entered, the wall near the door instantly shattered. The antelope looked up at him and looked at the bullets in surprise.
Ahem, brother antelope, have you been feeling better recently? Do you want me to buy you some supplements?
Zhou Wen said with a light cough.
I can't deal with the bullets around you. Find someone else.
The antelope lazily closed its eyes again.
No, that's not what I meant. I just want to ask you. Look at my equipment. Can I dodge the lightning from the fellow in Forbidden City?
Zhou Wen knew that the antelope knew a lot about that fellow. For safety's sake, he decided to consult it.
The Heavenly Robe can indeed dodge a calamity-grade attack with high luck, but it's only limited to attacks that can be dodged. It's useless against large-scale indiscriminate attacks.
The antelope seriously looked at Zhou Wen's equipment and the 6 bullets before continuing.
The one from Forbidden City doesn't just produce single-target attacks.
Just as Zhou Wen was feeling somewhat disappointed, he heard the antelope say,
But it's not like you don't stand a chance. If your plan is good, your 6 bullets might really make her suffer. What do you plan on doing?
Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss. The antelope seemed to be putting way too much effort into this matter, so he stared at it warily. The antelope chuckled.
I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. My injuries are too serious. I nearly lost my life back on Mount Laojun. Although I've recovered a little, the recovery process is too slow. Furthermore, without external help, it's very difficult for me to fully recover. There are many good things in Forbidden City, and a few of them are of great help to my injuries. If you cooperate with me, how about we split the items obtained from Forbidden City equally? What do you mean by even? I'm taking the risk and I have to fight her. All you need to do is speak theory, and you want 50% of the spoils?
Zhou Wen naturally disagreed.
Without me, there's no chance of getting close to her. I'm providing key technology. As an investor providing the technology, 50% isn't much,
the antelope said with a smile.
If you're not afraid of death, you can try doing it yourself. Tell me about the way to safely approach her,
Zhou Wen asked.
It's definitely impossible to fight her head-on. She can activate the major heavenly cycle stellar array. When the time comes, you probably won't even see her, let alone get close to her. It's even a question if you can escape from the major heavenly cycle stellar array.
The antelope lowered its voice and said,
The only way is to ambush her, and use the power of the 6 bullets to finish her off when she's unprepared. Are you crazy? Sneak an attack on a calamity grade? Do you think it's possible to do so undiscovered?
Zhou Wen didn't believe that it was as simple as the antelope said.
You definitely can't do it yourself. You need my help, so it's really not much for me to take 50%.
The antelope said.
What good things are in Forbidden City?
Zhou Wen wondered if he should take the risk.
There are plenty. After Starlady Polestar returns to the Forbidden City, many hidden dimensional zones there will open.
The antelope's saliva flew as it recounted what good things were inside. Zhou Wen listened for a while, and was really tempted.
Alright, 50-50. However, you have to tell me the complete plan first. I'll decide if I want to go. If I do, I'll definitely give you 50%.
Zhou Wen ultimately failed to resist the temptation. The antelope was very straightforward as it told Zhou Wen its plan in detail. The weather was terrible during this season in the capital. It was very dry, and there were dust storms. When the wind blew, one's face would feel itchy because there was too much sand in the air. Most people were unwilling to go out at this time. Even the shops by the roadside would mostly be closed, and the pedestrians would be in a hurry. However, there was a blonde girl who looked to be 12 or 13 years old on the street. Her body was abnormally clean as she slowly sauntered. As she walked, she looked around as if she was looking for something. The girl was very beautiful. No matter how one looked at her, one could not find a single flaw. She was so perfect that she did not seem like a human. Instead, she looked like a work of art.
Little girl, the sandstorm outside is strong. Come in and have a cup of milk tea to avoid the wind.
The owner of a milk tea shop seemed to have noticed the blonde girl very early on. When she walked past his shop, he opened the door against the wind and greeted her.
Ahem, brother antelope, have you been feeling better recently? Do you want me to buy you some supplements?
Zhou Wen said with a light cough. Chapter 1335 Sweetie.
Young lady, what would you like to drink? The most famous thing in my shop is Stocking's milk tea. Of course, the pearl milk tea here is also very good.
The boss offered with a smile.
Can I have both?
The blonde girl looked at the beautiful pictures on the brochure and asked expectantly.
Of course, let's give you a cup of my best Stocking's milk tea first.
The smile on the boss's face deepened as he began to make the milk tea. Soon, the boss brought a cup of milk tea to the blonde girl and placed it on the table.
Try it. I guarantee you that you won't be disappointed. You definitely won't be able to drink a second cup of milk tea that's this smooth in the capital.
The blonde girl took a sip of the milk tea and closed her eyes with a blissful expression.
Is it delicious?
The boss asked.
Yes, it's really delicious.
The blonde girl took one sip after another and quickly finished the cup of milk tea. She then looked at the shop owner and asked,
You just said that there's also pearl milk tea. Is it as delicious as this? You'll know once you try it.
The boss smiled and made a cup of pearl milk tea for the blonde girl.
This tastes good too.
The blonde girl held the cup, her eyes almost melting from happiness. Soon, the girl finished another cup of milk tea.
Do you want to drink something else?
The boss came over and asked.
Thank you, but there's no need. I should go.
The blonde girl said as she walked out.
Wait, you haven't paid the bill yet?
The boss quickly stopped the blonde girl.
Bill? What's that?
The girl looked at the milk tea shop owner in confusion. Sweetie genuinely didn't know what money was. The last time she came to Earth was a long time ago. Moreover, at that time, someone took care of her, and Sweetie had never tried to use money.
Don't play dumb with me.
The boss's expression changed immediately. The kind look from before disappeared and was replaced with a fierce look. He reached out to grab Sweetie's arm and said fiercely,
How dare you drink milk tea when you are penniless? You better.
The boss's palm touched Sweetie's arm, and his voice came to an abrupt halt. A golden light lit up at his fingertips. The golden light instantly spread to his entire body and turned him into gold. It was real gold that even shone with a golden light. It was like a 24K pure gold statue. It still maintained a fierce expression while reaching out to grab Sweetie. Sweetie looked at the boss, who had turned into a golden statue. She sighed and shook her head, then walked out of the shop. Soon, a customer came into the milk tea shop and was shocked to see the golden statue. Zhou took your chick and the antelope to the capital. As he walked, he browsed the news on the internet. He originally wanted to see the recent situation in Forbidden City. He wanted to know if humans had already explored the interior. It would be best if he could obtain information about the interior of Forbidden City. However, he didn't find any information about the Forbidden City. Instead, he saw many media headlines reporting about golden statues. Zhou took a casual look and realized that there were suddenly many golden statues in the capital. These golden people looked identical to the real people in real life, and the gold was pure gold. However, according to the investigation of the capital's police station, every golden statue was built using real people as the template, and those who looked identical to the golden statue had all gone missing. Everyone was discussing this matter. Some people suspected that a powerful dimensional creature had entered the capital and turned those people into golden statues. Some people said that this was a prank. Some even said that this was a sign that a calamity-grade creature was about to appear. In any case, there were all kinds of things being said, causing everyone in the capital to be in a panic. Many people did not dare to go out, afraid that they would also turn into golden statues. No wonder there are so few people on the streets in the capital. So that's why. Zhou came to a realization. He had previously found it odd that the capital looked much more desolate than before. In the beginning, Zhou thought that after Xia Zhouwang died, the Xia family declined, which led to the capital's decline. It turned out that it was caused by the golden statues.
Antelope, what do you think of these golden statues?
Zhou read the news about the golden statues to the antelope. After the antelope heard that, it frowned and pondered.
Although turning a person into gold isn't a very powerful ability, it's still a very rare ability. If a creature really has such an ability, it's probably at the mythical stage or above. The possibility of it being at the terror grade is higher. Since it's possible to be above the mythical stage, why is the possibility of being at the terror grade higher? Can it be at the calamity grade?
Zhou asked in puzzlement.
If it's a calamity grade, it wouldn't be just these few people turning into gold. Besides, unless a calamity grade has nothing better to do, why would they run around turning ordinary people into gold?
The antelope said. Zhou thought about it and realized that it made sense. However, this had nothing to do with them. Their destination was Forbidden City, and they wouldn't stay in the capital for long. Their luck was unlikely to be so unlucky to encounter the monster that could turn people into gold. As Sweetie walked, she sensed Zhou aura. After arriving on Earth, she first went to Sweetie's hut before heading to the capital. As Yana had sent information on Zhou to Sweetie before she died, she could sense Zhou's aura and knew that he was approaching that direction. Therefore, she planned on waiting for him. Sweetie had only wanted to wait quietly for Zhou's arrival, but she never expected humans to have declined to such a state. Every human who touched her turned into a golden statue without exception. In fact, it was not Sweetie who intentionally turned them into golden statues. It was just an additional power that was automatically generated from her body. As long as it was a creature with evil intentions or a sinful person, they would turn into golden statues when they touched her. If it was a kind-hearted person, there wouldn't be any problems if they touched her. However, up until now, everyone who touched Sweetie had turned into gold. Has humanity fallen to such a state? I can't even find a kind person. It's no wonder that bad person killed Yana. He must be a super bad person. Sweetie had already sensed Zhou Wen's arrival and walked towards him. From afar, she saw Zhou Wen carrying Yer and walking down the street with the antelope and bird. Sweetie walked towards him. Such a baddie will definitely turn into gold the moment he touches me. It can be considered revenge for Yana, Sweetie thought as she deliberately walked towards Zhou Wen. When Zhou Wen saw Sweetie, he couldn't help but take a few more looks. The blonde girl was just too beautiful. She was like a doll, one that looked flawlessly beautiful. When Sweetie brushed past Zhou Wen, she seemed to accidentally slip. She staggered and fell towards Zhou Wen. Chapter 1336 Entering the Forbidden City again. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen dodged to the side. Without looking to see if Sweetie had fallen, he turned around and instant transmitted. Do you think I'm a fool? I've always been in my terror form. Ordinary people can't see me at all. Besides, there are calamity-grade bullets spinning around me. Not only can this girl see me, but she can even pass through the bullets and fall towards me. How can such a person slip? Are you kidding me? Zhou Wen carried Yer and instant transmitted away with Chick on his shoulder. The antelope wasn't slow either. It ran immediately, so fast that its shadow couldn't be seen. It was in no way slower than Zhou Wen's instant transmission. The two of them unanimously ran in the same direction, towards Forbidden City. Clearly, they all believed that Sweetie's strength was extremely terrifying. If they were to try to escape normally, there was a high chance they wouldn't make it. If they fled to the Forbidden City, they might be able to pit the enemy against another, and obtain a chance to catch their breath. Sweetie was still in a daze. She thought that a normal person would definitely help her up, but in her eyes, something normal was not normal at all. Normal people couldn't see Zhou Wen, much less pass through the bullet halo. To Sweetie, this couldn't be any more normal. Bam! Sweetie fell to the ground and watched in a daze, as Zhou Wen and the antelope vanished. After a while, she got up hatefully. He's indeed a bad person. He didn't even help me up. This made Sweetie even more determined to avenge Yana. After sensing Zhou Wen's location, Sweetie chased after him. When Zhou Wen reached Forbidden City with instant transmission, he realized that the antelope had already arrived. It was even faster than him.
She didn't chase after us?
Zhou Wen asked when he saw the antelope standing outside Forbidden City without entering. It didn't look flustered.
Probably not. I didn't sense her following us,
the antelope said firmly. Clearly, it was very confident in its senses.
Could that girl be the culprit who has turned humans into gold?
Zhou Wen guessed.
Maybe. Anyway, she's not simple. Even I can't see through her. She's definitely at the calamity grade.
The antelope looked around but didn't find any traces of Sweetie.
Let's enter the city now. Even if she catches up, she will suffer limitations inside,
Zhou Wen said as he walked towards the entrance of Forbidden City.
Don't take the main entrance. Follow me.
The antelope stopped Zhou Wen and headed in another direction along the city walls. They walked in front, while Sweetie followed not far behind them. However, Zhou Wen and the antelope didn't see her. It was as though she was invisible. What are the two of them sneaking around for? Sweetie walked to Zhou Wen's side. She originally wanted to push him and turn him into gold, but when she saw the two of them sneaking around, her curiosity was piqued. She retracted her hand. Sweetie squatted by the side and watched the antelope and Zhou Wen crawl through a dog hole. She thought to herself, what are they trying to do? Zhou Wen had tried his best to be careful when he crawled in, but the dog hole was just too small. A portion of the wall's brick shattered as a result of the bullets around him. Fortunately, after they crawled in, it was an empty courtyard. Other than some plants, there were no other living creatures. That blonde girl shouldn't have caught up. Zhou Wen lay prone in the grass and used Truth Listener to listen. Having not discovered any traces of the blonde girl in the vicinity, he felt slightly relieved. However, Zhou Wen didn't know that Sweetie was crouched beside him. She was less than a foot away from him and could reach out to touch his hair.
It doesn't seem like she was coming for us. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given up so easily.
The antelope lay in the grass and looked around. It didn't notice Sweetie and spat on the ground. It cursed.
Nothing good comes from following you out.
Sweetie crouched there and listened in on their conversation with great interest.
How do you know that the girl was coming for me? Perhaps she was coming for you,
Zhou Wen said with a pout.
Pooey! I haven't been out and about for millennia, But the moment I did, I encountered you, an unlucky piece of trash. How could I possibly have the opportunity to offend such a powerful enemy?
The antelope said in a very displeased manner.
Let's not talk about that for now. After all, she didn't chase after us. Let's stick to the plan and deal with Star Lady Polestar first,
Joe suggested.
All right, let's act according to the plan. We mustn't make any mistakes. Otherwise, both of us will suffer greatly. The current Star Lady Polestar is nothing like last time when she just freed herself.
The antelope exhorted again.
Don't worry. I know what to do.
Joe used Truth Listener to scan his surroundings. Truth Listener received too much sound information. Joe still couldn't analyze what all the sounds were, but he could accurately pinpoint a portion of the sounds he wanted to hear. It was much better than before. Soon, Joe heard everything around him. Forbidden City was indeed very different from before. Although its layout still followed the 8-armed Neza setup, there were many independent dimensional zones in the city now. The situation was roughly similar to Dragon Gate Grotto. They were both large dimensional zones that contained many smaller dimensional zones. Thankfully, Truth Listener's strength had improved greatly. Otherwise, Joe probably wouldn't have been able to hear the situation outside the courtyard because it was a dimensional zone.
Strange, what is this place? There's not a single dimensional creature. Why is this area only a small independent dimensional zone?
As Joe spoke, he glanced at the dog hole they had crawled through and continued.
Furthermore, why would a dog hole exist in Forbidden City, which has already transformed into a dimensional zone? Don't be surprised. The dog hole was a part of Forbidden City, so of course it can exist. As for this place, you should have seen the map of Forbidden City before, right? Don't you know that this is the legendary Cold Palace?
The antelope said. Cold Palace? Joe was slightly taken aback. Of course, he had heard of the Cold Palace. It was the place where the emperor banished concubines who had committed crimes. However, it was empty here and there were no concubines.
If it weren't for the fact that the Cold Palace is isolated from other areas, we would have long been discovered by Star Lady Polestar after causing such a huge commotion here. This is one of the few places where Star Lady Polestar won't pay attention to. However, we have to move quickly. If she has a sudden impulse to look over here, we'll be in trouble,
the antelope said as it slammed its head into the door of the Cold Palace. After shattering the door, it ran out. The dimensional creatures outside were immediately attracted by it and chased after the antelope. As per the agreement, Joe waited for the antelope to lure the dimensional creatures away and cause chaos before sneaking in another direction. Sweetie looked in the direction the antelope left in, then at Joe before walking towards him. Chapter 1337 successfully completed the plan.
Star Lady Polestar, is this how you treat your old friend and savior?
The antelope shouted as it ran. From time to time, it would stomp at the dimensional creatures blocking the way, shattering the soldiers in star armor. It looked very impressive. However, there were just too many soldiers in Forbidden City. The ones killed by the antelope were only a drop in the ocean. Soldiers wearing all kinds of star armor constantly surged over, and more of them appeared. Those soldiers were quite strange. When there were only 1 or 2 soldiers, they looked quite ordinary, and did not have much combat strength. However, as more soldiers gathered, each soldier's combat strength became stronger and stronger, seemingly limitless.
Why didn't you just stay on Mount Lao Jun to await death? Why did you come here?
Star Lady Polestar's voice came from the Hall of Supreme Harmony.
Pooey, pooey, pooey. I'm still in my prime. It won't be a problem for me to live for another 1,000 lifetimes. Even if you die 100 times, I still won't be dead,
said the antelope as it spat.
Since you are speaking, it means that you have already lost your bet with him. What's the use of living for so long? You might as well die. If I were you, I would just kill myself to avoid making a fool of myself,
said Star Lady Polestar coldly. Star Lady Polestar seemed to hit the antelope's sore spot. The antelope immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation.
That's because I think there's no point in winning. I deliberately let him win once. Otherwise, how could I lose? Besides, what has this got to do with you? Since when was it your turn to spout nonsense? You'd better mind your own business. Open your eyes wide and take a good look into the future to prevent yourself from being deceived again. Say that again?
Star Lady Polestar also seemed infuriated.
I'm advising caution. Don't be deceived by others again. Is that wrong? This is for your own good. I don't want you to be deceived again. For the dignified Star Lady Polestar to be abandoned by someone and to lead a depressing life worse than death, that's just too sad. Even a bystander like me can't stand watching.
Not only did the antelope repeat those words, it added more. Boom! Boom! Purple lightning descended from the sky and struck the antelope.
Holy sh*t, little star, are you serious?
The antelope jumped and dodged the lightning strikes again, and again in a sorry state. As it jumped, it shouted,
Little star, no matter what, I'm your savior. Without me, you would still be buried and eating dirt. Now that you've grown capable, you actually dare to smite me with firmament lightning. Do you want me to spank your butt?
Boom! The lightning exploded like a bolt from the blue. Purple lightning descended from the sky as though a sea of lightning was pouring down. It would not stop until it diced the antelope into pieces.
I came to visit you out of goodwill, but you're actually so heartless. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have gotten that punk to carry that bag of sh*t over.
The antelope kept spewing all sorts of vulgarities. With a clang, the door of the Hall of Supreme Harmony was smashed open. A piece of charwood tore out and stood erect on the roof like a lightning rod. After the charwood appeared, the entire sky above Forbidden City emitted purple light. Clouds gathered and the stars in the sky emitted a brilliance, which overlapped and descended from the sky, illuminating the entire Forbidden City. Now, it was no longer just lightning that descended, but the brilliance of thousands of stars. They were like countless crisscrossing beams of light that sliced at the antelope.
Little star, do you really want my life?
The antelope cried out as it moved rapidly like a phantom. It used the buildings in Forbidden City to avoid the terrifying starlight assault. The buildings that were originally protected by the Dimensional Zone's nomological powers, thus making them virtually indestructible, were easily penetrated by the starlight. Soon, the starlight struck the antelope, causing it to scream. Zhou followed the agreement with the antelope and constantly changed his location and route. He traveled unobstructed amidst the starlight array and quickly sneaked to the Hall of Supreme Harmony's vicinity. However, Zhou didn't immediately take action. He hid nearby and waited for the opportunity the antelope mentioned. Sweetie walked over with Zhou. The starlight failed to injure her at all. It was as though the starlight, like Zhou, failed to discover her. There was another explosion in the sky. The stars shifted, and the stars in the sky changed. One of the purple stars was like the core of the world. It was surrounded by the other stars, and shone with strange starlight. Upon seeing the purple star appear, looking identical to the antelope's description, Zhou no longer hesitated. He instant transmitted in front of the charwood and hugged it. Zhou was very familiar with this log. Back then, he had carried it all the way to Forbidden City. However, although the current log's size and appearance were the same as before, its texture was completely different. It still looked charred, but it was as hard and smooth as jade. It was also abnormally cold. Perhaps it was because all her attention was on the antelope, or because she was at a critical moment controlling the major heavenly cycle stellar array, Starlady Polestar, who was inside the charwood, failed to react in time and was hugged by Zhou. Boom! 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 The 6 calamity-grade bullets that surrounded Zhou, one like a stellar ring, slammed into the charwood, producing 6 bullet holes.
Ah!
Zhou immediately heard a woman's tragic cry from the charwood. The major heavenly cycle stellar array in the sky immediately collapsed.
It's done!
Zhou was delighted when the 6 calamity bullets didn't fly out again.
Get out of the way!
The antelope descended from the sky and kicked the charwood, toppling it from the roof. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a yellow paper talisman, sticking it on the charred wood. Zhou had already retreated to the side, and sized up the charred wood that had been pasted with a yellow paper talisman by the antelope. He saw the charred wood constantly tremble violently, as though it would shatter at any moment. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Starlady Polestar remained alive despite being hit by 6 sure-kill bullets. Her strength was unimaginably terrifying for her to still resist at this stage. Now, Zhou was very glad that he hadn't come alone to settle the score with her. Otherwise, he might not have returned alive today. The yellow paper talisman on the charred wood kept flickering with golden light, as though it was suppressing Starlady Polestar. However, seeing the charred wood shake so violently, Zhou asked worriedly,
Is there a problem with your yellow paper talisman? Don't worry. I guarantee that nothing can go wrong with my stuff. She definitely won't be able to rush out in at least 24 hours. Don't write this yellow paper talisman off just because it doesn't look remarkable. It has a great origin. As long as it's pasted on, unless someone helps her tear it off, it's impossible for anyone to rush out in a short period of time. Besides, she suffered 6 bullets from you. She must be seriously injured. Just follow me to pick up the treasures in peace.
The antelope said smugly. These 2 guys are really big baddies. With me, sweetie, around, how can I let you evil people have your way? I must make you pay for your evil deeds. Sweetie came in front of the charred wood and reached out to tear off the yellow paper talisman. Chapter 1338 Major Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array. Zhou and the antelope were just about to head to Forbidden City to make a clean sweep of the treasures, when they suddenly felt that something was amiss. It was as though the vibration of the charred wood had stopped. They felt that something was wrong as a chill ran down their back. They turned their heads involuntarily. With a glance, Zhou Wen and the antelope's expressions changed drastically. They saw the yellow paper talisman that had been stuck to the log gently float down.
Oh well, Auntie, did you forget to apply glue?
Zhou Wen gulped and asked with some difficulty.
That thing doesn't seem to need glue, if I recall correctly.
The antelope was a little unsure. It could not figure out why the yellow paper talisman would fall. It should not have fallen after it was stuck on it.
Can you stick it on again?
Zhou Wen asked again. Before the antelope could answer him, an explosion in the sky gave him an answer. Purple lightning descended from the sky and directly reduced the yellow paper talisman to ashes.
Don't tell me that talisman of yours is fake?
Zhou Wen retreated as he spoke, already having thoughts of escaping.
That shouldn't have happened.
The antelope was also retreating. The human and antelope turned to run, but the starlight in the sky gathered. Thousands of stars enveloped the Forbidden City, and the starlight seemed to isolate the Forbidden City in its entirety from the mortal world. Zhou Wen was alarmed to discover that Singularity Universe's teleportation ability couldn't teleport him out of here. All he could do was desperately run in the direction of the Forbidden City's gates. Crack! He heard the sound of wood cracking behind him. When he turned his head, he saw that the charred wood had already split into two. A female guardian dressed in purple armor, and an ink-black cape that resembled a monarch floated in midair. Her eyes, that seemed to contain the stars of the universe, were staring angrily at Zhou Wen and the antelope. There were 6 bullet holes on her armor that were oozing blood. However, it seemed that such an injury was not fatal. With the appearance of Star Lady Polestar, the starlight in the sky gathered on her body. It was as if she had become the focus of the spotlight. The other places became dim, and she had the starlight from thousands of stars gathered over her. In the intense starlight, blood spewed out from the bullet holes. At the same time, the spinning bullets were sucked out by the starlight and floated in front of Star Lady Polestar. Star Lady Polestar's eyes narrowed. Starlight fell and turned into swords of starlight. They poured down like a galaxy slide down and flew past Star Lady Polestar. The 6 bullets were instantly slashed to pieces in the Starlight River. As for the countless swords of starlight, they surged towards Zhou Wen and the antelope at an unbelievable speed, reaching the speed of light.
Wind, pull!
The antelope shouted and spat out a talisman. The talisman turned into clouds and enveloped its 4 hooves, causing its speed to increase drastically as it charged towards the gates of Forbidden City. Zhou Wen cursed inwardly. The antelope could produce the speed of a calamity grade. Perhaps it could match Star Lady Polestar's speed. However, Zhou Wen didn't have that ability. All he could do was charge forward with all his might. However, the swords of starlight weren't slower than the calamity grade bullets. How could Zhou Wen outrun them? Soon, a large number of swords of starlight stabbed into his back. Thankfully, his luck attributes and heavenly robe's lucky dodge showcased their effects. Zhou Wen's heavenly robe fluttered as he constantly dodged the rain of swords. None of the swords of starlight could hit him. Zhou Wen didn't feel any joy. Although he hadn't been stabbed to death for the time being, Star Lady Polestar appeared even more terrifying than the calamity grade creature in the Venusian dimensional zone. It wasn't impossible for her to crack lucky dodge. As long as they didn't rush out of Forbidden City, everything was still unknown. It wasn't time to rejoice. The antelope ran very quickly and arrived in front of Forbidden City's gates in almost an instant. However, the swords of starlight descended from the sky and transformed into layers of airtight sword walls, completely sealing off the way out. The antelope's body glowed brightly as it opened its mouth to spit out a cloud. The cloud hit the sword wall, and although it repelled quite a number of swords of starlight, it ultimately failed to break through and was dispersed by the river of starlight swords. The endless stream of swords that resembled a galactic river rushed towards the antelope, instantly causing it to fall into the dense array of swords. It tried to charge in various directions, but failed to escape.
Ahem, Star Lady, it's just a joke. There's no need to take it seriously, right?
The antelope said to Star Lady Polestar in the air, as it blocked the endless sword streams.
Then continue your joke.
With Star Lady Polestar's cold voice, the Starlight Sword River became even more violent. It transformed into a terrifying sword array that surrounded Zhou Wen and the antelope. Greed is indeed an original sin. I shouldn't have been greedy and followed antelope to this godforsaken place. Zhou Wen cursed inwardly. Although Lucky Dodge could temporarily save Zhou Wen's life, it was only an evasion ability. It didn't allow Zhou Wen to forcefully break through the sword wall. However, Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled. With the antelope's personality, it definitely wouldn't fight a battle it wasn't confident in. Since it was willing to take the risk, it was definitely confident. However, it was peculiar that the yellow paper talisman would fall. Now wasn't the time to consider this. Zhou Wen's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to escape. Lucky Dodge could save his life, but it was impossible to crack the Starlight Sword Array. Furthermore, the swords formed from starlight had already reached the speed of light. Zhou Wen's speed couldn't keep up, so it was impossible to crack the sword array. Zhou tried his best to use Truth Listener's ability. In the sword array, the amount of sound he received was much lesser. Most of the sound information was related to the Starlight Sword Array. After listening for a while, Zhou suddenly realized that the Starlight Sword Array seemed very familiar to him. Isn't this the 28 Lunar Mansion skill? Zhou immediately realized something. When he was in the Endless Sea of Stars, he had always wanted to obtain 2 skills. One was Star Stealer, and the other was the 28 Lunar Mansion skill. It was the lowest level skill, but it was abnormally difficult to have it drop. Out of the 28 skills, Zhou only had 27. He hadn't had the last one drop. The 27 Lunar Mansion skills that Zhou knew were all protective skills. They weren't offensive, so Zhou didn't connect the two in the beginning. The peculiarity he felt allowed him to realize that although the Starlight Sword Array was an offensive sword array, it was in a similar vein as the Lunar Mansion skills. If the pattern of changes in this sword stance is the same as the Lunar Mansion skills, then wouldn't I be able to predict the future? Even if my speed can't keep up with the speed of the swords of Starlight, I can still predict their positions. However, I'm still lacking one Lunar Mansion skill. As Zhou thought, he used Truth Listener to secretly observe the sword array. Chapter 1339 Comprehending the Lunar Mansions. Zhou could still rely on his lucky dodge to protect himself, but the antelope relied on its own strength to withstand the sword array. Only then did Zhou realize that the antelope was quite powerful. Although the antelope couldn't rush out of the sword array, it managed to withstand wave after wave of sword array attacks. It had all sorts of means. One moment, it would spew lightning, and the next moment, it would use wind and fire. It was unknown what attributes it had, but it seemed to be able to easily control all kinds of elemental abilities. Although the antelope was already very impressive, it could only barely protect itself in the sword array. It was still in a sorry state. Star Lady, no matter what, we suffered together back then, and were good comrades who fought bosses together. There's no need to be so ruthless, right? If you're really angry, you can just beat that punk up to vent your anger. Why make things difficult for an old friend? If it doesn't appease you, I'll help you beat him up. The antelope spoke with emotion and reason. Unexpectedly, Star Lady Polestar didn't buy it at all. She snorted and said, "We suffered together? I never expected that from you. When we were trapped in the Crystal Palace, we were almost exhausted, but you secretly ate and drank well. Afraid of being discovered by us, you pretended to be on your deathbed and wanted to trick us into handing over our inheritance. I can't afford to have a friend like you, nor do I have a comrade like you." The antelope blushed, but it was thick-skinned after all. Having experienced all kinds of upheavals, it coughed to hide its embarrassment and changed the topic. "Let's not talk about the past. Last time, I got that punk to dig you out and take you back to Forbidden City. It was really out of good intentions. I originally planned to get that punk to form a contract with you and help you find a good contractor, but who knew that things would turn out this way? I still treat you as a friend from the bottom of my heart and consider your well-being, Star Lady. That punk is a rare genius. Others fought over each other for him, but I couldn't bear to give him to them. Instead, I brought him to you." "Him? You have the nerve to call a person who relies on luck a rare genius?" Star Lady Polestar mocked. She could long tell that Zhou relied on his lucky dodge to dodge the sword array's attacks. "Star Lady, let's not talk about anything else, but how many people can advance to the mythical stage as humans? Even in our era, you haven't seen many, right? He hasn't contracted a guardian yet. It's not too late for you to contract him now." The antelope tried its best to persuade her, but its situation was getting worse. Sword beams had already swept past its body and shaved off its fur. "Oh, he advanced to the mythical stage purely as a human?" Star Lady Polestar finally sized up Zhou seriously. "It's absolutely true. If I lie, I'll give my head to you to kick like a ball." The antelope swore an oath, wishing it could bare its heart to Star Lady Polestar. "So what if I am? Do I need to borrow the power of humans? As long as I am willing, even if I contract with a piece of trash, I can rule the world," Star Lady Polestar said indifferently. "You don't have to waste your breath. No matter what you say, you will die without a doubt today." After she finished speaking, a star crown appeared on her forehead. The stars in the sky resonated with it. The stars that were originally hidden in the universe and couldn't be seen appeared one after another, almost occupying the entire sky. Starlight descended the very next moment as if the end of the world had arrived. Everything visible to the naked eye was occupied by starlight. "F***CK, you old B***TCH, am I not submissive enough? Do you really think that I have nothing on me?" When OL Auntie saw this scene, it immediately ripped off its facade and returned to how it was previously, a hooligan. It opened its mouth and spat out a talisman. At the same time, the blood it spat out landed on the talisman, causing it to emit a bright light and forcefully block the sky above. Clang! Clang!
clang. The starlight fell on the canopy like spiritual talisman. Like steel nails piercing into a steel plate, half of them pierced through. Soon, the spiritual talisman was like a hedgehog. Blood kept gushing out of the antelope's mouth as it frantically injected its essence energy into the spirit talisman to prevent it from shattering. However, every starlight that stabbed the spirit talisman caused the antelope's body to tremble. The more starlight that fell, the more the antelope trembled, and the more blood it bled from its mouth. Starlady Polestar originally didn't pay attention to Zhou. She knew what kind of ability Lucky Dodge was, and how to crack it. Under the major heavenly cycle stellar array, starlight fell en masse, and there was no space to dodge. It was useless no matter how high the probability of Lucky Dodge was. It was ultimately difficult to escape death. However, moments later, Starlady Polestar realized that Zhou wasn't dead. She was somewhat surprised. She took a closer look and couldn't help but be alarmed. Starlight shimmered around Zhou as though he was surrounded by a galaxy. The stellar sword beams that landed on him were like rain falling into the sea. They fused into the stellar halo around him, causing it to glow brighter and stronger. The 28 lunar mansions? Starlady Polestar looked at Zhou in surprise. She was the Lady of the Stars, so how could she not recognize the power Zhou used? Due to the lack of one lunar mansion skill, Zhou had never used the 28 lunar mansions. By observing Starlady Polestar's major heavenly cycle stellar array, he found the part he was lacking. He reverse-engineered the lunar mansion skill he lacked and finally gathered all 28. Using Singularity Universe to power the 28 lunar mansion skills, and constantly observing the major heavenly cycle stellar array, he finally understood why the 28 lunar mansion skills were so difficult to obtain despite their low levels. These skills were not as simple as individual skills. Like the major heavenly cycle stellar array, they could form an array, and its power would increase by several times. Even if it was a low-level skill, after combining 28 skills into an array, its power was immeasurable. However, it was somewhat different from Starlady Polestar's Starlight Sword Array, which focused on offense. Zhou lunar mansion skills focused on defense. The defensive net formed by the 28 lunar mansions array could not only resist the external forces, but it could also absorb external essence energy. If it were any other guardian's power, the lunar mansions array might not have been able to withstand it in the beginning, nor would it have absorbed the power so smoothly. However, the Starlight Sword Array and the Lunar Mansions Array shared the same origin. They were almost of the same attribute. After the Starlight fell into the Lunar Mansions Array, it was immediately absorbed without any rejection. This made Zhou's Lunar Mansions Array stronger and stronger. Furthermore, by observing the major heavenly cycle stellar array, Zhou constantly perfected the Lunar Mansions Array. After Starlady Polestar watched for a while, the surprise on her face deepened. Zhou's Lunar Mansions Array wasn't limited to the variations of the 28 lunar mansions. It had even begun to evolve in the direction of the major heavenly cycle stellar array. Chapter 1340 Death Everywhere. As they stemmed from the same origin, and their circulation trajectories were becoming more and more similar, coupled with the absorption characteristics of the lunar mansion array, it failed to kill Zhou, even though Starlady Polestar's major heavenly cycle stellar array was much stronger than Zhou's. Instead, a lot of starlight was sucked away. Of course, this was also because Starlady Polestar wasn't targeting Zhou. She had focused most of her attention on the antelope, planning on killing Zhou in passing. That antelope wasn't completely lying. It's fine if he knows the lunar mansion array, but he can actually reverse engineer the major heavenly cycle stellar array. That isn't easy. Starlady Polestar looked at Zhou with a hint of hesitation. Starlady Polestar naturally wouldn't agree to contract a good for nothing. If she could find a powerful partner, why lead a fool to conquer the world? She had only said those words to the antelope to show her determination. Upon seeing that not only did Zhou know the lunar mansion array, but he could also reverse engineer the major heavenly cycle stellar array, Starlady Polestar was somewhat tempted. The essence energy arts and skills Zhou used were very compatible with her abilities. Coupled with Zhou's outstanding perception, it would indeed save her a lot of time and trouble if she could contract with him. There was another important point. Zhou was already at the mythical stage. After contracting with him, Starlady Polestar no longer needed to hide in the log inside Forbidden City, nor would she be rejected and suppressed by Earth's laws. However, when she recalled how Zhou had ruined her plans back then, and how she had been schemed against by Zhou again, she couldn't take it lying down if she let him off just like that. Starlady Polestar came up with an idea. She thought to herself, "So you are perceptive and fond of learning? Then I'll teach you a good lesson." Starlady Polestar powered the major heavenly cycle stellar array, making it constantly transform in a deliberate attempt to show Zhou its variability. Starlady Polestar wasn't doing this out of good intentions. The universe was endless, and there were countless stars. It was almost impossible to fully comprehend the changes in all the stars in the universe. There was a limit to life, and there was a limit to one's brain power. However, the universe was infinite. To comprehend the infinite universe with limited life and brain power, it was fine if he only wanted to steal some insight from it, but if he really wanted to completely comprehend it, then it was equivalent to forcefully filling a water bottle with only a capacity of 1 liter with the seawater of the Pacific Ocean. It was needless to say that the bottle would explode. Starlady Polestar was able to master the major heavenly cycle stellar array because of her innate talent. If she didn't have such talent, even she wouldn't dare to say that she could remember all the variations in the major heavenly cycle stellar array. It was also impossible to remember them all, because there were infinite variations. She made up her mind. If Zhou Wen couldn't comprehend the various profundities of the major heavenly cycle stellar array and gave up midway, it meant that Zhou Wen's talent was nothing much. It didn't matter if he was killed. There was no need to feel pity. If Zhou Wen really continued comprehending, he would probably go crazy without her doing anything. At the end of the day, Starlady Polestar didn't plan on letting Zhou Wen off. He would die either way. Due to the interference, Zhou Wen naturally didn't know of Starlady Polestar's plan. However, the major heavenly cycle stellar array constantly changed in front of him, as beams of starlight fused into his lunar mansion array. Zhou Wen didn't stand on ceremony as he absorbed them, and fully comprehended their profundities. With limited comprehension, one might indeed go crazy in the end. However, Starlady Polestar had overlooked an important problem. It couldn't be said that it was an oversight on her part. It should be said that she didn't know much about Zhou Wen's sky-stealing sun-swapping art and singularity universe. The sky-stealing sun-swapping art itself was a clever essence energy art that could deceive anything. It focused on viewing matters from an overarching manner, and the singularity universe simulated the Big Bang, the birth and operation of the universe. When it came to the grand view of the universe, Zhou Wen's theoretical knowledge wasn't necessarily inferior to Starlady Polestar's. However, Singularity Universe gave Zhou Wen a large framework. There weren't many details or content inside, exactly what Zhou Wen lacked. To determine the framework based on the details, and to slowly fill in the content, while knowing the framework were two completely different concepts. The former was truly calculating the infinite with finite limitations. It consumed too much brain power, while the latter was just filling up a framework. The more knowledge he filled up, the more beneficial it was for Zhou Wen. From Starlady Polestar's point of view, Zhou Wen was inferring from the 28 lunar mansions to the stellar heavenly cycle, but in fact, both the 28 lunar mansions and the stellar heavenly cycle were within Zhou Wen's framework. From a certain point of view, Zhou Wen was actually standing at the same height as Starlady Polestar, so it didn't produce the situation that Starlady Polestar had imagined. The changes in the heavenly cycle stellar array that Starlady Polestar displayed for Zhou Wen were fully absorbed by him. He directly employed it in his system, causing the lunar mansion array to become stronger and more complex. At that moment, countless stars circled around Zhou Wen as though he was being protected by them. Although they weren't as dazzling as Starlady Polestar's, they couldn't be underestimated. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Zhou Wen's current technique was the minor heavenly cycle stellar array. Starlady Polestar couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw the array formation around Zhou Wen grow stronger and stronger. The various changes in the heavenly cycle stellar array were fused into his array formation. Is this fellow really human? Based on Starlady Polestar's estimates, even if Zhou Wen had 10 heads, he should have exploded from all the changes afforded by the stellar heavenly cycle. However, Zhou Wen appeared as though nothing had happened. He continued trying to study her major heavenly cycle stellar array. The variations in the major heavenly cycle stellar array are endless. I want to see how much you can remember. I don't believe that you have 100 heads. Even if you really have 100 heads, there will come a time when they will be filled. Starlady Polestar accelerated the changes in the major heavenly cycle stellar array. However, no matter how the major heavenly cycle stellar array changed, Zhou Wen seemed indifferent. He completely merged the changes into his system, found the corresponding spots, and used them for himself. The antelope was fighting desperately. Many parts of its fur had been shaved off by the starlight, and its body was stained with blood. It looked pathetic. Not only was Zhou Wen uninjured, but he had also obtained immense benefits. The minor heavenly cycle stellar array around him became stronger and stronger. It could even compete with the major heavenly cycle stellar array at close distances. Of course, it only looked more beautiful. The stars surrounded Zhou Wen as though the universe was revolving around him. In fact, its might was much weaker than the major heavenly cycle stellar array. If Starlady Polestar had really used all her strength to kill Zhou Wen, the minor heavenly cycle stellar array would have long exploded. However, at that moment, Starlady Polestar still didn't suppress Zhou Wen with all her might. Instead, she looked at Zhou Wen with a complicated expression.
Although his strength was still very far from hers, the minor heavenly cycle stellar array around Zhou Wen had already made her waver. Could it be that this person is really, as that antelope said, a rare genius? Star Lady Polestar started having different thoughts. Chapter 1341 Who Dares to Retain You? The stellar heavenly cycle was infinite. No matter how many changes Zhou Wen could learn, it was only a portion. It could only be called a minor heavenly cycle, but it couldn't reach a major heavenly cycle like Star Lady Polestar. The true major heavenly cycle was not something that could be mastered through learning, but a realm of comprehension. Zhou Wen was ultimately only at the mythical stage. Although his realm far exceeded his peers, it wasn't easy to attain the realm required of the major heavenly cycle. Zhou Wen quickly realized that although he had learned many variations, they were only accumulations in quantity. There were no qualitative changes. No matter how many variations my self-taught minor heavenly cycle array has, it can't compare to Star Lady Polestar's major heavenly cycle array. This is a difference in level, not a difference in variation, Zhou Wen thought to himself, pondering over how he could truly reach Star Lady Polestar's level. As Zhou Wen constantly studied and pondered, the antelope couldn't hold on any longer. The wounds on its body increased, and the spirit talisman above its head couldn't withstand the starlight's attacks. It was about to shatter. Polestar, don't force me to go all out. It won't do anyone any good when the time comes, shouted the antelope at Star Lady Polestar. I'm really curious to know how well you have recovered. Polestar's expression didn't change as she spoke calmly. Seeing that it couldn't convince Star Lady Polestar, the talisman above its head shattered. Swords of starlight rained down like a storm, and the horns on the antelope's head suddenly lit up. The originally blackish-gray horns became like crystal lamps. Not only were they transparent, but they also emitted intense light. F***CKU! The antelope shouted. Before the starlight descended, the lightning from its two shiny horns collided. It was like a collision of lightning, causing a potent spark to erupt and envelop its body. The terrifying swords of starlight poured down, reducing the area around the antelope to ruins. The ground was peppered with swords of starlight, which stacked together like a mountain of sword beams. Boom! An unbelievable power erupted from the mountain of sword beams, shattering instantly. A slender figure walked out from the shattered sword mountain. A pure luminance moved with the figure. Even the major heavenly cycle stellar array could not suppress the luminance's power. Even amidst the starlight, Zhou Wen's eyes were illuminated by the pure light. He looked at the light, and saw a man in a snow-white fur robe walk out. He wore snow-white clothes and looked handsome. His eyes were like obsidian, deep and bottomless. His long black hair cascaded down over his snow-white fur robe. The beauty of a person is like jade, and the looks of the gentleman are unparalleled. Zhou Wen felt that this sentence was meant for such a person. However, when he thought about how this person was very likely transformed from the antelope, such thoughts immediately vanished. He couldn't connect the two together. The lazy antelope, the road-like antelope, could actually transform into such a form. It made Zhou Wen find it highly discordant. The man walked in the light, and all the swords of starlight that stabbed at him were melted by the pure power of light, as if they were not swords condensed from starlight, but just snowflakes. With every step the man took, the power of light over his body became stronger. Even the starlight in the sky seemed to pale in comparison. Polestar was no longer as relaxed as before. Her expression became serious as she stared at the man. The purple gas over her body also bloomed wildly, and collided with the man's light. For a moment, it was difficult to tell who was stronger. It seems that you've recovered quite well. You can actually return to your human form. Star Lady Polestar stared at the man. Didn't you want to kill me? Let me see if your Polestar killing technique can kill me or not. The man looked straight at the levitating Star Lady Polestar. He looked calm, but there seemed to be an indescribable power gathering over his body. It was like an invisible, peerless saber that could be unsheathed at any time and destroy everything. Star Lady Polestar stared at the man. When she saw the man's stirring aura, and how he was about to step out, she suddenly smiled and said, I was just joking. You told me not to take it seriously, but you took it seriously instead. Star Lady Polestar swept her cape back, and the starlight disappeared. The Forbidden City returned to its original peace. It seems that you have mostly recovered from your injuries. Congratulations, said Star Lady Polestar as she looked at the man. It's still far from finished, but it's enough for me to go all out. The man stared at Star Lady Polestar, but he didn't restrain his luminance. Zhou Wen hurriedly returned to the man, who was transformed from the antelope, the moment the major heavenly cycle stellar array dissipated. You and I aren't enemies. There's no need to fight to the death. I'm relieved knowing that you can take on your human form again. As Star Lady Polestar spoke, she glanced at Zhou Wen and said, You helped me return to Forbidden City and helped me seek out a contractor. I still remember this favor. Now that your injuries haven't healed, it's best you don't overexert yourself.
It's best you return early to recuperate. I'll accept this contractor, and I'll remember this favor.
When Jowen heard that, he immediately cursed inwardly. This Star Lady Polestar is also a scheming the asterisk TCH. Seeing that she can't defeat the antelope, she actually wants to vent her anger on me.
You didn't want him when I offered him to you previously. Now that you want him, I'm not giving him to you. Jowen, come with me. Let's see who dares to retain you.
The antelope snorted coldly, and turned to walk towards the entrance of Forbidden City. Jowen was overjoyed as he hurriedly followed. He thought that the antelope would abandon him, but he never expected it to transform into a human. Even its personality had become much more unyielding, unlike the beast it used to be. Star Lady Polestar watched Jowen follow the antelope towards the gates with some doubts in his eyes. Her lips moved as though she wanted to say something, but she ultimately didn't say anything as she watched the two of them leave Forbidden City.
Oh well, Auntie, you're awesome. I didn't expect you to be so unyielding today.
After leaving Forbidden City, Jowen heaved a sigh of relief and patted the antelope's shoulder. However, to his surprise, the antelope rolled forward like a calabash. As he rolled, he transformed from a human back to an antelope. Its body convulsed as blood kept gushing out of its mouth. Jowen was alarmed as he reached out to touch the antelope, but before his hand touched it, he felt a heat scald his hand. The antelope's body constantly emitted hot steam from its pores. The temperature was much higher than water vapor. It was clear how terrifying the temperature was considering how Jowen could feel the heat despite his physique. The antelope's eyes rolled back, and its limbs twitched. It looked like it had lost consciousness. Jowen immediately understood that the antelope had been putting on a front in Forbidden City. If Polestar had really attacked, both he and the antelope would probably have ended up dead. Jowen hurriedly circulated the ancient Sovereign Sutra and fused with Human Sovereign. With intense anger, he punched the antelope again and again. Chapter 1342 and Tianzhua isn't the only one. Human Sovereign's power allowed Jowen to use his powerful vitality to heal injuries. Apart from being unable to heal himself, ordinary injuries could be treated. However, when Jowen's fist struck the antelope, he felt as though its body was a huge furnace. The moment his vitality entered, it was devoured without a trace. Jowen had never encountered such a situation. The antelope's condition didn't show any signs of improvement, but Jowen felt his vitality severely drained. Human Sovereign's brilliance was becoming weaker and weaker. Jowen had no choice but to feed the Dragon Tiger Pill essence and other pills to the antelope, before continuing to use the power of Human Sovereign to inject it into its body. Seeing the pill essences enter the antelope's mouth like candy, Jowen's heart ached so much that it was about to bleed. It was fine if it was the other pill essences, but the drop rate of the Dragon Tiger Pill essence was too low. After grinding Pill Furnace Mountain for so long, he had only obtained one. He also fed the other mythical pill essences, such as the Vital Dragon Pill, to the antelope. It was unknown if it was because of the pills or Jowen's Human Sovereign powers, but the terrifying temperature in the antelope's body decreased slightly. Its convulsing body gradually calmed down.
Stop beating me. With that tiny bit of vitality of yours, it won't be of much use even if you send it all into my body.
The antelope regained consciousness and struggled to get up from the ground. Jowen's hands were about to break from the punching. The Human Sovereign brilliance over him was almost gone, so he could only stop and decouple with Human Sovereign.
Are you alright?
Jowen asked.
Let's talk when we get back.
The antelope looked around and saw that they were still near Forbidden City. Although Star Lady Polestar was suppressed by the rules of Earth and shouldn't dare to come out, this couldn't be confirmed. It was better to stay away. As the antelope's injuries were too serious, and Jowen was exhausted from expending too much of his vitality, he decided to summon the Earth Elemental Beast and use Earth Escape to travel. After leaving the capital, the antelope suddenly said to Jowen,
"Release Chick."
Jowen released Chick and Yer from the chaos space. Chick glanced at the antelope and automatically landed on its head. Jowen took a careful look and realized that the antelope's temperature was slowly decreasing. As for Chick, it was in high spirits. Its feathers seemed much brighter. So Chick can absorb the heat from antelope. It's no wonder antelope likes to bring Chick around. Jowen was enlightened.
Oh well, Auntie, I heard from Star Lady Polestar that you have returned to your human form. Could it be that you were a human in the past?
Jowen had questions that he couldn't help himself from asking. The antelope said lazily,
"Not really." "What do you mean?"
Jowen couldn't understand what it meant. However, the antelope ignored him. It lay on the Earth Elemental Beast's back as though it was asleep. Since the antelope wasn't willing to say anything, Jowen had no choice but to swallow his questions and focus on driving the Earth Elemental Beast.
Today's matter is a little strange. It's impossible for the Spirit Suppression Talisman to fall by itself. Under those circumstances, it's impossible for Star Lady Polestar to break free.
The antelope suddenly said with its eyes closed. Zhou nodded.
I know, but I was paying attention the entire time. I didn't discover any other creatures nearby.
The antelope didn't say anything else, and continued to rest with its eyes closed. It was unknown if it had fallen asleep. If Zhou could see it, he would discover a blonde girl standing on the earth elemental beast's back. Furthermore, she was behind him, less than an arm's length away. The golden-haired maiden was naturally Sweetie. She had thought that Star Lady Polestar would be able to avenge Yana on her behalf, but who would have thought that they would still be able to come out alive? Looks like I'll have to avenge Yana myself, the blonde thought, but she didn't attack immediately. As the earth elemental beast had been burrowing underground, if Zhou touched her and turned into gold, the earth elemental beast would naturally die as his companion beast. When that happened, Yer and the others would be trapped underground. Sweetie was afraid of hurting her. It won't be too late to make a move after they return to the surface, Sweetie thought to herself as she continued to stand there and wait. Ever since Zhou helped Wei Haifeng's people get on the rankings, many factions had secretly contacted the Yin family, hoping to get Zhou to help them get on the rankings. They also wanted to figure out what ability Zhou had used to dodge the calamity-grade bullets. From their point of view, Zhou was a member of the Yin family. If they couldn't contact Zhou, they could contact Tianzua. However, Tianzua had no say in Zhou's matters, nor could he offend all the factions. He could only stall for time, but it also gave Tianzua a headache.
Overseer, the League of Guardians has also sent their men over. Although they didn't say it explicitly, from what they said, they also want to know how young Master dodged the calamity-grade bullets.
And Sheng pushed open the door, and saw Tianzua leaning back in his chair with his hands massaging his temples.
Overseer, are you alright?
And Sheng hurriedly asked.
I'm fine.
And Tianzua lowered his hand and frowned.
That fellow always causes trouble. He always does thankless things without considering the consequences.
And Sheng explained with a whisper.
Overseer, this isn't a bad thing. With young Master showcase, the various factions won't dare touch our Luoyang easily. Even the people from the League of Guardians are polite this time. Their attitude is much better than before. What's the use of having a good superficial attitude? They yearn to kill him deep down.
And Tianzua said with a cold snort. And Sheng thought to himself, if you want to talk about the people the League of Guardians wants to kill, you should be ranked ahead of young Master Wen. Young Master Wen didn't do anything to the League of Guardians, but you blew up their Skysplit Tower. Aren't you still alive and well? And Sheng naturally didn't dare say that. He only whispered,
Overseer, you're right. However, with young Master Wen's current strength, even calamity-grade bullets can't injure him. They are unlikely to rashly attack young Master Wen.
And Tianzua clearly wasn't fond of this topic. He didn't continue the conversation with Sheng and instead picked up the document on the table to read it.
Overseer, we have some clues about the situation in the Holy Land. According to what we know, many saints like Xiao have appeared from the Holy Land. They are actively contacting the various factions. I wonder what they are up to.
And Sheng said.
Capture one alive.
And Tianzua said.
We've tried, but we failed. After that saint was captured, he chose to commit suicide. He didn't give us a chance to question him.
And Sheng said in distress.
Did you find out how those saints entered and exited the Holy Land?
And Tianzua asked again.
We did. They also used teleportation nexuses, but for ordinary humans to enter through them, it's still the same as before. There's a level restriction. Even mythical creatures can't pass through, much less terror grade ones. However, those saints don't have such restrictions. They can enter and exit from the teleportation array at will.
And Sheng said. And Tianzua pondered for a moment before suddenly looking at Sheng and asking.
Does anyone else know about the saint's suicide?
And Sheng was alarmed when he heard that.
Overseer, don't tell me you want to disguise yourself as that saint to gain entry into the Holy Land? We can give it a try.
And Tianzua said.
Absolutely not. It's too dangerous. Besides, what will happen to Luoyang if you leave?
And Sheng immediately objected.
And Tianzua isn't the only one in Luoyang, right?
And Tianzua said indifferently. Chapter 1343 Fighting Over Chocolate.
I want to eat this, and this.
They passed by a city which was already very far from the capital. Zhou got everyone to take a break, and took Yer to buy some snacks. As he had been occupied with numerous matters recently, he hadn't had much time to accompany him. He originally thought that his trip to the capital would be relatively easy, and that he could take Yer on a vacation. Who knew that something like this would happen again? After Zhou and company exited Earth Escape, Sweetie wanted to attack Zhou, but Ye got him to buy her all sorts of snacks. As Sweetie watched Yer eat cotton candy one moment and ice cream the next, she couldn't help but be stunned. That looks delicious. Sweetie couldn't help but swallow her saliva when she saw Yer constantly trying all kinds of delicacies. It seemed like every one of them was delicious. Zhou followed behind Yer, carrying bags of snacks for her. From the looks of it, no matter how bad a person is, there are times when they are still alright. Sweetie saw that no matter what Yer wanted, Zhou Wen wouldn't hesitate to buy it for her. She thought to herself, if he dies now, how sad would that young lady be? It's better to wait for him to finish shopping before ending his sinful life.
I want that!
Yer came to a chocolate shop and pointed at a box of chocolates. Zhou Wen traced Yer's finger and realized that the box of chocolates was placed in a very obvious spot. Furthermore, there was a special booth. With the lighting, the exquisite chocolate box looked even more eye-catching. It was no wonder Yer had taken a fancy to it.
Please help me get that box of chocolates.
Zhou Wen saw that there was no price tag on the chocolate box, and it was obvious that it was very expensive, but that wasn't important. Money didn't mean much to Zhou Wen anymore.
Sir, I'm really sorry. I can't sell you that box of chocolates for the time being,
the shop assistant said politely.
Why?
Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement when he heard the store assistant's words. The shop assistant explained.
Sir, that box of chocolates was personally made by our boss. It's also his proudest work. You can call it the centerpiece of our shop. Only one box is made a month. Because it's so delicious and very popular, many people want to buy it. However, we can only make one box of such chocolates a month. Many people get their friends to get us to sell the chocolates to them. With so many people begging for it, our boss had no choice. He just can't produce that many. Therefore, our boss made a rule. That box of chocolates can only be sold to the person who knows the most about chocolate. What do you mean by knowing the most about chocolate?
Zhou Wen really didn't understand how one was to determine if someone knew chocolate or not. When the shop assistant heard Zhou Wen's words, he knew that he didn't know anything about chocolate. However, he still said politely,
It's actually very simple. Every time the chocolate is produced, the boss will set 3 questions. Those who can answer the 3 questions correctly are qualified to obtain that box of chocolate for free.
That's a pretty good deal. What are the 3 questions?
Zhou Wen thought to himself, with my ability, I can easily see through things. It shouldn't be difficult to clear it. I'll even get that box of chocolates for free. The shop assistant pointed to the 3 boxes next to him and said,
There are 3 different kinds of chocolates in the 3 boxes. As long as you can determine the specific ingredients of the 3 chocolates, you can get our store's centerpiece chocolate.
Zhou Wen was taken aback as he was immediately put in a spot. If he had to guess the brand and type of chocolate in the box, he would be able to guess it even if it was locked in a safe. However, Zhou Wen had no way of guessing the ingredients in the chocolate. He could see what was inside, but he couldn't put a name to them.
Let me try.
Yer was very interested in chocolate. She walked over and wanted to reach out for it.
Wait a minute.
The shop assistant quickly said,
You have to blindfold yourself when eating the chocolate. Moreover, each of these 3 chocolates is worth $300 to $400. If you eat one, it will be $350. If you eat all 3, it works out cheaper, $1,000.
Didn't you say that it's free if we can tell the ingredients?
Zhou Wen asked.
The store's centerpiece will be free, but the chocolate used for the test isn't. Regardless of whether you can tell the ingredients, you have to pay. If you aren't agreeable to it, you don't have to make the attempt,
the shop assistant said. Zhou Wen cursed inwardly at the profiteer. Although they claimed that the centerpiece would be given for free, they were actually taking the opportunity to sell ordinary chocolate. However, it was peanuts to Zhou Wen, so he didn't care. Just as he was about to pay for Yer's attempt, he suddenly heard a sweet voice behind him say,
I want to give it a try.
Zhou Wen found the voice familiar and was alarmed. He turned his head and saw that it was indeed the blonde girl he had met previously. Previously, the blonde girl had wanted to scam him. Her presence here evoked many thoughts in Zhou Wen. This place is more than 500 kilometers from the capital. It's definitely not a coincidence to meet her here. What does she want? Zhou Wen stared at the blonde girl, but he couldn't see through her. No matter how he looked at her, she looked like an ordinary person who had never cultivated. Sweetie came prepared. She already knew what money was. She took out a $1,000 bill and handed it to the shop assistant.
Wait a minute. There should be a first come, first served rule, right? We came first. If there's an attempt, we should go first.
Yer said.
You guys only came to the shop first, but you didn't pay. I paid first, so I naturally get to go first.
Sweetie's logic was very clear. In fact, after following Zhou Wen and Yer for so long, her appetite was whet. She had swallowed countless mouthfuls of saliva, and when she heard how delicious that box of chocolates was, she couldn't help but appear, wanting to eat it.
That's not right. You're still serving us. You shouldn't be taking her money now, right?
Yer asked the shop assistant. The shop assistant was in a dilemma. He felt that what both Sweetie and Yer said made sense. They seemed to be right, and he couldn't find a reason to refute them. Seeing that neither Sweetie nor Yer was willing to budge, the shop assistant coughed and said,
In the past few years, many people have made the attempt every month. However, the chances of them taking our store's centerpiece is less than 1 in 100. It's very difficult. Why don't you try one by one?
As he spoke, he glanced at Yer. Seeing that Yer had no intention of backing down, he looked at Sweetie. Sweetie stood there without moving, her eyes equally determined. The shop assistant could only throw a pleading look at Zhou-Wen. Zhou-Wen ignored him. All his attention was on Sweetie. I clearly remember that this girl is an existence that can pass through calamity-grade bullets.
Since both of you want the centerpiece, let's have a chocolate competition. Whoever wins will get my centerpiece. Of course, it's also possible that neither of you will succeed, and you'll end up eliminated. It's not that easy to get my centerpiece,
someone said as he walked out of a different room. Chapter 1344 Gao Dawei. The person who came out was a large man, who was almost as rotund as a ball. He wore a white uniform and a white hat. At first glance, he looked like a chef, but upon closer inspection, there were some differences.
This is our boss, Mr. Gao Dawei,
the store assistant introduced.
How should we compete?
Yer asked Gao Dawei.
I've recently developed a few types of chocolate. Try them together. Whoever can tell what ingredients I use will win if they guess correctly. If you don't, you will be eliminated.
When Gao Dawei saw that Sweetie and Yer were staring at him, he hurriedly explained.
Don't worry. The taste test this time is completely free. Whether you win or lose, you don't have to pay a single cent. That's more like it. What if both of us are right?
Yer asked.
It's not that easy. I know the chocolate I made. Even I wouldn't be able to tell if I hadn't eaten them in advance,
Gao Dawei said.
Don't worry, just eat it. I don't think either of you will be able to get it all right.
As he spoke, Gao Dawei entered the back room and soon brought out a plate of chocolate. Zhou-Wen wasn't usually fond of snacks. His impression of chocolate was still those of black squarish bars. However, the plate of chocolate that Gao Dawei brought out was different from the chocolate in Zhou-Wen's memory. The chocolate was in the shape of a puppy, a gentleman playing a piano, and a chocolate that seemed to have a layer of snow over it. They looked exquisite. Yer and Sweetie's gazes were also attracted by the unique-looking chocolate. They looked eager to taste it. Gao Dawei was very pleased with the three people's reaction. He said proudly,
For absolute fairness, you have to taste the same kind of chocolate at the same time. Then, write your answer on a piece of paper and give it to me. I'll be the judge.
Gao Dawei got the shop assistant to bring paper, pen, and a knife specially used to cut chocolate.
I call the first chocolate Snowy Mountain. Please try it.
Gao Dawei personally cut 2 pieces of the snow-covered spherical chocolate and placed them on a small plate before handing them to Yer and Sweetie. Zhou-Wen saw that sandwiched within the chocolate was white puffing that flowed out. It seemed to be ice cream. Yer and Sweetie each tasted it. It was delicious. They finished it in a few chomps. Then, the two of them seemed to have an answer. They looked at each other and turned their heads. With their backs facing each other, they found a table and wrote their answers on the paper. They almost finished writing the answer at the same time and handed them to Gao Dawei. Gao Dawei took a closer look at their answers and nodded.
Not bad, both of you got it right. Apart from the cocoa and sugar in the chocolate, Snowy Mountain also uses condensed milk, honey, hazelnuts, and ice cream. You even managed to tell the dates that I used in extremely small amounts. Not bad, it seems that your sense of taste is very sensitive. However, don't get haughty. This is just the simplest and most basic one. Most people can taste it. The ones later are each more difficult than the last. It won't be that easy to guess.
Seeing that Yer and Sweetie didn't respond, Gao Dawei had no choice but to cough lightly to ease the awkwardness. He picked another chocolate and said,
This chocolate is called Nature's Pianist. It's my latest invention. Try it.
Zhou-Wen sized up the chocolate curiously. The pianist, bench, and piano formed an exquisite piece of art. It was a pity to eat it. It was hard to imagine that such exquisite chocolate was made by a rotund man like Gao Dawei. After the previous round, Zhou-Wen had gained a little understanding of chocolate. The suit, bench, and piano were likely made from ordinary chocolate. The person's skin and piano's white keys were likely made from milk. Zhou-Wen also knew that it was definitely not that simple. It was impossible for Gao Dawei to pose such a simple problem. Sniffing, Zhou-Wen seemed to detect a familiar smell. He carefully looked at the dark-colored chocolate and immediately made a discovery. There seems to be something mixed in those dark areas. Zhou-Wen only knew that there was something mixed in, but he didn't know what it was. Although the taste was a little familiar, he couldn't remember where he had tasted it before. Yer and Sweetie both ate the chocolate that Gao Dawei had cut. Their faces were filled with satisfaction and happiness. One could imagine how delicious this chocolate must be. This time, Sweetie immediately wrote the answer, but Yer hesitated. Zhou-Wen wasn't worried that Yer would lose. He was just wondering what Sweetie was up to. Yer lowered her head and thought for a while before finally writing down her answer. Meanwhile, Sweetie had already handed the answer to Gao Dawei. Gao Dawei was surprised by their answers.
Cream and butter taste great, but they can easily mask other flavors. Most people's taste buds are affected by the taste of chocolate and cream at the same time. Coupled with the rum and the cocoa powder sprinkled over it, it forms a complicated combination, making it difficult to notice the hint of black truffle hidden in it. Most people know that there is no black truffle in black truffle chocolate, but I did the opposite and deliberately added a small amount of black truffle. I didn't expect you to taste it. What good taste buds you have.
Only then did Zhou Wen remember that the familiar taste was black truffle. Once, Ouyang Lan had taken him out for a meal, and there were a few flakes of black truffle. Ouyang Lan had specially picked some for Zhou Wen to taste, and told him that they were called black truffles. However, Zhou Wen's mind wasn't on eating at that time. He was only thinking about how to clear the dungeons when he returned. Therefore, his memory was too vague. Furthermore, he ate very little, just a few thin slices, so he almost couldn't recall it.
It won't be easy for you to guess the next chocolate.
Gao Dawei seemed very confident as he cut open the puppy-shaped chocolate. He was rather careful when he sliced it, as though he was trying his best to control the cut. Then, he handed the 2 pieces of chocolate to Yer and Sweetie. Due to their previous 2 experiences, Yer and Sweetie had greater anticipation for the next chocolate. The moment they received it, they couldn't wait to bite it. However, after the 2 of them took 2 bites, their expressions changed. They chewed slower and slower. Almost at the same time, they spat out the chocolate they had eaten.
Yer, are you alright?
Although Zhou Wen didn't eat it, he knew that something was wrong with the chocolate when he smelled it. He couldn't help but stare at Gao Dawei, prepared to attack at any moment. Chapter 1345 Snow White.
Calm down. Calm down. There's no poison in my chocolate. I just added some stinky tofu.
Gao Dawei immediately waved his hand and explained when he saw Zhou Wen and company's unfriendly expressions. Zhou Wen sniffed carefully and realized that the stench was really similar to the smell of stinky tofu he had smelled on the streets when he was young.
Stuffing chocolate with stinky tofu? Are you messing with us?
Zhou Wen's expression didn't ease because of Gao Dawei's explanation. Gao Dawei shook his head and said with a serious expression,
How is that possible? I'm a professional chocolate chef. I definitely won't make a mockery of my work. Since the bitterness of cocoa powder can turn into a memorable fragrance, the smell of stinky tofu shares the same principle. I thought about mixing these 2 extreme flavors together and perhaps creating a new and unique taste.
Seeing the look in Yer and Sweetie's eyes, Gao Dawei hurriedly said,
Unfortunately, it failed. Combining these 2 flavors isn't as easy as I thought. However, this is how experiments are. If you can succeed in one try, it can't be called an experiment.
Zhou Wen saw Gao Dawei's serious expression and realized that he didn't seem to be lying. Furthermore, there was no need to pull such a prank on them. Besides, it hadn't been long since they entered the store. It was impossible for Gao Dawei to immediately produce such a thing to mess with them. Zhou Wen sniffed it and looked at the puppy-shaped chocolate. He originally found the puppy rather adorable, but now he found it odd. Why do I feel like it's? Zhou Wen didn't dare think further. After this development, Yer and Sweetie's expressions didn't look too good. They looked at the remaining 2 pieces of chocolate and hesitated about eating them. Who knew what kind of strange chocolate Gao Dawei would come up with next? The unknown evoked the most terrifying fears. Even if one could see what was inside the chocolate, one might not know what it was, and what taste it would have without eating it. Some subtle components still needed to be distinguished through tasting. If Gao Dawei were to create some spicy mala chocolates, or something even more outrageous, there might be even more terrifying outcomes. Yer and Sweetie wanted to give up, but after looking at each other, they immediately raised their heads. Neither of them was willing to admit defeat.
Well, although it tastes awful, you still need to write down what ingredients were used in it so that I can know if you can advance to the next round,
Gao Dawei said carefully. Yer and Sweetie quickly wrote down the answer. Although they only chewed it a few times and spat it out, they still wrote down the ingredients correctly. Apart from the stinky tofu, Gao Dawei had also added durian. This fellow is really sick. It's no wonder he said that it's free from the onset. If he were to take money for this, he would probably be beaten to death. Zhou Wen was rendered speechless. An ordinary chocolate chef would definitely not experiment in such a way unless they had a screw loose. In the following competition, although Yer and Sweetie tried their best not to withdraw and only competed to uphold their pride, they no longer had the anticipation from before. Eating Gao Dawei's chocolate felt like they were heading to the execution grounds. Fortunately, there wasn't much of a problem with the 4th chocolate. It was a kind of chocolate with alcohol in its center. However, Gao Dawei had used a few special wines to concoct the alcohol. They had to be able to tell which wines were used. Zhou would imagine that Yer would not answer correctly this time.
Although Yer ate a lot of snacks, Zhou never allowed her to drink. Yer probably couldn't even tell the difference between red and white wine. It was indeed impossible for her to tell what wines were inside. To Zhou surprise, not only did Sweetie answer correctly, but Yer also answered correctly. Has Yer been drinking behind my back? Furthermore, is she an alcoholic? Otherwise, how would she know the names of the dozens of alcohols that even I haven't heard of? She can even tell it through taste. How odd. Zhou frowned inwardly. When it was time for the last piece of chocolate, Gao Dawei perked up. I didn't expect your senses to be so sharp. However, it's impossible for you to taste what the last piece of chocolate is made of. It's better to give up early. Can we begin? Yer asked expressionlessly. Ever since she ate the puppy chocolate, she had been nasty to Gao Dawei. Sweetie was the same. She said impatiently. Can you hurry up? No rush, we'll start now. Gao Dawei pointed at the last piece of chocolate and said, This is a piece of work that I've been particularly proud of recently. It's called Snow White. Zhou took a look and saw that it was made of ordinary white chocolate. However, it was made into the appearance of a woman in a princess dress. Apart from looking good, there was nothing special about it. Zhou directly used his X-ray vision to see the inside of the white chocolate. He realized that it was still white chocolate inside. There was nothing else. Gao Dawei cut 2 pieces for Yer and Sweetie before asking Zhou, Do you want to try it? This piece should taste the best of the 5 chocolates. Alright. Zhou looked at Gao Dawei and nodded slightly. Gao Dawei cut a piece and handed it to Zhou on a plate. Zhou picked it up and threw it into his mouth, swallowing it in one bite. What a waste! You should taste it properly. This taste is unique in this world. Apart from me, no one can produce chocolate with this taste, Gao Dawei said regretfully. Isn't it just an ordinary white chocolate? What's so special about it? Zhou asked. You don't know anything about chocolate. That piece of chocolate I gave you just now was akin to feeding Pigsy with ginseng fruit. It's a waste. Gao Dawei stood up straight and said smugly. But there's nothing we can do about it. It's better than trouble. What do you mean? Zhou stared at Gao Dawei and asked. Plop. Before Gao Dawei could say anything, Sweetie fell to the ground as if she had fainted. Although she was still breathing, she was virtually motionless. Who are you? Zhou expression changed slightly as he sized up Gao Dawei. I'm me, Gao Dawei, a saint of the Sun God Holy Temple. I originally wanted to take a break before going to Luoyang to deal with you guys. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door and save me a lot of trouble. Gao Dawei answered with a smile. What's up with the chocolate? Zhou asked again. Didn't I tell you? That chocolate is called Snow White. Haven't you heard of Snow White's story? After eating my chocolate, you will fall into an eternal sleep. Gao Dawei smiled and said, You don't have to force it. Although your body is much stronger than an ordinary person's, and you can stand for a while longer, you will still fall eventually. Why be in pain? I'm not in any pain. Zhou outstretched his palm, and the chocolate that Gao Dawei had given him was lying in his palm. Chapter 1346 Chat after lying down. What's it doing there? I clearly saw you eating it. Gao Dawei's expression changed slightly. What the eyes see might not be the truth, Zhou said indifferently. Gao Dawei smiled again in the blink of an eye. He pointed at Yer and said, Even if you can remove the chocolate, she ate it. Before Gao Dawei could finish his sentence, he saw Zhou outstretch his other hand. There was another piece of chocolate there, the one Yer had put in her mouth. Zhou was becoming more and more adept at using sky-stealing sun swapping. In the past, he could only make a mark before exchanging. Now that he had the minor heavenly cycle stellar array, there was no need to go through so much trouble. As long as it was within the range of the minor heavenly cycle stellar array, Zhou could directly do a swap. You? When did you realize that there was something wrong with me? Gao Dawei immediately knew that he had been exposed. Otherwise, Zhou wouldn't have taken Yer's chocolate away in advance. Not long ago. It was when you offered me Snow White. Zhou was telling the truth. Gao Dawei had done everything too naturally without any flaws. In order to lower Zhou and company's guard, he had even used the smelly chocolate in advance. If it was an ordinary person, they would write it off as a false alarm. They would have a period when they would let their guard down, making any ploy easier to succeed. Gao Dawei hadn't done anything wrong. Everything was fine and natural. However, when he gave Zhou the chocolate in the end, he was too eager for him to accept it. Although he didn't show it superficially, he was eager to get Zhou to accept it deep down. Therefore, Zhou heard his thoughts and confirmed that there was something wrong with him. Of course, even if he didn't hear his thoughts, Zhou didn't plan on letting Yer eat the last piece of chocolate. Zhou had already felt that something was amiss when he saw the stinky chocolate, but he just didn't have any substantial evidence. As expected, I was greedy. I shouldn't have given you the chocolate. I should have known that you, Zhou wouldn't be killed so easily by me,
Gao Dawei said with a sigh. Before Zhou could say anything else, Gao Dawei suddenly flared up and grabbed the unconscious Sweetie. Without any hesitation, Zhou unsheathed his bamboo blade and slashed at Gao Dawei's arm, forcing him to retreat. Zhou strike wasn't to save Sweetie, but to save Gao Dawei. It wasn't easy to encounter a saint, so Zhou naturally wanted to capture him alive. He hoped to obtain some information. It would be even better if he could obtain information about the former principal. As for how terrifying Sweetie was, Zhou had seen it with his own eyes. The calamity-grade bullets that used to surround him had failed to injure her. Zhou didn't believe that a piece of chocolate from Gao Dawei could take Sweetie down. He was afraid that Gao Dawei would be killed by her, and he would not be able to get anything out of him. However, Zhou didn't know that his strike had improved Sweetie's impression of him. She thought to herself, this person isn't too bad. He's good to that young lady, and is willing to save me. Sometimes, being too high-leveled was also a kind of frustration. It was like an emperor in ancient times. Upon hearing that the victims of a natural disaster did not have rice to eat, and had starved to death, he asked them why they didn't eat meat. To Sweetie, it was a matter of course, but she didn't know that she had already exposed her terrifying strength because of those incidents. Of course, Sweetie was, in fact, even more terrifying than Zhou imagined. The bamboo blade in Zhou's hand slashed repeatedly, but Gao Dawei's fat body was shockingly fast. He was like a legendary flying pig. When he rushed into the air, his chef's uniform had already turned into a chocolate armor that enveloped his body. The bamboo blade struck skyward and slashed toward Gao Dawei again. Gao Dawei surprisingly grabbed the bamboo blade with his hands that were wrapped in chocolate. The moment the bamboo blade touched Gao Dawei, the hard blade turned into melted chocolate and dripped to the ground. If Zhou hadn't retracted his saber fast enough, the entire bamboo blade would probably have turned into melted chocolate. Even though he retracted it fast enough, a lot of the chocolate-turned blade had already dripped to the ground, making the bamboo blade's blade turn into a sawtooth. Zhou's expression changed slightly. The bamboo blade had been with him for so long, but this was the first time it had been damaged so badly. He had previously used the bamboo blade to fight a terror grade without it suffering so much damage. Gao Dawei's body moved quickly, and wherever his body touched, the walls, tables, and chairs would turn into chocolate, melting chocolate. Zhou put away the bamboo blade. It had been with him for so long, so he had some feelings for it. He didn't want it to be destroyed just like that. Zhou's figure flashed as he dodged Gao Dawei's repeated attacks. At the same time, he transformed his aura into a sword, and used the sword beam to attack Gao Dawei's vital points. As he did not dare to touch his body, he could only use sword beam techniques. Like Xiao, Gao Dawei was at the terror grade. His movement technique and means were in no way inferior. Furthermore, despite his figure, his movement technique was surprisingly good. Zhou originally imagined that only saints from the Trajectory Holy Temple were good at movement techniques. He never expected that Gao Dawei, who came from the Sun God Holy Temple, was also good at movement techniques. Furthermore, he had a completely different style from the Trajectory Holy Temple. Zhou used his finger as a sword and brandished his sword aura wantonly, forcing Gao Dawei back. Gao Dawei wanted to rush out of the shop, but he realized that Zhou's sword beam seemed random, but they sealed off all his paths of retreat. He couldn't attack or even escape. The more Gao Dawei fought, the more discomfort he felt. He felt as if he had been locked up in a cage filled with metal spikes, and could not move at all. Gao Dawei, I see that you are somewhat different from the other saints. Why don't we make a deal? Answer a few questions of mine, and I'll ensure your safe departure, Zhou said. What do you want to know? Gao Dawei's eyes flickered. Clearly, he wanted to stall for time. There's no rush. Let's chat slowly after you lie down, Zhou said calmly. Gao Dawei was first taken aback before he laughed out in anger. Zhou, you are indeed impressive, but if you think you have me in your grasp, you are sorely mistaken. You can dodge a calamity-grade bullet, but you might not be able to dodge my strike. With that said, Gao Dawei's body suddenly turned into a coffee-colored liquid like high-temperature chocolate. Like a swamp monster or a liquid demon, he transformed into a tornado that swept towards Zhou. Clearly, Gao Dawei knew very well that single-target attacks were useless against Zhou. Only AoE attacks could hit him. As long as Zhou had a drop of chocolate liquid on him, he would turn into chocolate. Chapter 1347 Some Clues. Despite the tornado, like molten chocolate being close at hand, Zhou had no intention of retreating. He used his fingers as a sword and stabbed forward. Gao Dawei didn't know why Zhou was stabbing. In his chocolate demon form, he wasn't afraid of physical attacks. Although the sword beam wasn't a physical attack, its effects wouldn't be much different. However, in the next second, Gao Dawei was alarmed to discover that as Zhou Wen stabbed forward, invisible sword beams appeared around him, and they spun at high speeds. The number of invisible sword beams was uncountable as they enveloped Zhou Wen. When the molten chocolate transformed by Gao Dawei collided with a terrifying vortex of sword beams, the molten chocolate tornado was sucked in by the sword beam tornado. The invisible sword beam tornado seemed to be quickly dyed with a layer of chocolate. Gao Dawei wanted to escape from the sword beam tornado, but he realized that he couldn't. There was an extremely strong suction force in the vortex. No matter how he struggled, he was still firmly sucked into it. Furthermore, countless sword beams spun and diced the molten chocolate into smaller blobs. Gao Dawei was shocked. Although chocolate demons were unafraid of physical attacks, there was a limit. If the molten chocolate could not even maintain its most fundamental particle state, he would equally die. Ordinary terror-grade creatures shouldn't have such an overwhelming advantage. Ordinary slicing attacks pose little threat to a chocolate demon. Even if a portion of the chocolate could be reduced to its fundamental particle form, it wouldn't have much of an effect on the overall situation. A chocolate demon's true nemesis was the power of ice. Zhou Wen clearly wasn't proficient in ice, so Gao Dawei wasn't too worried. However, he suddenly realized that the invisible sword beams around Zhou Wen were just too terrifying. They kept slicing the molten chocolate, quickly reducing them to their fundamental particles. Gao Dawei had never seen such abnormal sword beams before. How could he know that Zhou Wen wasn't purely using sword beams? It was the minor heavenly cycle stellar array. The sword beams were only the foundation for forming the minor heavenly cycle stellar array. Zhou Wen was considered to be blessed by the heavens. The minor heavenly cycle stellar array was very powerful, but it also needed sufficient stellar power, or sword energy, to form its foundation. The stronger the foundation, the stronger the array formation. If it were an ordinary person, even if they were at the terror grade, the essence energy they had was limited. It was impossible for them to condense that much sword energy to form the foundation in a short period of time. Or perhaps it was because their essence energy was too scattered, and the sword energy they condensed was too weak. It would definitely greatly weaken the strength of the minor heavenly cycle stellar array. However, Zhou Wen's essence energy was nearly infinite. Every sword beam from the minor heavenly cycle stellar array could match a full-powered strike of the same level. The sword array formed was enough to crush a peer at the same level. Although the chocolate demon was very strong, it could only be crushed when facing thousands of terror-grade sword beams. No, that's impossible, Gao Dawei was horrified to discover that the molten chocolate form he was in had already begun to vaporize under the attack of the sword beams. Stop! What questions do you have? I'll tell you everything. Gao Dawei screamed. Zhou Wen's finger froze as an invisible sword beam that resembled a tornado stood fixed in the air like a star in the night sky. Only then did Gao Dawei fall to the ground and return to his human form. However, the chocolate armor on his body had shattered in many places. Gao Dawei himself was covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. Around Gao Dawei's body, countless sword beams surrounded him like a spherical prison. The tips of the swords were aimed at his body. I'm a very impatient person, so it's best you cherish this opportunity. Don't give me an answer that displeases me. You only have one chance. Zhou Wen paused before immediately asking, do you know someone named Xiao? I know of this person, but I'm not familiar with him. I only know that he's a saint of the Trajectory Holy Temple, Gao Dawei said. How many saints like Xiao are there in the Trajectory Holy Temple? Zhou Wen asked. I'm from the Sun God Holy Temple. I don't know much about the Trajectory Holy Temple. From what I know, there are 13 to 14 saints there. Gao Dawei answered without hesitation. Where did those saints come from? Zhou Wen continued asking. Gao Dawei hesitated and did not answer immediately. Gao Dawei let out a miserable scream as one of his arms was chopped off. In an instant, a bloody mist bloomed thanks to the invisible sword beams before it was vaporized. Orphanage! We all came from the orphanage! Gao Dawei yelled. It'll be your head next. Zhou Wen continued coldly. Which orphanage? I don't know where it is. I was too young at that time. I only know that it was an orphanage built in a valley. There were many orphans there. I have seen many of the saints I know back in the orphanage. However, the orphanage is also divided into several different districts. They are separated from each other. I don't know Xiao. Maybe he is an orphan from another district, or maybe he is younger and came later than me. But I can be sure that he came from the orphanage as well. Gao Dawei did not dare to hesitate and finished his answer in one breath. Oh, since you've never seen him, how can you be sure that he came from the orphanage? Zhou Wen looked at Gao Dawei with interest. That's hard to explain. People from the orphanage have a special air about them. Others can't tell, but I can tell at a glance. Can the air be seen? Zhou Wen snorted coldly. Gao Dawei hurriedly explained. I didn't make myself clear.
Heir is just a metaphor. It means that everyone who comes out of the orphanage has a special, how should I describe it? Bearing?
Zhou Wen finished his sentence.
Yes, it's bearing. It's that kind of air that they exude. It's just like how soldiers have the air of soldiers. Even if they're wearing home clothes, you can tell at a glance that they have been in the military. The people from the orphanage have a special air. Ordinary people can't feel it, but I can. They're the same kind,
Gao Dawei explained. Zhou Wen thought to himself, from the looks of it, it's very likely. These saints are most likely orphans nurtured by Dugu Qianqiu. After some thought, Zhou Wen asked,
which holy temple is Professor Ouyang in? Which Professor Ouyang?
Gao Dawei was stunned.
How many Professor Ouyangs are there in your holy land?
Zhou Wen asked.
2 or 3.
Gao Dawei answered after some thought.
Then brief me on all of them.
Zhou Wen was delighted. After investigating for so long, he was finally close to the truth. Chapter 1348 in Tianzhua has left.
Then let's start with Professor Ouyang Ting.
Gao Dawei's words immediately attracted Zhou Wen's attention, as his pupils subconsciously constricted. As Gao Dawei spoke, he lowered his head as though he was thinking. When Zhou Wen focused and listened, he suddenly saw Gao Dawei's figure transform into his molten chocolate form again. Then, he seeped into the ground like water. In an instant, the chocolate demon crawled out of the ground again. However, the spot where he crawled out was where Zhou Wen was standing. The molten chocolate instantly enveloped Zhou Wen's shoes and legs and quickly spread upwards. Zhou Wen's shoes and clothes had already turned into chocolate as it constantly dripped.
You're still too inexperienced to fight me.
The chocolate enveloped most of Zhou Wen's body, as Gao Dawei's smug laughter sounded from the boiling molten chocolate.
Is that so?
Zhou Wen's indifferent voice suddenly sounded, causing Gao Dawei's smug laughter to stop. In the next second, the chocolate wrapped around Zhou Wen's body gathered in his hand like dust absorbed by a vacuum cleaner, and instantly vanished without a trace.
Pa!
Zhou Wen's fingers moved slightly, as he closed the exquisite candy box in his hand. It was Sweetie's candy box that had sucked away Gao Dawei. Previously, Zhou Wen had spent considerable time studying the candy box and realized that it was a spatial item. However, this spatial item could only store sweets like candy. Apart from that, nothing else could be placed inside. Later, when Zhou Wen learned spatial skills, he wondered if he could modify the candy box. If he could modify it into something that could store anything, he would have another spatial artifact. He studied the candy box, but the outcome wasn't satisfactory. He didn't know what method the person who created the candy box had employed, but no matter what spatial skill Zhou Wen used, it couldn't affect its candy-only characteristic. At most, it could suck in candy from the outside world. Other than that, there was nothing special. Zhou Wen originally imagined that the candy box was useless, but when he saw Gao Dawei's chocolate demon state, he recalled the candy box. Killing a person like Gao Dawei wouldn't affect the Holy Land much, but if he could dig out more secrets of the Holy Land from him, it would be of great help to Zhou Wen. Therefore, Zhou Wen had always wanted to keep Gao Dawei alive and not kill him. Zhou Wen had long expected Gao Dawei's sudden attack, thus he took the opportunity to suck him into the candy box. After all, the candy box could only suck in candy after coming into contact with it. It couldn't suck candy from a distance. After putting away Gao Dawei and closing the candy box, Zhou Wen turned to look at Sweetie on the ground. Sweetie had been pretending to be unconscious, but she was alarmed when she saw Zhou Wen take out the candy box. The candy box had been lost the last time she came to Earth. No matter how she searched, she couldn't find it. She never expected it to be in Zhou Wen's hands. He shouldn't have been born back when I came to Earth. It can't be that he stole it. Then, where did he get the candy box? Sweetie felt that it was imperative that she figured out the problem, so she decided to delay Zhou Wen's punishment. She wanted to figure out the origins of the candy box first. When he saves me later, I can take the opportunity to approach him and figure out where he got the candy box from. However, if he tries to save me, he will touch my body and immediately turn into gold. But if I don't let him touch me, how can I get close to him? Sweetie was in a dilemma as countless thoughts flashed through her mind. She was thinking of how she could prevent Zhou Wen from touching her when he came to help her, and use the opportunity to approach him. He's here. What should I do? He's coming. Should I wake up on my own? Sweetie sensed Zhou Wen looking over and immediately became nervous. She still couldn't think of a way to wake up naturally and approach Zhou Wen. However, what happened next stunned Sweetie. Zhou Wen turned around and picked up Yer, who was beside her. He turned around and instant transmitted away. He's definitely a scumbag baddie. He needs to be punished. If not for wanting to figure out where the candy box came from, she would have gone up to touch Zhou Wen and turn him into gold. Zhou Wen took Yer to find the antelope and chick who were resting. He told them about his encounter with Sweetie. The antelope also concurred that Sweetie wasn't simple, and suggested that Zhou Wen escape immediately. Zhou had the same thought. He took the antelope and chick with him, and didn't immediately return to Luoyang. Instead, he went to several places, hoping to shake off Sweetie. Zhou and the antelope remained on high alert the entire time, but they heaved a sigh of relief when they didn't discover Sweetie chasing after them. Little did they know that Sweetie had been following Zhou all this while. At that moment, she was sitting on the earth elemental beast's back, just inches from Zhou. Unfortunately, none of them could see Sweetie. They used all sorts of methods to scan their surroundings, but they did not detect her. They imagined that she had not followed them. After rushing back to Luoyang, Zhou felt physically and mentally exhausted. He originally imagined that he would be able to reap some benefits from this trip, but to his surprise, not only did he fail to reap any benefits, he was nearly killed by Star Lady Polestar. He had also provoked a blonde girl who had appeared out of nowhere.
I don't plan on going out for the time being. Don't invite me on your trips to places like dimensional zones,
Zhou said to the antelope.
Would I still dare to invite you? When did nothing happen when I'm out with you? I almost lost my life this time. Do you think I'll invite you again?
The antelope said angrily.
Ahem, it was purely an accident. Get some rest. Let me know if you need anything. I'll head back now.
Zhou hurriedly left the antelope's room. He really had no answer to the problem. Just as Zhou left the room, he saw Sheng standing not far away, as though he was waiting for him.
Young Master One, do you have time to chat?
Sheng came over and asked.
What's the matter?
Zhou saw that Sheng's expression wasn't right. Sheng nodded.
Let's talk in Overseer's study. It's not convenient to talk here. There's no need to go there, right?
Zhou frowned.
Don't worry, Overseer isn't around.
Sheng said meaningfully. Zhou was slightly taken aback. The meaning behind Sheng's statement that the Overseer wasn't around was somewhat subtle. Zhou knew that something had definitely happened, so he didn't say anything else and followed Sheng to Tianzuo's study. This was where Tianzuo usually worked. There were many special contraptions. Be it using essence energy skills or high-tech methods, it wasn't easy to eavesdrop on the people inside.
Overseer has left Luoyang. It might be some time before he returns. Overseer hopes that you'll take charge of the Overseer Manor while he's away,
Sheng said. Chapter 1349 Astonishing Price.
How can the Overseer not preside over the Overseer Manor? Why does he keep running about elsewhere?
Zhou frowned. He had no interest in taking charge of Luoyang. Even if Tianzuo really wanted him to be the Overseer and give him Luoyang, Zhou would find it troublesome. Furthermore, Zhou was really unwilling to help him guard Luoyang. Sheng said with a solemn expression.
Overseer has entered the Holy Land.
Alarmed, Zhou hurriedly asked.
Entered the Holy Land? Isn't he already at the Terra Grade? How did he enter the Holy Land? Madame Lan is still brooding over the professor's death. She hasn't had a good night's sleep in recent years. Overseer can't bear to see Madame Lan continue like this. There's no other way, so he plans on pretending to be a saint and entering the Holy Land to take a look. He hopes to figure out something.
Sheng told Zhou what had happened.
Even if he can take on a saint's appearance, his body is still his. He won't be able to enter the Holy Land. What's the use of impersonating?
Zhou asked in puzzlement.
Don't worry about that. Overseer's impersonation, as a saint, isn't only limited to looks. We also use some special means. Overseer has successfully entered the Holy Land. During this period of time, we hope that you can help guard Luoyang. Actually, just like last time, you can leave the trivial matters to us subordinates. It won't take up too much of your time.
Sheng said.
All right.
Zhou agreed. Since Tianzuo had taken the risk to investigate the former principal's matters, it was only right for him to guard Luoyang. Furthermore, his family and friends were here.
Young Master One, do you think we should settle the urgent matters first?
Sheng said.
What urgent matters? Could it be that someone has come knocking on our door?
Zhou couldn't help but be taken aback. The last time he guarded Luoyang, nothing urgent had happened.
Not really, but the representatives sent by the various factions wish to meet you. They also wish to hire you to help them get into the rankings. Of course, many people want to know how you dodged the Calamity Grade bullets. After all, such an ability is so shocking.
Sheng explained the matter. Previously, Tianzuo had held him back. Now that Tianzuo was gone, Zhou could only deal with these matters himself.
How will I have the time to help them get on the rankings? Get them to leave,
Zhou said.
Ahem, young Master One, I'm afraid that's not appropriate, right?
Sheng stammered.
Why?
Zhou asked Sheng.
When they came, they brought huge gifts. Even if you aren't willing to see them, it won't be good to just send them back.
Sheng said.
What did you receive? I should have a share, right?
Zhou asked. Sheng seemed to be prepared as he took out a list for Zhou to see. Zhou couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this.
From the list, the gifts weren't trivial. People knew that the Yin family needed essence crystals, so they basically gifted them tons. Of course, 1 to 2 tons of essence crystals would not be especially helpful to the Yin family either. But with so many people gifting, it was quite a sizable amount. You sold me off for just these essence crystals? Zhou said unhappily. It's not just for these few essence crystals. It's mainly because even the 6 families have sent people over. If we offend all of them, the Yin family's days in the future won't be easy. You also know what kind of environment Earth is in now. The things that Luoyang can produce are very limited. Many things have to be purchased from other places. For example, the most commonly used toilet paper can't be manufactured in Luoyang now. It can only be imported. Salt is another one. If we offend all of them, we won't die, but life will be very troublesome in all aspects. After saying that, Sheng took out another piece of paper and handed it to Zhou. Also, this is the price they offered. I think you should take a look even if you want to refuse their requests. What price can they offer? They can't offer me a terror-grade companion egg, right? When Zhou took the piece of paper and read it, his eyes nearly popped out. Is this for real? Zhou asked Sheng as he read. The high price offered exceeded Zhou's expectations. A tycoon had offered a sky-high price of 1,000 tons of essence crystals just to get Zhou to help him get on the rankings. There was also the Zhang family of the 6 major families, who offered 10 vital dragon pills, 1,000 rejuvenation pills, and a fate-reversing talisman. Although there were no terror-grade companion eggs, their combined value wasn't inferior to a terror-grade companion egg. The vital dragon pill and life recovery pill were both mythical pill essences. The healing effects were very good. Although the rejuvenation pill's level was low, it was very good for treating external injuries. The most precious thing was the fate reversal talisman. It was said that it could change one's fate. Of course, changing one's fate was only an exaggeration. However, if a person who was destined to lose every round when gambling used a fate reversal talisman before going to a casino, then they would be able to win every single time. This type of effect was amazing. Previously, Lu Yun was able to steal the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General because of the effects of the fate-defying talisman. It was said that they were all left behind by the Zhang family's ancestral celestial master. Now, no one knew how to make them. There were only a few left in the Zhang family. The prices offered by the other families and local wealthy families were also ridiculously high. There were indeed families that obtained terror-grade companion eggs, the family clan of gods in the West District. If Zhou helped them get on the rankings, he would immediately become rich. Of course it's real. As long as you give the nod, they are even willing to pay first. And Sheng said, don't they know that it's useless to be on the rankings? Only by being first can they become the final winner? Zhou asked Sheng in puzzlement. Of course they do. However, their goal isn't to obtain a Venusian companion beast. Firstly, even if they can't obtain a Venusian companion beast, the metal eggs they obtain after clearing the level will be able to hatch a companion beast in the future. It's just that their level will definitely be lower than a Venusian companion beast. We don't know what it would be when hatched. It won't be a loss if they get a terror-grade companion beast. Even if they don't get one, it won't be a loss. They want the fame of being on the rankings. And Sheng explained. What's the use of fame? Zhou didn't understand. Without strength, what was the use of fame? It's very useful. Do you know what we lack the most now? And Sheng asked. High-level companion beasts. Zhou guessed casually. No, what we lack the most now is people. And Sheng explained. It's not just us. All the major factions are lacking people. As the dimensional zone's restrictions are becoming more and more severe, the isolation in various places is becoming more and more serious. In addition, there are constantly people sacrificing themselves. For example, our Luoyang is already considered good, but the population growth has always been negative. If this continues, the number of people in Luoyang will only decrease. The city will undergo a depression, and the economy will decline. All industries will find it difficult to survive. When the time comes, we will probably have to fight dimensional creatures together because there's nothing else that can be done. Then, the number of people fighting will only decrease. After all, it's a life and death struggle. No one can guarantee that there won't be any accidents. Although we have already started to formulate policies to encourage childbirth, the effects take a while to show. We will only see the initial results after at least 10 years. The fastest way is to attract people from other smaller places. For example, our Luoyang is quite famous, and there are many people who come because of its reputation. For other places, it is not so easy to attract people. However, if they are able to enter the rankings, no matter how you get there, at least the people nearby will know that there is a place that has the ability to hire someone formidable like you. Once they consider moving over, they will have naturally chosen that place. And Sheng smiled and continued.
Of course, they have other considerations. For example, the 6 families have their own ideas. I can't guess what they are. Then do you think I should take on these jobs?
Zhou Wen asked in Sheng. Chapter 1350 Breaking into the rankings again.
You have the final say in Luoyang now. You are the king of Luoyang. If you want to accept it, accept it. If you don't want to, just let them wait. If anyone dares to fall out with you, just beat them up and chase them away.
And Sheng said with a smile. Zhou Wen pondered for a moment.
Then I won't accept it. Prepare yourself. Pick someone to follow me to the Venusian dimensional zone. Let's get a ranking first. What are your requirements?
And Sheng asked solemnly.
As long as they run fast.
Zhou Wen said after some thought. As long as they ran fast and saved some time, he could also lower the number of calamity-grade bullets circling him. Without a suitable target, even with calamity-grade bullets, it wasn't easy to kill a calamity-grade. Zhou Wen planned on returning the invincible Lucky Star to Wang Lu after this. In the future, even if he wanted to rush to the top of the rankings, he would have to rely on his own abilities. After all, Lucky Dodge was not a long-term solution. Recently, Zhou Wen had a new idea when studying spatial skills. He felt that he might have a chance of dealing with a calamity-grade bullet. Although he had used Space-Time Bandit and Absolute Space, he was still unable to form an infinitely looping space. Moreover, he was unable to completely fuse it with the sky-stealing sun-swapping technique. He kept feeling like something was missing. However, after learning the minor heavenly stellar array, Zhou Wen had a new idea. If it was not possible to simply cast a skill, then he could use an array to achieve the behavior of an infinitely looping space. By combining the minor heavenly cycle stellar array and sky-stealing sun-swapping, he might be able to achieve the method of producing infinite space. However, this required a lot of time for experimentation and modification. It was not something that could succeed quickly.
Then do you think Miss Jing is up to it?
And Sheng asked.
Anyone is fine.
Zhou Wen didn't feel anything special about Jing. It made no difference to him whether it was Jing or someone else from the Sunset Army.
Then let's have Miss Jing do it. Her speed is considered extremely fast among the mythical grade.
And Sheng said. Zhou Wen recalled something and asked Sheng.
How did Jing advance to the mythical stage?
Zhou Wen still remembered that Jing had previously contracted a guardian, but he had killed the guardian she had contracted with. Ever since then, Zhou Wen hadn't paid much attention to Jing.
After returning 5 years later, he learned that Jing had advanced to the mythical stage. Furthermore, she had been pretending to be Zhou Wen for 5 years. And Sheng hesitated for a moment before saying,
Actually, it's hard to say. Miss Jing relied on her own hard work to advance to the mythical stage. There's also another thing.
After a long pause, Sheng whispered,
Holy Land.
Zhou Wen looked at Sheng in surprise, hoping that Sheng could explain himself. There were too many possibilities with what he had just said, so Zhou Wen couldn't guess.
In short, it's not easy for me to say anything about this. It's better to let Miss Jing tell you herself when there's an opportunity in the future. Just feign ignorance and don't mention this in front of her.
And Sheng said,
All right, make the preparations. We'll head to Venus tomorrow morning.
Zhou Wen originally didn't plan on having much interaction with Jing. He was just curious. And Jing's advancement to the mythical stage was actually related to the Holy Land. This implied something subtle. And Sheng informed Jing that Zhou Wen was going to Venus to obtain a ranking. And Jing was slightly taken aback when she heard that.
Is he taking me along? That's right. After all, we're family. Of course, we have to keep such benefits for ourselves.
And Sheng said,
Why doesn't he get the rankings himself?
And Jing frowned.
Young Master Wen doesn't plan on getting on the rankings yet. He's only helping Luoyang get a ranking.
And Sheng explained,
What do I need to prepare?
And Jing asked again.
Young Master Wen said that after dealing with the 6 Golden Battle Gods, you have to reach the Golden Palace as quickly as possible. The faster you reach the Golden Palace, the less pressure you will suffer.
And Sheng naturally wouldn't tell Jing that Zhou Wen wanted speed to save him some time.
Got it.
And Jing nodded. The next morning, Zhou Wen, and Sheng, and Jing arrived in front of the cube. And Jing stood behind and looked at Zhou Wen with mixed feelings. Over the past few years, she had been using Zhou Wen as her goal to improve herself. She hoped that one day, she could surpass Zhou Wen and use her actions to tell everyone that she wasn't inferior to him. However, not only did the disparity between the two of them not decrease, it had instead increased. She hadn't advanced to the Terror grade, but Zhou Wen was already able to participate in a Calamity grade battle. The difference wasn't small. However, Jing didn't have any thoughts of giving up. Previously, she had been at the legendary stage while Zhou Wen was at the mortal stage. Zhou Wen had been able to catch up from behind. Her current situation was very similar to the former Zhou Wen's. And Jing believed that since Zhou Wen could do it, as long as she worked hard, she would definitely be rewarded. After all, the higher one went, the slower the advancement. When Zhou Wen stopped advancing, she still had a chance of catching up, and she believed that she had the ability to do so.
Activate the cube,
Zhou Wen said to Jing. And Jing's body naturally reacted. She listened to Zhou Wen's orders and walked towards the cube. After Jing came to a realization of what she had done, she couldn't help but be taken aback. This was because she had subconsciously listened to Zhou Wen's orders, as though it was a matter of course. Such a reaction shouldn't have happened to her. This was because she was a maverick. There was only one person who could make her carry out orders without thinking, and Tianzue. Even Ouyang Lan's words had to be thought through by Jing before she decided if she complied. Logically speaking, her relationship with Zhou Wen wasn't good, and she viewed him as an opponent. It was impossible for such a situation to happen. After walking up to the cube, Jing turned her head to look at Zhou Wen, who was standing on it. Zhou Wen stood there casually without any powerful aura, but he made people feel abnormally at ease. It was as though even if the sky collapsed, it wasn't a big deal as long as he stood there. Jing had only felt such a feeling from Tianzue in the past, but now, she felt it from Zhou Wen. In a daze, Jing looked at Zhou Wen as though she was looking at Tianzue. It was a rather strange feeling.
Drip some blood in,
Zhou Wen said. Jing snapped to her senses as she lowered her head and dripped a drop of blood into the entrance of the cube. The cube instantly shone with brilliant light. All of the cubes in the world activated simultaneously.
Another creature has entered the Venusian dimensional zone. Who is it? Could it be a human? Damn, why is it him again? He even brought a beauty with him this time. Who is that beauty? The Yin family's in Jing. She's said to be very talented and is in no way inferior to Tianzue. In a few years, she might become another Tianzue. I don't know if she will become another Tianzue, but that Zhou Wen is too much. Don't tell me he wants to lead someone onto the rankings again? Only Jing is following. Looks like it. This person can only be described with two words: utterly outrageous.
Amidst everyone's discussion, Zhou Wen and Jing entered the Venusian dimensional zone. It was like a replay of what happened previously. Zhou Wen dealt with the metal guards and the golden battle gods as he entered the corridor.